Hi guys, welcome to this week's video. This week is X amount of hours of Jennibellie Livestreams. I'm doing this for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's a bit of a cheat for me, this week's video, because I'm working on a lot of new class stuff. Got a new class coming out which I will give a giveaway for in this video, so I'll let you know about that in a minute. Second, a lot of you have been saying that you have me on in the background when you're creating, so I thought of putting this out so that you've got X amount of hours of that, because in a video I did in my newsletter, which I put on my journal workshop site, which I will put a link to somewhere below, it's only a half an hour, but one lady said she played it 3 times back to back while she was in her studio. On a recent video I posted, was it the Creative Shadow video, people were saying, I'm not particularly interested in the topic, but I just like having you on. I like listening to your voice, it's soothing, whatever. So it's for you guys that like to have a decent amount of Jennibellie stuff to go on in the background while you're making stuff. And it's a great thing to have on in the background because, oh, and somebody else said that she listened to me at work, which I thought was quite sneaky, but also a good use, to get some creative mojo in, because that's what these live streams are about really. It's me giving a bit of a creative boost, a book kick, and talking about different topics on creativity. The ones I put together, they're not all of the live streams I've done, they're just ones I've picked, and I think most of you know that if this is, you know, old stuff, anything in there such as offers or giveaways and things I'm talking about aren't any longer active, okay? So just to let you know that, I think most of you will get that anyway, but I posted a giveaway in the original cereal box tutorial like 10 years ago, and people are still saying I'm in, please enter me for that giveaway. So just to be clear, any giveaways that are in the live streams will have gone by now, but I will do you a giveaway in this video, which is my lunar class, which is coming out end of this month, and it starts in December, and it's a manifesting with the moon journaling class where for the whole month we will go through the lunar cycles, and it's an alternative to New Year's resolutions or planners that you start at the beginning of the year then forget about. It's much more of, I find it a more natural and easy way to create things, your goals or just your intentions, and just keep you focused, because the moon is always in the sky, so there's always a reminder. So I'm going to teach you, we're going to do journaling rituals at the new moon, at the full moon, and I'm going to teach you the rest of the moon phases, and that is coming out December. So it's a brand new class for anyone that wants to enter it in this giveaway, and I will pick a winner next week. Okay, much love everybody, hope you like this mashup of many hours of Jennibellie live streams. Okay, apparently I've got some people. Hi guys. Oh, comments. Hi Joni. Hello, thank you love. Mwah. Thank you for commenting, because I had no idea where the comments were going. Everything's changed. Hi Susanna from Australia. Yeah, it's lunchtime here. I'm doing a very random Monday lunchtime video, so I wasn't really expecting anybody. But I haven't been on Facebook for a while, so I thought I fancy a creative chat. So even if there's no one here, which if you are here, let me know guys, and we can chat together. If not, I'll just chat. Hi Kerry. Philadelphia, it's got to be early there. So I wasn't expecting anyone from America, because I thought it was, hi Dart, hi Angela. Oh, okay, I'm getting more people than I expected. Hi guys. Yeah, it's really random. I just wanted to do a video, and Facebook has changed everything. Hi Annette, another Oregon, another one from the US, so maybe Monday lunchtime isn't such a bad time to go live. I just fancied a creative chat. Hi Marianne, New Zealand. I was expecting more Southern Hemisphere people. It is a nice surprise. I've not been on Facebook for a while, so I thought I would do a random, hi Heidi, do a random creative chat. Hi Gretel. You shouldn't be here. Well, I shouldn't technically be here. Hi Cheryl, Canada. So what I was thinking about is I'm editing a video that I'm going to post hopefully this afternoon or later today. Hi Donna from Canada, 6:30 a.m. what are you doing awake? Why are you awake? Well, to be fair, I'm usually awake at 6:30 a.m, but I make sure I go back to sleep. That's my best time to sleep. I'm an insomniac, if you don't know me. If you haven't heard me say that before, I have certain hours where it's best for me to sleep. It's like before 3 a.m, and then it's like after 7 a.m. There's a period of time in the night when I just don't want to sleep. Hi Maria, Midlands, you're not far from me. I'm East Midlands. So yes, I'm posting a video today. Maybe if I don't get around to finishing it, because I'm making it all pretty and all, you know, interactive and, you know, engaging and stuff. So if I don't get it done today, I'll post it tomorrow. But it's about the creative shadow. All about the creative shadow. I go deep into it. I talk a little bit about shadow work as well, and I talk about a lot. So if you guys are interested in that, hi Anita from Ohio, if you guys are interested in that, then check out the Jennibellie YouTube channel for it. I'm not going to talk about it here because it's all in that, but what I thought would 3 a.m. in New Zealand, you are my gal. That's the time that I would be up and scamming around on the scanning around on the internet. Something came up for me this morning about creative voice, and I thought that this was not kind of what I'm sharing in that video, but, and that video is quite a hefty video, it's juicy, it's chunky. I mean, there's a lot of really good content in there, if I do say so myself, because it's based on years and years and years and years of that I've had with creative blocks, with the struggle that is creativity. So this kind of is an aspect of that, but it isn't something I mentioned in that video, and it isn't something that I think I've talked about before. So I thought I would do an impromptu video or a live stream on it, and you guys please add to the conversation, because that's what I really like about live streams, is that the conversation then kind of goes wherever you guys direct it to go. I kind of point it in a, you know, on a route, and then it follows the path. So you guys add to the conversation, and if you're here, let me know where you're from, because I do like that. I love that I can like just decide on a whim to do a Monday lunchtime, for me, Monday lunchtime Facebook Live, and get you guys from all over the world just hopping on as well. It's wonderful. So the creative voice thing came up for me because I'm journaling, and I realized that if I don't fully express my creative voice in the way that it shows up for me, if I don't express that, if I don't share that, I don't share anything. And this was like it's like a, you know, alarm bells and everything going off in my brain, that I have to fully share, fully authentically share every aspect of me and my creativity, because that's what I'm passionate about, sharing is creativity. But the thing is, my creativity has morphed the last few years. If you've been a witness to it, you know, you'd have seen, if you followed me for a few years, you'd have seen how it's changed. And part of my creative shadow, my creative blocks come up when I feel like I can't fully express myself, when I feel like I can't share, you know, whatever it is that I'm passionate about at that moment in time, because it silences. If you silence yourself, it is really, really not only painful and detrimental, but it's a big hole you've got to get yourself out of creatively. You know, it backtracks you. So you've got some comments. I'm just going to read them before I carry on. Town of Castle and Cheese, Wales. Okay. Hello Victoria from Michigan. Slick today. Out of slick today. I don't get that. Out of slick down today. Oh, okay. I think I do. Calpelli. Okay, sorry, Joni. It's Monday. So what came up as I was thinking about creative voice is that I think some people during lockdown, as I saw you just posted about the lockdown, the comment disappeared though, Joni, but I saw something about lockdown come up. I think some people haven't really found a difference in their creativity during lockdown because we create. Hi Nada from Tunisia. Wow. Tunisia. Why did I say Tunisia? When I see words, I think I must have dyslexia because I see them and I know what they are, but my lips don't say what I think they are. Annette, that is what the video is on. Many things do clog our creative expression, and I think during lockdown, with this conversation about the creative voice, or the pandemic as a whole, some people it hasn't affected at all because they create in their rooms. My very messy creative space, and lockdown has just kind of brought that more out of them. For other people, I've really seen it have a detrimental effect because it's affecting so many aspects of our lives. Let's face it, it's affecting our security and everything at the rudimental levels that we are at, and that can have impact on our creativity because, as I talk about in the Creative Shadow video, we are a soup. I love that expression. When I said it in the video, I'm like, I'm gonna make that into a quote. You are a soup. You are amalgamation of all of your experiences and all of the things that you are dealing with right now, and your creative shadow and your creative instinct that I also talk about in that video. And these are my terms, but I explain them in the video. They are all aspects within this complex system that is you, and that is also attached to your main shadow, which I do talk about a little bit of Carl Jung and a little bit of Jungian psychology in that, talking about the shadow and your main shadow. But your main shadow is not separate from your creative shadow, it's all one and the same. So our shadows are being triggered in this pandemic because there's stuff coming up because I'm not going to reiterate everything I talk about in that video, but in that video I say my own opinion of the shadow is based, it comes from our security. We create our shadow because we feel like we have to fit into something, or it's not safe to be who we truly are, so we fraction this aspect of ourselves that then becomes the shadow. So the pandemic is like setting off all of this. And I've just seen somebody say, Nada says, I found it extremely hard to be creative in the lockdown due to stress and anxiety about the situation. Angela says, love you Jenny. Thank you, love you too. Have been very distracted in the US, but friends in the UK as well. Much, I think that means love, not live. Much love to my #1 favourite creative. Mwah, thank you. Much love back to you. Gretel loves the soup. Maria, love, you are a soup, you are a soup. So yeah, with the US and everything that's going on over there, I'm part of I don't spend a lot of time on Facebook, I don't spend a lot of time on social media, but the one group that I do kind of partake in is part of a class that I am part of. Nothing to do with what I share on Jennibellie. It's other parts of my passion, other parts of which I may get into as well, because that's part of my voice that I haven't been sharing. So this chat is me saying I'm going to share more about whatever I want to share about, and I'm devising ways to do that kind of does fit in with Jennibellie in a way that makes sense. It's weird because I'm a very messy person in most aspects of my life, but in certain things, like how I do things online, I kind of want things to be regimented. It's weird. So I have to battle these aspects of myself that are complicated, because we are complicated, because we are a soup. At soup, hashtag soup. I am a soup. So yeah, the US, the group that I'm part of, it's mainly devised of US people, and the moderator was like, let's not talk about what's going on in the US, because it, you know, I kind of wanted to say I'm English, so although I pay attention, I'm not engulfed by everything, and there are approximately 200 countries in the world, not just one, so, you know, not everybody is living in that poof, you know, what's the word that I'm looking for? That, I've forgotten the word. You know what I mean? That little container that is like boiling over at the minute. So that can be, you know, something that is affecting not only your shadow, but you're living it. You guys are living it right now, every day. Stuff's coming up for you guys. And that can affect your creativity, everything. Heidi says you've lost all your mojo. Watch the Creative Shadow video. I'm telling you now, because I even get in that pressure cooker. Thank you, Gretel. I meant something like that. I just couldn't figure out what it was. I was trying to say. Anita, yes, the world needs each of our unique expressions. We need each other. We do. But we also need to express ourselves for ourselves. I was listening to Seth Godin this morning, talking about you kind of need to just get your, I'm massacring his words because he didn't say it like this. Cauldron. Oh, I've not got my cauldron mug. Damn it. I love a cauldron. He was saying that we need to get out what we need to get out for the purpose of that, not for the outcome. So if you're focused on like being creative for your social media stats, or for, you know, whatever it is, if you're sharing online, he was talking about then, or if you're doing it, and I've struggled with this because over the years I've been very, as I say, regimented, but very true to what I want to share. And if I feel like I can't share what I want to share, it's kind of shut me down a little bit. But I've looked at other people sharing on the internet, and I'm like, if I just did that, which seems easier a lot of the time, and I know that's not necessarily always the case, but you look at something else and you think, I could do that, you know what I mean? Or I do that, but what I do is share it with deeper stuff, like the creative shadow video that I'm sharing later today. It has a lot of stuff in it that is come from my deepest, darkest, you know, a lot of teaching is in that video that's come out of that space. But if I just shared a video on how to, you know, do this really easy craft thing or that really easy craft thing that I could do a million times in my sleep, and do a million times in my sleep, and don't think to always share, because, you know, I might put that stuff into other videos, like the last week's video that I did on layering. It was a art journaling layering tutorial, but it was a page on dealing with my creative shadow, so I shared aspects of it in that. And then I also shared about how I recycle containers to make herb jars, or how I use a larger glue container to fill up smaller glue containers. You know, these little tricks that I share in other videos, and it doesn't get me kind of the that some people get when they just share these little things online that go viral or whatever. And he was talking about that, and how if you're doing that and you're looking at what other people are doing, or if you're looking at what the trends are, you're always focused on how to get in front of the trend, and you're focused on external gratification, which I've read a lot of science recently about that, and about how that impacts us as creatives, or as just people really as well. External gratification versus internal gratification. I'll catch up with your guys' comments in a minute. I just want to carry on the thread that I'm on at the right now. Versus your own creativity, what's coming up for you. You have to make a choice kind of what camp you're in. And for me, as a content creator, I long ago thought I have to follow my own path. I have to follow what I want to share, and it might not get me, you know, the millions of people looking at it, because I do it in this particular way. But you, I think it was Anita that said, let me go back a minute.
Anita said, the world needs each of our creative expressions. We need each other. It's true, we do. But what we need more than that is to express ourselves. We need to figure out what it is that is coming up from our creative instinct, which I talk about again in that video, giving a little explanation of what that is. It's this thing that comes from here, this space that you cannot not create. We need to be able to express who we truly are, and then that will be of help to other people. I still think if you are looking for what other people are doing, or what things are trendy to share, or what things might make you viral, or whatever it is that you're looking at, if you're looking at that and then creating something for that reason, just to carry on Seth Godin's point, and you know, in his vein of thought for creatives, because he was obviously talking to creatives that share, I still think it's going to be of value to somebody. It always will, because if you share something, it doesn't matter, it's always going to be of value to somebody. And you can bring that right down to you know, sharing with a neighbor, or sharing with a family member, or something like that. But I think where it's most helpful for each of us, Anita, where we get most out of what other people share, is where they are sharing their truth, they're sharing their authenticness, their thing that they cannot not share, their thing that they cannot not create. When somebody comes from that space, what they do and how they inspire is just exponential to something that you see that's like a little ditty thing that's kind of cute, kind of fun, whatever. You enjoy it while you're watching it, and then you forget about it, versus those people that really inspire you for life, versus those people that really hit at your core and you go, they're my role model. Not that we need to be each other's role model, we need to be our own role model, which is where we have to go from our own voice. So I'm going to just backtrack and have a look at your comments. Maria says, I find inspiration when I go on walks, and I have 2 parks near me, and that are so pretty this time of year. Excellent. Do whatever you can. I have a planner. It's from Kate Northrup. It's an energy tracker planner. She has like other planners, but I just went with this particular one that I was feeling called to, because it was about working with as a woman, working with your cycle, or working with the moon cycle. I'm doing a class on that next month. Shouldn't have mentioned that yet, but I'm doing a class on that next month. If you want a different way of goal setting, not New Year's resolutions, if you want to do a different type of, that's constantly, you're not just writing down your New Year's resolutions and then you're forgetting about it, but every 2 weeks you get reminded of what your goals were. It's a more feminine way of creating goals, which I have been learning to do lately, because I have a goal setting class called Creative Goal Journaling, and it's more let's say masculine. This other way is more feminine. It's more masculine in, here's the tips and the trackers and the tools and here's how you do it. So it's more, I don't mean masculine and feminine in terms of male and female. I'm talking about the energy of masculine and feminine. Feminine is more receptive, it's more flowy, it's more watery, more emotional, and masculine is more aim and direct. I mean, not to get too graphic, but you know what I mean. It's more go after this ambition. That's how we are brought up in our society, as well as male and female, but we all have masculine and feminine energies within us. And so I've been merging these ways of goal setting, if you want to call it that, or just I think of it more just intention work and how you want to live and what it is you want to do, and it keeps you on top of it rather than just using a planner at the beginning of the year, or using you know, goal setting tools at the beginning of the year and then forgetting about it. So I'm going to be sharing that. It's called Luna next month. Back to the planner, I was like, why did I get onto that? See, this is why I like these talks, it goes everywhere. So Maria said that she has parks near her, and in this planner that I have, it says, one of the things in it is, what do I feel like doing today? So you've got all of your, what am I focusing on, blah 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 blah, but then it has, what do I feel like doing today, and how can I give myself that? Even just a little bit, how can I make sure I give myself that? Every day you think, this is the morning part of the planner, there's a nighttime part of it as well. The morning you think, what do I want today for myself, and how can I give myself that? So Maria, think of that in terms of your parks. Is it something you need to do every day just to make you feel connected right now? Because remember, you're a soup. So going to the park, you say gives you inspiration. It doesn't matter what it is that fills you up. You need to feel that in order to be creative, in order for your voice to come out, particularly in these times, not to be silenced. Trees are lovely for motivating you. Yes, trees. Joni has to go. Angela says, my personal authenticity is number one objective. This is the center of my truth and where my creativity lives. Without my authentic self, there is no honest creativity. Perfect. Exactly. Maria's been using oil pastels recently and she loves them so much. So satisfying. They are, aren't they? Like gooey when you smush them into the page. Anita, agree. I presume that motivation within has already happened if it is ready to share with others. Yes. Actually, here's what I think I share this in the Creative Gold journaling class. Inspiration comes from outside, motivation is outside. Okay, so motivation is kind of, although people use it intermingly, because people say to me all the time, you inspire me so much, but what they really mean is you are motivating me, you're making me get up and get onto the desk and create something, you know. Inspiration is where it comes from within. Motivation, actually, if you listen to like Brendan Burchard or other people that have studied motivation, you actually have, it's kind of connected to willpower, and you have a limited amount of it each and every day. So you use it up, whereas inspiration is from here. It can't be used up. It can overflow, and that can cause problems in itself. You know, what do I do? That can cause creative blocks. Which idea do I follow? Which rabbit hole? That's a little bit of what I felt like last night. I was getting inspired at 12 o'clock at night, and I'm like, I can't do anything with this. I can't, you know, it's time for me to go to sleep. These are my hours up until 3 a.m. when I can go to sleep. So I had to chill myself down, because the inspiration, whatever I would have done, it might have caused, I don't know if you know this, I have issues with my eyes and issues with my brain. And if I would have done something at that time of night with the light, you know, if I'd done anything on the computer with the light, if I'd have done anything on creating anything with the light, it would have caused migraines and things for me today. So I had to rein it in. And all of this is figuring out your own creative path, what works for you, what doesn't, what you need to adjust. It's all kind of creative self-care. Going to the park, deciding you're going to sleep at 12, it's all creative self-care. Deciding I'm going to do a regular or a random rather Facebook Live at 2 on a Monday afternoon. It's all within that frame of figuring out your own creative self, that wholeness, and figuring out within that, because there's a lot within that, there is your creative shadow, there is your creative instinct, there is your creative voice, there is your creative patterns and things that fill you up, your creative well. There's lots going on within that, and it's all navigating that. And this is one of my passions, is sharing this stuff, and I just find it so yummy. Okay, Gretel is working plus doing craft packs again and making Christmas presents. Oh, I need to see that translation. Okay. Anxiety keeps suffering together. Yeah, everybody is at the minute, to be honest. There is that level going on. But to bring it to the voice, Nada, about anxiety, bring it back to this voice. I was listening to somebody, and Rachel Hollis, I think her name is. I've been listening to people over the past couple of days. Go through phases of listening to podcasts and then not listening, but what she was saying in a podcast that I listened to is that anxiety will always come, and she speaks from a place of usually to women, usually to mothers who have anxiety, and she says it will always come from a space of pleasing other people, always come from a space of not being yourself, always come from a space of you aren't being who you truly are, you are trying to fit into somebody else's plan for you or whatever. And she's speaking, you know, to mothers, so you've got to do this to be a good mother, or you've got to do this to be a good wife, or you've got to do this to be a good daughter. And I do agree with a lot of what she says, that there is that pressure on women, you know, to perform a certain way. And throughout all of her, she does like live events and things, and she's written books and stuff, and no matter what somebody comes to her and says, you know, everybody, she says 90% of people in the audience will raise their hands if I say who suffers from anxiety, and it will always come back down to they suffer from it if you drill it down, because they don't have their own voice. They are fitting into a box. They aren't coming from their center. They are fitting into this box that somebody else is, you know, useful for. Now, our anxiety at the minute is a little bit more layered than that. There's more going on because of the time. You know, you can't not have anxiety at the time because it's uncertain. But as I was listening to Seth Godin this morning, when he was talking about having reassurance from people, he said reassurance is futile. Because what you are wanting when you're wanting reassurance from somebody is you're wanting them to say it's okay, that things are going to be okay in the future, and nobody can predict that. Because no one knows. And regardless of it being 2020 or any year at all, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going in the future. So it's showing us that. Just 2020 is a teacher. It's showing us that. It's showing us that the ground is shaky where we thought it was solid, but it was never really solid. It was never really solid. Ever. But we have this false idea of security and reassurance from other people, getting that, you know, they agree with me, so, you know, feeling like you are justified in thinking that. It's an illusion. So maybe there might be some gifts in 2020. It doesn't look like it now because we're in it, but maybe when we look back in hindsight, those that have, you know, all of us that have been here might be able to say, I ain't going to sweat that because I was in 2020. I ain't going to deal with I was in 2020. So what we can do now that we're in it, is to make sure that we are coming from this space, that the external isn't bombarding us continually, because it's going to if we let it. If you've got the news channel on 24/7, it's going to bombard you. There's just so much happened this year. I mean, hella big stories faded into the background. You know, if you think about it, there's been some that's gone down this year, and it's all in the rearview mirror, forgotten at a crazy speed. I mean, news has always done that, you know. News has always been like, because they're always looking for the next thing and the next thing to shock and the next thing to, you know, focus on. So it isn't often that they've lingered for even on bigger issues. But this year it's been ridiculous how there can be this disaster happening, and it's on all over everywhere for a week, and, you know, we're giving money for this disaster relief and things, and then it's like, well, what happened? Are they rebuilding? What's happened? We don't know, because just so much is happening. So try not to be consumed by it. And I had, a few days ago, I had a particular day where I had to text my best friend and say, whatever you do, because I'm vegan, she's vegan, and I had to say, don't look at the news, because any kind of animal cruelty just hits at our heart. Like, can't deal with it. It sent me into anger and pain, and my voice is going because I'm ready to cry just thinking about it. I had to text her and say, whatever you do, don't look at the news, because you don't want to be where I am. You do not want to go through this today, because I couldn't focus on anything else. I was just so upset all day long. And this is with me also coming, you know, if you know me, I'm a fairly spiritual person, and I can look I can take a step back and look beyond and see the bigger picture of things. When it comes to animal cruelty, it's harder for me. So stuff was going on. If you've seen the news like a week ago, you may know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to talk about it. But stuff was going on that I didn't even know was still going on. And yeah, so it's easy for all of us, particularly if you're an empath or if you're more sensitive to that kind of stuff, external stuff, as I say, generally. I'm like, I can pay attention, I can look at it, and then I can step back from it and say, this is not entering my sphere. This is mine. You don't cross. Gandalf, you shall not cross. So what we can do is try and look within, and it's difficult in 2020 because I think we are being made to do that. We're stuck inside, and so I think people that aren't used to that or don't like that, I think people are struggling to battle with you know, less external interaction and more, you've got to focus on your own stuff right now. But if you can find that space where it's a positive thing and not a negative thing to be there, if you can find that space for okay, I'm just reading comments, sorry, because this is gonna lead into what I was just saying. Okay. Being stuck at home and not knowing what to do next. I would say spend a day or any amount of time that you've got and just deciding, have a journal and just write out everything you like doing and everything you can do while you're at home with your mom, looking after your mom. And spend that time in what I call a planning session, a creative planning session. And then figure out the blocks to put into place to make that happen for you, and look at it as a positive thing. I have this space to do this. I have this time. I have this, you know. Again, I keep going to mention Seth Godin. It's the first time I'll listen to him in like 5 years. He was mentioning that when somebody went on holiday, it was like, it's raining. And it's like, it's raining and so I can do this work, or I can craft, or I can do this, I can do whatever. So if he's saying it's raining a lot right now, so add the and. It's raining and 2020 is raining, and what are you going to do with it? Are you going to sit and feel like the negative impact of it, or are you going to do something, get into that positive space if you can? And it might have to be that you work your way into it, meaning by work I mean actually doing this, what I'm saying, like sitting down with a journal and writing out everything you can do and taking some action steps. That's what work is. It's doing the action to move yourself into that space of being like, and I look after my mum with Alzheimer's, and by the way, I've been there, I've done that. I looked after my grandma with Alzheimer's, well, dementia, and and sometimes it got really hard. I understand. Sometimes it is really difficult, particularly if you have somebody that's still very strong-willed with dementia, who doesn't want to eat her dinner or take her meds or even go for a walk or even have a drink of water. I understand, because I've been there. But if you can look at it at that space, I'm with my mum, looking after her, and Maria is going out for a walk before it gets dark. Love you and the inspiration that you share. Thank you. She's going out for a walk. Mwah. Love it. Go. Get your hiking boots on. So, I mean, whatever the scenario is that we're dealing with right now, where can you look at that and fit it in and get back to here and expressing yourself fully and not allowing 2020 to crush that aspect of yourself that is coming from within you? It technically can't, because as I said, you're in a sphere and it can't get in unless you let it. But if you do a Gandalf and say, no, I'm focusing here on what it is I want to share, and that's what I was doing this morning, is figuring out new ways that I want to share that fits in with my paradigm that I have of this thing sits here like this. I have to be a little bit more flexible with how I share things, but I'm also coming up, because of that, because I have those ways within my creative ways of working, it's come up with new things that I'm really excited about, new kind of whole new ways of sharing that I haven't done before. Basically, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, Angela says, yes, 2020, there are tremendous gifts within the illusion. The cosmic 2 times 4 has been non-stop. I anchor in nature. Nature is a great stabilizer. I'm such an empath, but I handle it in the way you do. I love the Gandalf reference. I've been playing that film and connecting to that energy. I haven't watched those films in a very long time because they are very long, and if I get into it, I have to finish it. So, like, going through the Hobbit trilogy has been on my list for probably since the start of the pandemic, but I haven't gone there yet because I'll lose a whole day to going through it, particularly as there is oh, what's his name, Richard Armitage, isn't it? Who I like the look of a little bit, not quite my type, but I like the look of him a little bit. So that's just what I wanted to share today, just this chat on the creative voice, because I'm editing this video for the Creative Shadow, which I'd better get back to in order for you guys to actually have it today. So make sure that you check out Jennibellie YouTube channel later. If you aren't subscribed on there, or if you are subscribed on there, make sure you hit the notifications bell on my thing. And if it isn't there, say you click on a Jennibellie video and the notifications bell thing isn't there and you're subscribed, click on the subscribe and resubscribe so it comes up, so you can click on it and then click all. Because people are not seeing my videos because of that notifications bell. It's the YouTube algorithm, like the Facebook algorithm, like all of them, are a little bit funky. And we have to play their games in order to see what you want to see. But make sure you check that out. If this stuff is interesting to you, that video is a lot more, obviously, direct and a lot more like teaching, because I'm going through all of the things that the Creative Shadow is, and how it shows up, and how we handle it, and what to do, and what is shadow work, and blah, 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 blah. And also I'm doing a little giveaway in that as well. So I hope you guys like it. I'm getting off now. Much love, everybody that's here. Thank you so much for those of you that were here. Thank you, Angela. You're such a light too. Much love, everybody. Bye. Am I live? Am I live? It's all changed. I'll wait a minute and see while I tie this thing. Says I'm live. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. That didn't go well. Oh, okay, got some people. Yay! Can you guys hear me? Let me post onto my personal page that I'm live. Can you guys hear me? Hi! Hi, Maria. Can you hear me? You can see me, can you hear me? Yes, thank you, Donna. How are you guys doing? It's Sunday. Sunday. Oh, hello, hello. Hi, Chai. Hi, Andrea. Maria. Okay, yes. Hi, guys. I'm just here because I just want to share some very basic things that I forgot about my creativity. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Andy. That may be of help to you guys, particularly if you have been creating for a while, as I have. It might not be as applicable to you guys that have just started and have like a new setup. and you're into your art supplies and you're just gathering everything up and loving everything, you know, because it's brand new and shiny. For me, what's been happening, and I haven't realized what was happening, hi Gretel, is that I was getting very stagnant in my space. And on the monthly challenge that I post every month on my Art Community Journal workshops, a couple of ladies said that what they were going to do for this month is sort out their art studios. And I responded to one of the ladies this week and said, yeah, you know, I think I need to do that as well. So over the past few days, I've probably spent about 10 hours or so really organizing my studio. And I know it doesn't look like it, but this space is, for you guys that know me, I actually have 3 art studios. I have this one, I have the one that's my summer like outhouse studio, and then I have that I do most of my recording in, and then I have a city studio. Well, that one's bigger than the other 2 combined, but because of the pandemic, and it's a shared space with a lot of other people and a lot of things that, you know, people touch, and because it's quite a secure space. Yes, so much stuff. Me too. It's quite a secure space because you've got to get through many doors with keypads and stuff, which is great when you're not in a pandemic and you're not worried about how many other people are coming in and out the space. So I haven't like used that in like 6 months, and I haven't taken any of my stuff there in 6 months because there is a lot of stuff in here for that space. So although this is kind of a small space, it holds like 90% of my supplies, like a huge amount of my supplies. And I haven't actually purchased supplies for a while, only like paints, gesso, some paintbrushes, some glue, things like that, the top-ups, you know. I haven't bought like new, shiny new art supplies in a while, although I did buy, I had a little sticker haul the other day, but apart from that, so what happens when you aren't doing that, you tend to just have things shoved away, and yeah, you forget about them, and so organizing can help you find things for sure. But this the biggest inspiration tip is to reorganize, not just organize, but reorganize what you've got. And I used to do this years ago. Like, I would come into the studio and I'd spend an hour just like cleaning up before I would even start putting anything down. So when I came in the other day after responding to that lady, sorry, I forgot, well actually I do know your guys' names, but I don't know if you want me to say it, so I won't. But I had this inner critic going off saying, what are you doing wasting your time, like just moving your shit around? You should be creating. This is creative time. And I completely forgot that what I used to do was just sit and play with my stuff. Yeah, Maria, but unfortunately I don't own the space, so it's down to the landlord what he wants to do with his like massive building, you know. That would be great, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that space. We'll see. The whole point of it was, though, that it was in the city, so I could just like lose myself in the city, which doesn't seem like the most sensible thing to do at the minute. So unfortunately I don't know what I'm going to do with that space, and I've had it for like 4 years now, and I haven't really used it that much, you know. So it's a shame, because this year was going to be the year, particularly with Sweepy Bum passing away. Those of you that know that, my dog passed away, and I didn't used to go very much to the studio because he had epilepsy, and basically I was always wanting to be with him and make sure he's all right. So anyway, the other studio is a different story. This studio is the story today, because although 10 hours may sound like a lot, for me it was necessary, and I've still got more to do, but for me it was necessary because I've had, again, since the pandemic, I've had like stuff in here for 6 months that I haven't been using, like all my Etsy shop stuff that I'd no longer sell physical products because I don't want to have to keep going out to the post office and things. So I had all my Etsy shop stuff in here just taking up so much space. So I hauled all that together, I got that out, and then I rearranged. And it's like I reclaimed my space. And that night that I first started, the inner critic had to shut up. And I've never had that experience where the inner critic so blatantly goes, you were right. I walked in here with like, you know, a cup of tea at night time after I'd done all my work, and I'm like looking in here going, look at all this I've done. And it felt like a different space. So for you guys, if you have been creative for a while and you've been gathering stuff, dare I say, even throw some of it out. Like, that seems like sacrilege to me, because at one point I was just gathering everything I could to create with. But if I haven't created with it in a decade, do I really need it? And I'm not necessarily talking about art supplies so much here. You know, watercolors will always be okay. They'll always reactivate with water, you know. I'm not talking about stuff like that. I'm talking about like all the stuff, if you are like me, that's a recycle artist, the stuff that we gather. And again, the inner critic, as I'm throwing things away, is going, you're going to use that, you're going to use that, you're going to use that. And I'm like, well, I haven't used it. And unless I suddenly get a really massive space and start making these huge installation pieces where I can use all of this compiled stuff I've got, I'm not going to use it. So dare I say, even get through some of the stuff that you've got that you are just hoarding for the sake of hoarding. And this is so anti-Jennibellie, like normal anti-Jennibellie. But if you haven't used it in a decade, are you going to use it? Or if you have 100 other ones, do you really need that one? Or those next 10, or those next 20? Like, I've got a lot of cereal boxes. But at a certain point, I don't need any more cereal boxes. More will come into my life. I don't need to keep every single one. And that is a revelation to me. Now, if I had a massive space, yes, I would probably keep every single one. I'm not going to lie. Because then I could create big and I could create lots together. You know, I wouldn't just have to create 1 or 2 cereal boxes at a time. I could create on 100. But for me, for now, for this space, and if you're like me, let's go through our spaces and reorganize some stuff. Like, I had a lot to do, but the space is so different, and I have been so much more creative since. My creative energy has gone through the roof, and I've been bouncing off the walls. Actually, this is like the most I've been like quiet, and I'm not sure if your guys' comments are coming through. Oh, hey Andrea. Saying all this so relates to me. Started yesterday throwing stuff out, selling stuff I don't need or use. Exactly. So he says she barely has supplies, you need more. But that's good. I've said this for years. If you have a small amount of supplies, it makes you more creative. The more you get, I'm going to do a video on this on YouTube soon, actually, called the Catch-22. And I've got nice graphics for it and everything. But yeah, not exactly about that, but something about that, about the Catch-22 of having a lot of supplies. It makes you more creative to drill down, and then you get to know those supplies really, really well. Versus having tons, like what most of us do when we first get creative. We buy lots of stuff. And because we have all of this stuff, we like to organize it and make it look good. And so for years my space was working for me because that's what I did. But the last couple of years particularly, it's got really stagnant because I haven't brought new supplies into the space. I don't need new supplies. I'm completely the reverse to you, Zoe, although there is a few things that I'm looking at that I want, but I'm like, I'm not buying them. I'm not bringing it into this space until this space is exactly how I want it, how it works for me. So as you can see, my desk is tidy, this bit here is tidy. I know it doesn't look it up there, but it's tidy enough. It'll get, everything's in a work in progress, but it's a lot tidier than it was, believe me. And It's weird pointing backwards. And these drawers now, these are all my project drawers, so that I can have things that are wet up top, and I can have my immediate projects next to me, and there's more either side of that as well. And these drawers up here, these used to hold like some of, not these ones, but the ones behind, they used to hold some Etsy shop stuff, and now they hold projects that I aren't working on right now. Okay, so work in progress, but it's all organized and it feels so much better. You're not late, it's fine. So I just want to kind of say, if you've had stuff for a while and you are feeling that thing of your space isn't working for you, but you're having to work around it, you need to reorganize. Even if it's only been a few months, reorganize. Or you're just feeling blocked, reorganize. Doesn't matter if your stuff is brand new, reorganize. If you're feeling blocked, move stuff around. It used to be something I used to do all of the time, like before I used to sit, and I just used to enjoy the space so much more then because of it, because it was yours, you know. And I've kind of forgotten that privilege of having a space that is mine to create. And this week I rediscovered it, and it is so important for your creative energy to be in an environment that is conducive. It really is. Okay, let's have a look at what you guys are saying. Gretel says, I set about reclaiming my house now that I finished doing lockdown craft packs for local kids. House is a real slum. Yeah, Marie Kondo, that place. Like, and this isn't just here that I've been doing it. I've been doing it with everything. Like, you can't see all this here, but this is like altar stuff and crystal stuff, and these are now crystal drawers. Look, things that normally I'm like, no, it's my creative space, I'm not supposed to have. Like, I've started working how I want to work rather than thinking I need to like segment things particularly. So we're all personal in how we want to do stuff, and it's the same in the rest of the house, Gretel. That's exactly what I've been doing, making things work. Now my summer studio, I'm currently in the middle of just kind of repainting, redoing, you know. You'll see a video of it once I've finished redecorating it. But redecorating is different to just learning to appreciate what you have. And that's what I've been doing a lot lately, is just like cleaning and just saying thank you to the spaces that I have. And even just like, I can't believe like I've got this space, like particularly in lockdown. It's really important to be on top of it for your mental health, for your mental clarity as well, and just for your just peace, you know. It just makes you feel more settled. It is true, like clutter, external clutter creates clutter in the mind, and we can't to a certain degree help that in our studios because we are creative, and so creative equals mess. That's what happens, and that's okay, you know. And you've seen me with the videos on my desk where I've just been creating in a mess. That's okay to a certain degree, but when it begins to block you, or when it begins to make you feel stagnant, you need to shift the energy. How can you shift the energy? You shift your space. Chai says, I've been trying to use what I have other than cardstock. Yes, use everything you have, and if you don't use it, bin it. Or if you've got enough space, you can store it. I'll allow that. So he says, I have a tiny box next to my couch, and it's great seeing videos from you again. Yes. Chai again says, you've reorganized and things are more accessible. Exactly. That's what it's about. It's about a split between practicality, functionality, and your own preferences, like what you like. You know, it's okay to bring that in as well, like how you like things. Sometimes that's worth not having exactly things as practical as you want. Like this desk is covered. Let's be honest. If you guys could see this massive cluster I've got here. This desk is covered. Covered. There's so many. One's just gone bye-bye. There's so many on my desk. Huge things. it's not practical. It's not practical for me. This is my computer desk, that is my creating desk, and it's not practical. But it'd be less practical for me to have all this stuff on there, you know. Here I can kind of work with it to some degree. But that's me, you know. And they are actually, although they're on here, there is some space. You can see I'm not covered everything, and they are organized in a particular way, you know. Here actually what they're doing is hiding all my cables out of my sight because I don't like to see, I like to see pretty things. I don't like to see ugly cables. So I use them to hide like all my cables out of the way. So they have some function, but it's that mix, you know. You want to make things functional, but you're a creative person, so you might want to see creative things, like what you're sat on the camera. You're sat on this thing that I made that's polystyrene, like just a piece of packaging that I made into like a frame, and it's covered in these pins. You guys, are you interested in that? Do you want to see that? Like, hold on a minute. Let's see if I can do it. Wait. You see that? Okay, so that's what I look at from my desk. Sorry, don't mean to make you sick, and I hope you're going to stay there now. So that's what I look at when I'm doing stuff on my computer. Are they functional? Well, to a certain degree, I don't know, because these things remind me, and these are all by different artists, okay, so don't ask me who they're from. I don't know. Just have a search. If you want some pins, you can use them on your journals, you can dangle them, you can put them on cushions, you can do what you want, but they're all from different artists on Etsy and places like that, so have a look. So Luna Lovegood, as you can see, I've got so much Hogwarts and Harry Potter stuff. I get bought a lot of stuff, guys. I don't, like, I've got little Harry Potter things up there, like the pop things. I get bought a lot, guys. I don't buy loads of stuff for myself. I'm looking at a Ravenclaw keyring I was just given. But Luna Lovegood, she is a character. She reminds me to be my badass self. You know, just be you. Like, it doesn't matter what other people think of you. She's crazy, she's woo-woo, she believes in things that other people don't believe in, she's creative, she's just in her own little world, and it reminds me, you know, to do that. So that's a little bit practical. Frida, again, to remind me of creativity through pain, through everything. There's a wild child one here, I don't know if you can see. And they just remind me of different aspects of myself. That's what pins are. If you've ever collected pins, it's kind of little nuggets of your personality, but they're pretty. And this is my art studio, and where am I going to put them? Like, I only started like collecting pins in my 30s, and I know it's something you're supposed to do when you're a teenager, but I decided I don't care. I'm going to be me, and I'm going to enjoy the things that I enjoy, regardless of what other people think about it. So, yeah, there is also that aspect to it. Allow things in your space. Really has to be your own marker for your creativity. It really does, to let it out. Okay, let's have a look. Maria says, I've only got one area in my bedroom for a creative space, not sure how to make it separate from other areas. Well, there's a few ways you can do it. The most obvious way to do it, and the easiest way that costs nothing, is just to decide in your mind, this is what you do there. Now, I have different areas in my bedroom. I have this old Indian like temple thing that I have, and I have different things in there, such as sound tools and things like that. That is my peace space. It has my mala on it, and it has you know, some Tibetan things and some incense and things like that. That is at the end of my bed. My room is small, and has many spaces to it. I have a particular like jewelry section that is like my sacred getting my bling on space, where I put lots of mirrors and things like that, and that's that designated space. I have a cabinet which I've shown some of you guys in the remedies class, that's my magical tools cabinet, that has like all kinds of magical stuff in it, like herbs and stuff. And then I have like bureaus. I've got a manifestation altar of different things that I'm working on. Underneath that, it's on a bureau of just my workout clothes. Like, it's different sections. Like, this is the fitness Jennibellie, and this is the woo-woo Jennibellie on top of it, and this is the wants to calm down Jennibellie at the peace space. You designate your areas by deciding that this is what they are. It doesn't matter that it's a separate room or not. That's a decision that you make, and make sure that if you're sharing that space with somebody, that they know this is my peace space, this is my creative space, whatever it is, this is my X. Now you can also do it, what I do with the peace space is I make sure I put a cushion down when I sit there, and a rug down, so that it's designated, kind of like a yoga mat. I've got a space out here which some of you have seen, that's got like a Buddha and things on it, and then it's a space with lanterns and things that I put a yoga mat down, and that then is a designated yoga space. The rest of the time it's just a hallway. So you can have something to take to your creative space that or something like a screen or something like that, that dictates this is my creative space away from the rest of the space. This is when I'm in session. Yeah, you can have something like that, or you can have like a physical thing, like you can put up a screen or a curtain or something. Victoria says she was doing the same thing yesterday because her accordion folder broke in one slot, splitting out onto the table. It was too full. I transferred it all to another accordion folder, so many forgotten goodies and thus inspiration in there. Yeah, that's what happens. You forget what you've got. And me going through this space, it wasn't that I necessarily forgot what I'd got, but there were certain things that I hadn't seen in years that I thought, oh, and I'm very lucky. Like, I keep my supplies in places where they don't degrade and things like that. So because at the city studio I had to put up curtains because the sun was so like strong, it was degrading everything. Any bit of plastic, it was just like crumbling, and all my washi tapes weren't usable, some of my paints weren't usable. So I'm very lucky in this space that the things I bought like 8-9 years ago are still good, because that doesn't always happen. So that's also something you might want to consider, is putting things in spaces where they are going to maintain their integrity. Yep. Okay, I'm going to say your name wrong. Katanga Crafter. I don't know if I've said that right. She lives in a bungalow and it's a struggle. Exactly. It's about space as well as feeling good, even if you've got a big space. You don't want stuff out all of the time. You don't need stuff out all of the time. You want stuff out that gives you a boost of creativity. And I haven't created today, so I'm a bit more chilled today, but I've been like, as I say, bouncing off the walls, because this creative energy has just been like, because this space is suddenly at one, and it's simple and it doesn't look very different. Like that first night when I walked in and I had my tea, I was like, it doesn't look that different, because that's the thing about your creative energy, it's not visible. And so you have to tend to something in ways that you or don't always make sense to the average person, you know. And I remember doing a little I'll answer your question in a moment, Victoria. I did a couple of Instagram videos about artist dates in the artist way, and one of them I was outside in what I call my Zen den, again, another space I have, you have to be grateful and keep tending your spaces to make sure that they're optimum for you and that the energy is high. And I was just like rearranging some bits and bobs I had out there, and then I was like, I'm having an artist date. Like, just spending time doing this stuff, I'm having an artist date. So just spending time with your supplies, rearranging them, you're having an artist date. Don't let your inner critic tell you you're supposed to be spending time creating. That is part of the process sometimes, and that's what tending to your creative energy can sometimes be. It's stuff that is against what other people would consider creative, or what your inner critic is telling you is creative. Okay, Victoria asks, what percentage of my collected found jewelry items has ended up in used projects? Quite a lot in now I tend to make a clear distinction between what is my jewelry and what is my crafty supplies. When I first became creative, it's great to go through stuff that you have and have had for years and won't wear again and remake it into some cool stuff for journals and things like that. But again, I haven't bought any. I bought a lot of jewelry the last few years, but I wear it all. I haven't bought any of that kind of stuff for my studio because I have enough of it. I have a lot of it, and I've got videos on YouTube again of, they're old, but how I organise my jewelry and brass and belts and all kinds of stuff that I find. Yeah, Katana also says that as well as finding things that you brought, you can also find half-finished projects you forgot about. I've got a drawer up top, up there, that has a load of painted papers and backgrounds, and I found this, dropping everything, found this little girl the other day that I painted in there, so I put her up here, but I haven't actually been through that drawer in a few years, so I thought when I was organising and stuff that might be a fun YouTube video to go through all of this old painted backgrounds, painted faces, painted whatever, and to make some current art with old pieces. What do you guys think? Would you like that or not? You get inspired by your old things and remember that the old you with the goals that were important 6 months or a year ago that you threw to the wayside because of life. I need to consider what is important to you. Are those goals still important, or do you need new goals? All these things help inspire and are good to help us sort things out in our heads. Whoa, just got deep. But the weekly YouTube video I have coming up, hi Susie, is that might actually help you with that. I am gonna do a journaling session for your creative projects and to realign yourself because of the pandemic. So when you come to watch my weekly YouTube video this week, you need to bring your journal and some supplies because it's a practical session. Exactly for that reason. Exactly for that reason, because we're getting a little bit wonky. Things are getting wonky because the world is wonky, and we need to make sure that we're all a little wonky, let's face it. I was going to say make sure that we're straight, but we're all a little wonky. And that's a good thing. That's not a thing that we need to straighten out our kinks. We don't. But we need to make sure we have our own kinks and we aren't allowing the kinks of the world to make us wonky in ways that we don't want to be wonked. Victoria says, awesome idea. Use older art pieces from a new perspective. Yes. So I thought about that as I'm going through and I'm clearing up. I'm feeling the niggles to go create something now, guys. So I've given you my little nuggets today, and I know that a lot of you are very good about like making your supplies work for you, but you guys tend to be, let's say, the new babies to our community, and that's because you've got all that lovely creative newbie energy going on with all your lovely new supplies that you get to play with. And those of us that are kind of the old dogs whose supplies are kind of old as us, seriously, I've still got some supplies since I was like 10, 11, which was at some points the only supplies I had through life, because I didn't know I was creative. It's funny, isn't it? Okay, Gretel says, I have a problem in that tidying and sorting just leads to more projects germinating in my head, and there's already a long queue in my projects book. Gretel, you're not alone, but just get it out, get it down on paper. This is what I have to do when my creativity goes 4, 5, 6 in the morning. You just got to get them out on paper, because yes, the energy's there to go, I want to do it now, I want to do it now. But when you're thinking up 50 projects in one go, where do you go anyway? So just get them all out on paper so that they're out of your head, and allow you to get to just cleaning your stuff up, Gretel. Because then not only will you have the new idea to create something because you've done the tidying, you'll have that creative energy because you're like, new space, new life. That's exactly what I felt like when I first came back into the studio. It's like, it's new life. I breathed new life into this space, and it looks no different to people looking on the outside. Well, you guys might recognize that the desk is tidy, but the rest of it, you know, you don't know what's behind the drawers and things like that, or that I've rearranged and things. But yeah, it gives you that boost to get on with it. I would love to see if you could do a manifestation journaling page. I know that would be a personal subject, but do you think you could do that? I could, Susie. I have a manifestation journal. Do you want to see it? I haven't done anything in it for a few years, and this again is on the monthly challenge. I'm going to give you guys a link to the monthly challenge group, because I think I maybe created that journal in the monthly challenge, but I certainly did some art pages in the monthly challenge group. So I'm sticking a link into the monthly challenge group. You guys, if you are not a member of Journal Workshops, you'll need to be a member first in order to see the group. But I'll go on later and I'll approve any of you guys that have asked to join. Andy says, me too. Cool, Andy. I don't know what that was too, but yeah. And so he says, I'm an old dog, been following for 13 years, maybe more. Following me for 13 years? No, I think you may be just following your creative path for 13 years. I don't think I've been online for 13 years, have I? I know I've been online for a decade, but I don't think I've been online for 13 years. Okay, Susie wants to see my manifestation journal, so I'll be back in a second. La. Okay. And you guys, I haven't looked at this for years, but you know what I'm doing now? I'm doing my daily yoga. This shit works. And you guys, actually, before I show you this, might be interested in the new class that I'm creating. And it's called the Magic of You class. And it's not about manifesting, but it is about owning yourself and owning all of who you are. It's a shadow work class for artists. And you want to do this, you want to manifest stuff, you want to just be more in alignment, which is what this whole video is about, being more in alignment with what it is you want and you desire. And you need to kind of go inward and make sure that, you know, you're dealing with your own wonks. So that's going to be, and I've got to say, that is the most fun class I've had ever. It's the most fun class I've ever had creating. I didn't know it was going to be a shadow work class when I started it. Magic of You class I just started working on it, and then it suddenly turned into, wait, it can't just be about Magic of You. Like, I can't like get everybody to be completely in love with themselves without looking at the shadow. So Susie says the magic of you sounds lovely, she can't wait. It is, despite being like one of the most intense topics I've taught. Great teacher I am, I can't even say, I've got no grammar. It is the most fun I've had, because when you open yourself up to this, stuff starts moving. There's no way around it, because when you're shifting out your blocks, what's going to happen? When you're shifting out your blocks, there's nothing in your bloody way. You're going, you're doing it, you're creating what you want. There's no two ways around it. So that is about working with your shadow via art, really. It is a shadow class, but it's a shadow work class for artists. Okay, so we're going to make a mini book and make a canvas, and there's lots of journaling sessions and lots of things in there. Anyway, I'll come back to your questions in a minute, guys. So this is, it's just an old binder. This was a monthly challenge. This was a monthly challenge. See a theme here, guys? These are different monthly challenges. Yoga spec. Now I've got a Zen den. Now I've got that space outside. And I'm not going to tell you the other thing. You're going to have to wait and see. But something else I'm working on that maybe looks like that. So this is a personal. I can't do it backwards. So these are pictures I took. Doggles. There'll be more doggles in my life, guys, but not just yet. I think that was a monthly challenge as well. I think that was a monthly challenge. This is some artwork I was sent. Okay, stuff taped in there, so I won't do it. I think that's it. Okay, so I might do something else in here now, Suze. Now you've got me to bring it out. I might do something in my inspiration. It's like a bunch of little inspiration boards. Yes, exactly. And again, there's no point making an inspiration board if you're not aligned with it. It's just a bunch of collage. So you've got to be aligned with what it is you want to manifest, which is why I'm really excited about the Magic of You class. But I'm not excited about it for you guys for manifesting. What I'm excited about is teaching people about understanding what's happening when you don't know stuff. You know, when stuff's happening and you can't understand why. When you're triggered by something and you don't know why. When you're in your own way and you don't know why. When you're feeling bad about this particular thing and you don't know why. Like, I've spent some shadow days lately, and I'm learning, or through learning, at the end of the day, that was a shadow day. And then you do the shadow work and you integrate that. Things move fast. So I'm excited for you guys for that, and just to then be okay with yourself as you are. Because being critical of yourself is your shadow side anyway. Oh, it's a big topic, so I can't really go into it here because it will be some of the longest, biggest, chunkiest, juiciest classes I've ever done, because there isn't a quick solution to this work. Okay, Andy says she has a caravan full of crafting materials that I used to use to create. Now it's a dumping ground for anything that I'm not using. I also have a massive bookshelves full of stuff waiting to be used. You've inspired me to get my caravan up together again and start using it. Andy, you need to do it. You need to do it. Not only because what is happening as well while it's not being done is that is sticking in your mind as something that needs to get done, and it's going around like a little hamster wheel, taking your energy, taking your time, and it's one of those things that adds to the ball of resistance, the snowball of resistance. One of those things you've got to do that you haven't done. And it's worth it for the energy shift anyway. It's worth it to reclaim that space as a creative space rather than a dumping ground. It's worth it for the end result of what you'll get out of it, but it's just worth it for the day-to-day, getting it off of that mental stuff that's going on with you, thinking about it all the time. So he says, yes, me. 13 years, really? 13 years. Really? I don't think I'd been online that long. She says she saw her daughter was around 4 when she started following me. She's 17 next month. You were a featured artist on my blog. That is a while ago. That is a while ago. Happy birthday to your daughter. You have a grown-up daughter. Nearly. Nearly. I don't know what age we actually do grow up, because I don't think we do, but how does it feel to have a grown-up daughter? Victoria wonders what doggles are. Dogs. Doggies. Doggles. I call them doggles. Yeah. Okay. So I think I've answered all of your questions. Anything else, put it in the comments and I'll come back and have a look later. Any thing that we've discussed that you would want to see in a video, post it in the comments and I will come back and I will read them, or any questions I will answer them. Okay, but I'm feeling the urge to create. I haven't created today and it's definitely a different energy today. I feel a lot well, I feel peaceful, I feel contented, but not quite all the way contented, not quite whole, because I haven't done the creating yet, because I've been getting in that thing of creating every day, and when you miss it, it feels like 36 yesterday. So hey, welcome to my birthday age. Oh, my age. Although I don't set any store by that. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. The most difficult year I ever passed was 20. I hated not being a teenager anymore. I hated it. I struggled with 21 as well, but 20 was the worst. And now I'm like, I had to text my best friend, or I nearly did. I remembered in time, but I was texting and I was going, are we 36 or 37? How old are we? I couldn't remember. I honestly couldn't remember. And I agree with some of you guys that have told me, just stop counting. Just stop counting. Only know it when you have to write it down on a form. Because you don't want to keep telling the cells of your body that they listen to you. And I know this through my own healing journey, for those of you that no, it's not my birthday, Victoria. It was Zoe's birthday yesterday, so say a happy birthday to Zoe. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, but those of you that have followed me through my healing journey, I had 4 things diagnosed. 4 things diagnosed wrong with me. 2 for my eyes and 2 for my brain. Scary. And at the minute, I don't think there's an all clear for the things I've got, to be honest. It's just kind of like, you've got them and that's it. But I swear to you, you want to heal, then it's as much mental stuff as it is the physical stuff you do. You don't need to worry about the deepness. I've just said my next class is about shadow work. You're in the right place. I'm happy with however deep you guys want to go. that's a good thing to be thinking about. So you're always welcome to come back to journal workshops when you want. You don't have to like be on there 24/7. And then when you come back, you'll have a few monthly challenges to go through. I'm going to start the art swap again next month. So we took a break because of the pandemic, and I've kind of had enough of not being able to do what we want to do in certain things. I mean, I'm not going out to restaurants and to the gym and all my favourite things, but I am going to start the art swap up again because I want us to send some happy mail around the world. It's one of the things that I think's needed, is to get some happy mail. So what I'll do is just do things that you can post from a letterbox rather than having to go to a post office. And you guys can pick international or you know, your own country, so that you don't have to go to a post office. You can just do it to somebody in your country. So that you can just post it via a stamp. You will need stamps. There's no way I can get around that. You will need stamps. But if you've got stamps, then you can post any of the things that we're going to make happy mail to another member, another artist in the community, and get something back. Okay, so yeah, if you're not on there, go and sign up for the art swap group as well. It's free. Robin asked where to go for my journal workshops. Let me put in a link. Okay, so this is the general front homepage. To sign up, just go up top, it says sign up, and I'll let you guys in later. You need an account to see anything on there, but I'm pretty quick at getting to people now to make sure you've got an account, because I just check to make sure that there's no spammers. You know, I don't want people in the community that aren't our creative soulmates. Because I work damn hard to create a community that's just got creative soulmates in it. And then you can see anything you want when you've got an account. Any of the free groups. There are paid groups on there as well, paid classes, but you can take them or leave them. And then you can just start clicking about and seeing stuff on there. I am going to do some things on journal workshops in the coming months, like there will be a freebies page that isn't there at the minute, and there will be like site news pages and just stuff. It's just stuff, you know, extra stuff for you guys that are on there. But again, you'll only be able to get the freebies and all of that if you are signed up. Okay, so much love everybody. I'm going to go get creating, because as I keep saying, I think I need it today. It's like 3 o'clock and I haven't created anything yet. To be fair, I don't normally create before this time either. I'm generally a night owl, generally, but I didn't do that much yesterday, so I'm feeling like a little bit, I was going to say itchy, but itchy's the wrong kind of the wrong kind of thing to say in this scenario. I'm not feeling itchy, I'm feeling a little bit like I'm ready. So I'm gonna go get creating, guys. Yeah, and just again, post anything you want to share, anything you want to ask, anything you want to see in the comments, and I shall see you guys later. Happy Sunday. I think it's just sharing by the look of it. So let's post a watch party and see what happens. I don't know. Hi guys, so this is going to be the second part to the monthly challenge that I did for February, which was jazzing up your journals. So I did this on the video for jazzing up our journals, and it was a two-parter because the original suggestion by Jacqueline, I believe it was to create creative edges. Hi Kelly, say hello. If any of you come in, say hi and tell me where you guys are from. And so I did this one, and I didn't do the edges. I just did one part, which was jazzing up your journals, decorating it, etc. And now the month has gone on and this month has been like gone. So I haven't done the second part of a video which I wanted to do, which was about creating the creative edges. I mean, I have done a little bit, look, but I did it privately. I didn't do it. Hi, Janet. I didn't do it on camera. So because it's now closer to March than February, and I'm closer to the next monthly challenge than I am the last monthly challenge, I thought I would do it as a Facebook Live and just create on the desk and put you guys up here and just do the creative edges live, because it's a lot easier for me, let's face it. When you create stuff to put it online, past getting the idea, you have to then film it, then you have to edit it, then you have to add layers to it like music and stuff, and then you got to post it, and then you got to let guys know that you've posted it. So this way Facebook Live kind of does it all in one. So what I'm going to be doing is on this journal, because it's now no 24th or something. Hi Caitlin. Kate, sorry, I've got my cables around, I can't see the chat, so if I don't respond to you, it's because there's stuff in the way. So because it's now quite a way through the month, and I tend to go through these journals quite a lot, I've nearly finished this journal, so I might do it in this new blank journal, and I've got a few ideas, and that's it. I'm just going to get going. What I would really like for you guys, whoever comes on, whenever you come on, whether you're watching it live with me now or you do it, you're going to watch this in the future, still now to you now, right? So grab your journals and get creating with me. That's what I'd really like, is to create like communal creativity right now, because as well, it's the time of the year. If you guys are on journal workshops and have previously been around when I've done my birthday bashes at this time of year, we have a big art party where we're all communally creating on there, and I didn't do it this year, and it was my birthday on Friday. So journal workshops is now 5. So journal workshops is pretty old. I think my things have, sorry guys, if you are saying anything in the chat, I'm sorry, it's frozen on me. That's what happens. So you guys that are used to the birthday bashes, this is kind of a mini version. So I would really like you guys, particularly that have done that previously with me, to grab your stuff and let's get creating at the same time, because this is going to be literally me creating in real time. So there's not going to be any speeded up versions. No, there's a bit of music playing, I don't know if you can hear it, but there's not going to be any of the jazzy stuff that normally comes with it. So you might as well, while I'm creating, and I will explain, you know, it'll be a little bit of a tutorial, I'll explain what I'm doing as I'm going along, but I'd really love if you guys grabbed your stuff and let's get creating together. Yeah, okay, so let's see if my chats come up. Thank you. Oh gosh, Chadija, I'm never going to say your name right. I am sorry. I am terrible with names, and I have to apologize every single time I do a Facebook Live. But thank you for saying happy birthday. I got some nice gifts. There's a couple here on the table. Look at how pretty this cup is. Isn't it beautiful? So that's one gift, which I'm going to be drinking as I'm creating. And this is another one, which I know some of you, which like crystals, are going to be falling over, so that's what I'm gonna get a drink as well as your supplies, okay? Or just take me to where all that stuff is. Might not be your art room, might be your bed or kitchen table or wherever. Just take me to where the art stuff is and your drinks and snacks and whatever. Okay, let's get going. If you get seasick now, look away while I move the camera. Okay, how are we doing? It's kind of in line. There, that'll do. Okay, sorry, you're going to have my computer in the way. It's how it's going to have to be, so I can check you guys. Did I say it right? Probably not. Okay, so what I've got is just a few ideas for creative edges. They aren't going to probably be as fancy as what they would be if I was making a normal video about it, because it's going to have to be quick. So because I'm on live with you guys, I don't want to be putting the hairdryer on to, you know, dry paint and stuff like that. So they're all going to be fairly non-fancy but nice ways that you can make creative edges. Okay, so first off, I've just got some recycling, and if you don't want to use recycling for your journals, then die cuts are a really nice way to do this, particularly if they're the same shape. But I'm just going to do this really quickly because summer, guys, oh, I am loving this weather. If you're in the UK at the minute, I'm loving this weather. So ice cream cones is a good pick for me right now. You can use a punch if you have a punch for this. I'm just doing it really roughly. Oh, I see more comments are coming in. Give me a minute, give me a minute. Okay. Who says what? Who says what? Hi, Michaela. Hi, Tina. Okay. So yeah, I've got quite a way through this journal, as you can see. So I'm probably going to do some in this one. I'll stick this one in here, though. Waste paint pages. Gotta love waste paint pages. You can't tell those are ice cream cones now. So what I'm going to do is just do really quick mandalas. Let's do it on this side. Hi, Carolyn. Hi, Kelly. Michaela, we are doing creative edges, which if you saw the monthly challenge is the other part of the monthly challenge, which I missed in February. So get your journal or take your phone or computer, whatever you've got, to your creative supplies and your journal and get creating with me while I'm doing it, because I'd really like everybody to create together. What's redundant? What's redundant, Tina? This is going to be weird, keep looking at the screen while I'm creating and keep remembering to talk to you guys while I'm doing stuff. If I go quiet, it's just because I'm concentrating on what I'm doing. I'll try not to, though. Your name? Well, you can be Tina for today if you want to be. Dare you to introduce yourself like that to strangers. Hi, I'm Tina. Let's see what they say. I'm glad you caught me too. Okay, speed this up. Okay, so this is going to be like the longest one actually, because I've decided to do mandalas on them. The rest are fairly quick and easy things. Yes, my spotty funky scissors. Where are my other funky scissors? I have a few pairs of funky scissors. I don't know where all my actual proper crafting supplies scissors have gone. They're actually really good and sharp. For some reason I've got these ones that are, well, they're functional enough, you know. Okay, might grab some matte gel as well. Oh, I'm gonna have to use the lid. I can't waste that. It's precious stuff. Okay, who's got their journal? Come on. I want to know, guys, getting your art on. with me while I'm doing this, because otherwise it's not going to be very interesting for you. I have to think of some stories, won't I? I don't really have any. This past week, it's been quite a busy week, but I don't really have any. I went on a treasure hunt to find fairies with the kiddies in my life. We went around an old abbey on the grounds and had a picnic on the grass, which was extremely cold, but we did have a couple of blankets. And it was my cousin's birthday as well. Well, I had my cousin's birthday a couple of days before mine, so I'm just going to add this to the side there, not too far out. You've got to remember, guys, anything you stick on the edge, you can't be precious about, particularly if you're like me and have many journals shoved away in many places and they all get, you know, a bit messy and a bit torn up together. So this is also why I'd recommend using cardboard, not paper stuff, for something if you're sticking it out quite a way. I'm going to use some paper stuff later on, but again, I wouldn't recommend sticking anything too far out. See, like with here, there's creative edges all around, and that's just by putting a tag off of I think that was a plant pot. So it doesn't have to be on the side, it can be on the bottom, it can be on the top. Oh, give me the likes. Who's sending some likes? Give me the likes and stuff. Yes. The gel, Carolyn, is, well, I use tape, and that's a permanent tape, and it's a good adhesive, but what I prefer is to have it properly sandwiched together. I don't just want it to stick, you know, where the tape is. I want it to stick all together. So this is just matte gel. Okay, so it's just a good wet adhesive. It's just in place of, well, you could use a Mod Podge or, you know, another wet glue. It doesn't matter what it is you're using. I just prefer, you've probably seen me doing other stuff where I prefer to layer up the glue, because different glues do different things. I might have a look at some of these and see what's in here. Yeah, so it was my cousin's birthday as well as mine, so I decided I was allowed to be naughty. I don't want one that says dad. Why do I want one that says dad? I could put cards on the edges, actually. I did think of that when I saw some other cards. You could stick father and daughter, father and son. This is obviously not a very relevant pack to me. Okay, that fits. So I decided I was allowed to be naughty at the party, kind of party on the grass, and I had party rings and vegan sausage rolls. And all kinds of naughty stuff. Yeah, cakey stuff. Oh, and then we got back to my other cousin's house, and she had made me a vegan birthday, well, ours I suppose, a vegan birthday cake with the kiddies, which looked a bit like a mess, but it tasted all right actually. So yeah, and all week I've been naughty. I must have been to 10 restaurants and things, and every day I'm like, well, it's my birthday week. So I've just had whatever I've wanted, pizzas, burgers, all that stuff. But that's about all the stories I've got to tell you this week, because, yeah, though it's been busy, there's not really been that much of interest to tell you. So that's the first way. That's a very quick way to do it, with die cuts or with recycled cardboard. I always like to choose something that's got a bit of interest on it, the cardboard. So have a look around, see what tissue boxes are a good one, or, you know, something other than cereal. I love cereal boxes, don't get me wrong, but, you know, the the cardboard on the decorative side is usually shiny and, you know, not that pretty. So see what you've got in your recycling to go for that one. Another one, this is a cheap one, these punches. Let's do a few of them. I looked around for these and I've got loads of them. But it's been years since I've used them, so let's see how well they do. But this is quite a cheap one for creative edges. If you've got any punches, don't even really have to be these edge punches. Any punch, just put along the edge will give you a decorative edge, even if it's just a one-off singular thing, or like a circle or a butterfly or something. I might grab another punch and do something with it. To show you what I mean. Decorative edges doesn't have to mean along the whole of the edge, if that makes sense. Okay. Ooh, what I want to do now at the back, because that's really pretty, is shove some washi tape, and then it will be a nice backdrop to that. See? Ah, it looks nice. That's pretty. Corners, corners, corners. Got a thing about rounded corners. If a corner is round, then you can't stick something square onto it. Okay, let me catch up with the chat. Hi, Magdalena. Hi, Jane. And Jane's sister. Yes, I like the edge with the washi as well. I might do a few more of those after I've turned off live. That's cute. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more with washi actually, but it's just going to be the really another cheap way to do it, which is just to do this. It's such an easy way to create decorative edges, isn't it? What did we do before washi tape? I don't know. So, and this way is also a little bit indicative of my Juicy Edges tutorial, which I have put a link to in the comments. If you guys, actually I quite like the straight edges. I might try not to be so about that. I won't say the word, but I'm sure you can guess what I mean about trying to round off all my edges. So I might leave that one square. That's quite indicative of that tutorial, the Juicy Edges tutorial, which is in the link, which I didn't use washi tape for, but there's also a little bit about how I glue things, Carolyn, if you want to see that, because it links off to my 3 glue technique, which is my usual way that I do things. Oh yes, that is pretty every time I land on it. Right, I want to try, I'm going to have to go and grab some punches. I'm sorry if this is noisy. Oh, okay, got some. Right. Yeah, I want to try some edges that aren't just the edges. Let's try something. Spread it out through the journal, even though there isn't that much of it left. So yeah, this isn't my actual art journal, guys. If you haven't noticed, it's got lines on it. It's my everyday journal. Yes, Kelly says she puts washi tape on the edges of her written journals. It makes them super cute. Yes, I was just about to say, this is my written journal, my everyday daily rituals journal, which Guys, I say this every time I mention this journal. I am doing a free class on the daily rituals, my way of journaling, written and art every day. And it is something I am physically working on right now. So it will be coming out soon-ish. Can't give you a time for it because there is so much going to go into that class. Okay, so creative edges could just be that. I don't know if you can see it. Might stick some more washi this way for you guys to see it. Okay, another way you can do creative edges with washi is rather than going horizontal, go vertical. And just give it a little bit of a tap before you go back down. Okay, so I'm going to do this so that there's a background as well for those butterflies. And then you might be able to see them. There we go. Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So I might go on to the other journal now because this one hasn't got any love. And it's always nice. Oh, love. That's a ding, ding, ding. What I've got here is a little clay embellishment that I made years ago. And I thought that would be quite nice. Either maybe on the first page, so you can just see the little tip of it, or on the front cover. Because again, you don't need to, creative edges doesn't just mean this side, it can mean this side and it can mean the bottom. So I'm gonna grab these little travel tacky glues because I think this needs some more glue strength than the matte gel or other stuffs. I'm just going to stick it on the front. I may do that in a minute, thinking about it, because I'm going to get creating in this journal, so I don't want it to keep slipping and sliding off. Okay, so I may do some more. Oh, okay. Right, so this is upside down, this one, to me anyway. If I was to punch it there, I'd get the heart at the top. So it's making me go out my original way of thought of doing things and doing it down here. It's going to be a bit tough. Did anybody just hear my belly growl? That was a loud growl. I did just have dinner. It's not hungry. Oh, went too close to the edge. Okay. Did it again? That slipped. Okay. The little one's not so friendly with me. But you can create, where am I? Creative edges that aren't along a whole edge, that are just on the corners or whatever. So let's, what else have I got? Keep going. Or these kind of border. Oh, stand up, stand up. I just not want to go. I'm going to try it again. No, don't want to go. Okay, I'm going to bin that one. And perfect opportunity to use one of these border strips. Okay. Oh, I guess I could wash this first and then go on to the border strips. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's find some cute washi. I saw it. I want like a thick washi. Where are they all gone? I just saw smaller one I wanted to use, and I can't see it. Never mind, let's use this one. So washi is now covering the multitude of sins. If your punch doesn't work, washi over it. Okay. Now, because this is only washi, and particularly because this is a new journal that hasn't yet been used, and I'm kind of taking it away over the edge, this is going to get torn up and tatty, etc. So it's what I was saying at the beginning. Personally, guys, I like using my journals. This is something that I love about the Daily Rituals journal, is that there's stuffing in it that's mistakes and alterations and messes and all kinds. I like that. I like using the journal. There is something really, I don't know what the word is, meaningful, or there's something then to be treasured about the journal because it isn't precious, because it's used and abused. There is something really, you just want to handle them all the time. I've got to admit, I'm like that with my journals. I just want to, you know, and just, there's nothing precious about it. This was testing out a new pen. This pen is a brush pen, and the thing was a couple of minutes, and as I'm doing all the stuff on this side, I pulled out of my handbag this stuff, so I just stuck it on, and it's very organic in how it is created. So it's really nice, and I like that. So I'm not precious with this. Is going to get torn. There is no two ways about it. This is going to look a mess as it gets used. So just be aware of that if you're creating it, if it's something that is going to bother you. Hi Sam, hi Erin. I'm going to use my fancy new cup. Tell me what you guys are doing this Sunday. I'm in my Harry Potter hoodie, really enjoying this weather. Really enjoying this weather. Okay, so I want to do, it's warm outside. I can be in my hoodie outside and not have to put on any tops or you know, anything like that. I can just be in this. And but it's still winter, so I'm in a hoodie inside because it's just comfortable. Apparently though, it's going to get cold again soon, but I've really enjoyed this weather. I really have. Like a glimpse at spring. If you know me, you know I don't really like winter. It does make me sad. The only thing good about it is the hibernation, but I'm a hibernating girl anyway, you know. I disappear from the world enough anyway, so I don't need the weather to make me want to do it. I'm going to do the same thing and put washi behind it because that looked lovely on the last one. So let's do it again. Let's pick a washi, pick a washi. This one. So it's just been nice. I'm hearing birds chirping now. And they're back to singing. They're back to being happy themselves, which makes me happy. I don't like not hearing the birds. Ooh, pretty. Yes, this is a nice trick. Guys, at least do this. It makes you happy. Having washi behind a decorative edge. It's cute. Even if all you do, you don't have border punchers, you can just do this. Boom, 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 boom. Super simple. Then you just cut out, I'll wait till it's dry, but then you just cut out this white space, stick your washi behind it. That's the right washi for this. Now I'm going to have to wait for it to dry. Dry, dry, dry. No! Oh, I don't like having half a desk. It's this is what I'm talking about. This is what happens with the daily rituals. Normally I'd probably leave it, but I'll even it up. And that's what I like about the daily rituals, is that you don't have to be perfect with anything. It's about being used. It's about being messy, you know? Life is messy. Has anybody noticed that? Life is incredibly messy. Okay, well, that's drying. I'm going to go on to this one. And so, you know, the journals that we use, they're not supposed to be perfect. They're supposed to be a reflection of that. So, while that's drying, let me go on to border strips. Okay, so these that I'm using now, these are collage sheets out of my shop, which is linked to in the description as well. And, oh, I should email Jacqueline about that, actually, because Jacqueline gave the suggestion for creative edges. And if you choose a suggestion on journal workshops that I pick, then you will get a free collage sheet of your choice. So, do I want these borders, or do I want these borders? So you can have collage sheet, or you can choose some border strips if you have any, or you can make some yourself. Let's do this one. Normally what I would do with this is get another one of these sheets, but it's buried, and double mirror them as I have done these, so that there's two. I might do that in the future when I'm not on camera, or I might not, because as I say, it's the daily rituals. I think that a lot with things in the daily rituals, and then end up just leaving it, and it's fine, and I come back to it years later and go, oh yeah, that's an idea, and then I actually do it in real time in the current journal, even if that journal that I had the idea in is 3 years old. So I think medium would be a better thing for this one. And remember, if you're only going to do it over, so wait, I'm not going to do it right over the edge because it is paper. But if you aren't going to put anything on the back, you don't want to get glue down that bit that's going to be hanging off the edge. Because if you do that, you're going to get messy and sticky, and things will stick to it, and it won't look very nice at all. So try to stick to your go. That's a little bit over. You're beginning to look creative. You're beginning to look creative. Okay, so I'm going to use, I think, border strips as well. Oh, tags. Border strips, then tags. Okay. That's a cool one. And this is another tip as well. If you put something down that's paper on one edge, close to it, put down, this is a card, so put down some card. And it will act as a reinforcer. To that other page, to that other creative edge page. So these are a die cut that's got sticky stuff already on it. So if I was to leave that, these would get pretty gross. So I'm gonna double back it again. I will check your comments in a minute, guys. I realise I haven't looked for a while. I've been them in my own little world, making stuff. That's always going to be a danger if I do a Facebook Live at my art table, isn't it? Oh, just out of line a little bit, but it still looks good. And if you have any of these, keep the little bits, because I like doing a mismatch on an edge of all of the little bits. It looks quite good. Sometimes you want to cut them down even smaller to kind of make it seem like that's what you intended, rather than just using all the straggly edges, but it can look quite good. Okay, so you see now how that is a little bit protected by its big brother of cardboard. Let me read your comments. Hi, Susan. Jane says she has just drawn today's sketch for the sketch of the day practice, which, if you don't know about, is another group on journal workshops where we create a sketch a day. Wow, I've been live for 38 minutes already. Tina says it's still winter there. She may run a couple of errands, but there'll be art and crafting, maybe some TV. Do it in front of the telly. Do it in front of me now. I'm the telly. Kelly just had breakfast and is sketching in her digital journal. And it's freezing there. She's wearing thick winter socks. Hi, Deborah. Thank you. I love my journals too. And I have to say, out of all of my journals, I love these journals the most, because they are, as I've already said, they are real. They are real, they are messy, they are grungy. Let's see if this is dry yet. I quite like that it's mirrored, actually. See, mistakes always take you down a more creative path. I like having both sides of this. Could do it all the way, at the top and at the bottom, and put washi tape around the next page, so that that page is, or the page before and the page after, so that those pages have got funky borders going off as well. Okay, and get you in shot. There we go. Okay. Which one did I say was that one? You were the one, weren't you? You were the one. Okay. Oh. Don't you just hate that? There's washes that just do that all the time, that you can never get a run on. Okay. Oh, super cute. Sprinkles for cake. I've got cake on the brain. Okay. Oh, I think it's too light. Is that too light a washi for you guys to see it? It's sprinkles. Super cute, tasty sprinkles that go on cake and ice cream. Susan says, how do I keep the washi tape from releasing and curling up? What you mean when you stretch it out? I don't quite get what you mean, Susan. Okay, so I'll do the other side at a different time, but you can see how that will be nice when you get to that page. That'll be cute. I'm gonna do another border strip, and I'm going to use this one. And I'm going to get 2 for the price of 1. There we go. Done it that way first. So. Boom. Lots of ways to cheat if you don't have border strips. You don't even have to have a fancy edge on it. As I was pulling out these border strips, a lot of them were just literally strips of paper. They were literally just like this, but thicker. So it doesn't have to have fancy edges on it if you don't have a die cut machine or die cut pages, or die cuts, sorry. And I went to grab these die cuts, so I realised how long it has been since I've used them. It's been ages since I've used any die cuts. Okay, that's cute. That's a cute edge. Fancy, fancy. Okay, tags. So we've done border edges, we've done punchy edges and washy edges. Tags. This is another color sheet out of my shop, which is in the description. Paper Clay Junkie. I might change that to Jennibellie soon because it does get confusing. So I'm going to do this with these tags, which you can do with, again, any piece of paper that you get, and just cut your own. And then I'm going to do it with some ribbons and things like that. Really simple, really quick, and that's actually often in my daily rituals journals how I mark pages, you know, when there's something important in there to refer back to, because all kinds of things go in my daily rituals pages. It can be my planner, my day planner stuff, day diary stuff, as well as my journal, as well as my tracker of goals, as well as where I write, you know, affirmations or dreams and desires, or figure out problems, or deal with shadow side of stuff, and ideas for art projects even. Everything goes in there. Okay, so I'm going to stick in some tabs. Now the idea of these ones is to go like that, but that I feel is quite a way. Oh no, I might do it. I might do it as is, as intended. We'll see. So everything goes in there, and so I often, and revelations happen all the time through the things that I do in my daily rituals journal, all the time, honestly. So I'm often marking things to come back to. Because as I find, you never really learn things and it's done. Life gives you the lesson over and over and over and over until you really integrate it, until you really listen and embody it, not just get it theoretically. So I have to mark my pages for it. Hi Kaylee, hi Genevieve. Once it's soft on the paper, it starts coming up, Susan says. So she asked how she stops it curling. When you do long strips of washi, I find that isn't such a problem as when you do small bits. So say if I was to do a small bit like that, and then say I was just sticking it. Oh shoot, did I glue that? I did. This is me getting distracted with comments. Okay. So if you used to stick it down like that, then it will come up a lot more easily than if you used to do long bits of washi. Simple way to stop it coming off easily is to stick a bit of glue on the back, which if I was just using little bits and bobs to stick in, well, it depends. If I'm just sticking something in my journal, I won't do. So here, these little bits here, I haven't bothered. This is just something that was on my wall that I stuck down here, so I'm not bothered about these bits curling up and coming off. But I have stuck this page in the middle down here. Now, if this was part of an art journal page, say, and I really was bothered about it coming up, just get a little bit on your finger and just stick it on the back, and it will stop it from coming up. Let's move this off. Oh no, this isn't going well. But yeah, that's because, you know, using a little bit. It's also down to the quality of the washi tape, to be honest, because washi tape is now available from everywhere cheaply. It wasn't a few years ago. It was, you know, a bit more expensive a few years ago when it was, let's say, new to the market. And now there is a lot more to buy from. I mean, these ones that I've been playing with today, these were about £3 for like 9 rolls. £3 for 9 rolls, which is like $4 or $5 in the US. Once upon a time, it would have been, you know, £3 or £4 for 1 roll. And these were just from a regular store. They're now available everywhere. You know, non-crafters have washi tape now. Come on. So it's also down to the quality. I think some of them, you know, are just mass produced, which is fine, but they are made for, not necessarily meant to be of a craft standard, let's say, for crafters. Oh, I've done it backwards. Oh, dear. Didn't do great with that one, did we? Done it backwards. Okay, what I will do is stick a white piece of paper on that side. I'm learning my tricks here, guys. Let's find a piece. Yeah, and paper tapes I find are particularly worse for that, rather than washes. Or thinner ones like this, they can be quite difficult to stick down sometimes because they just don't have as much glue on them. So I'll often, with those ones, I'll often put a little bit of glue on the back just to help them along a little bit. Kaylee says she can't wait for the daily rituals class. Neither can I. Much to the point that it will be several years of, guys, when this comes out, you will see videos that I did 4 or 5 years ago. There is a lot of stuff in that class. There will be weeks and weeks and weeks worth of content. So my job right now is to finish doing the bits and pieces to pull it all together. Although I've still got about 20 videos to shoot, don't get me wrong, there's a lot still to go on in that class. There, so now I've just done that with a bit of scrap paper. You can see how to make your own tabs now with that. So you can either go buy a collage sheet or you can do what I've just done. Now I'm going to do some, I like doing, don't know why, but I like sticking in lace and ribbon. I did get some ribbon. Oh, I grabbed some of this ribbon that's on the edge here to go on that one. It's probably under the computer or something. So basically what I did with the washi tape over here, hooking it over, you just hook it over, but what I really like to use for it is staples. It's kind of pretty and grungy, which is sort of what I like in I've not got any in. Oh, that's clever. The pretty one with the pretty colours has not got any in it. Yeah, it's kind of a bit boho to have pretty fabric, pretty textures next to metal. Oh, the ribbon's right there in front of me. Did somebody say that? And I was a daily rituals release party. Oh gosh, let me think about let me think about putting it together first. I've got so much to do in that class, so many bits and pieces, because I've done so much towards it, but over several years there's so much all over the place for it. But we will get there with it, guys. We will get there, and you will get all of my tricks and stuff for woo. See, messy stuff just in there just because makes you happy. Okay, yeah, you'll get all of my what would I say, survival tactics for life. It really is the daily rituals class. That's what it is. Okay, so I think tabs was the last thing I wanted to show you. As I said, they're all really easy ways that I was able to do on camera now without, you know, much stress or waiting for things to dry, etc. Ooh, that's pretty. Matches. So I might have done a little bit more if this was a video, but for this I think we've done quite well, guys. I hope some of you, particularly if you're watching in the future and you can pause me and can go and get your stuff, have been creating with me, not just watching me create. But I'm quite happy with those edges. They're looking kind of nice. I might carry on and do a bit more tonight, but yeah, you can tell that you can tell that the month has gone on because all the funky edges are now at the back, but that's something to work towards. Okay, so let me pull you back down. If you're seasick, look away. I'll put you back up. My Harry Potter hoodie. Oh yeah, we're nearly at an hour. How are we nearly at an hour? Woohoo! Okay, has anybody done any arting? In the future, I want you to post as well. Kelly says she was given a ton of black paper and brown craft paper and she made a journal out of them. Very basic journal. Does not matter. Journal in. I think I get what you mean, Kelly. Doesn't matter what it's made out of. If a journal is used, it is far more precious than the expensive journals that sit in, for me, the journal trunks. I have journal trunks, journal shelves, my journal shelves. You know, I've got some very expensive journals. You know, ones like this that are just, whoo, they're just so beautiful, and it's got the universe on it. You know, and they are gilded edges and beautiful, creamy, luxurious, thick, acid-free paper. I've got some very expensive journals. I've got in another room. I haven't got any in here. No, I don't. These are all ones I've made pretty much. But, you know, I'm the journal queen, so I have that stuff. The ones I use, but that one's pretty much empty. It's got a little bit, I can't remember what I used that for, actually. I need to look. All my journals have a particular purpose, but that one I haven't written in. That's the point. I haven't written in it or done anything in it for a couple of years. So now I'm going, what's that journal about? It's next to other journals. It's sat next to this one, if it wants to come out without the other ones on top falling off. It's sat next to my wisdom journal, which I have a class on, which I use. You know, the wisdom's going here. I know what this one does. I don't know what the one next to it does. So that one's more important. That one's the precious one. So it doesn't matter what journals you're using, as long as you're using them. That's the most important thing. So, everyone. Ooh. Kaylee painted 3 ceramic wall hangings and started working in her new handmade smash book. Love smash books, particularly handmade ones, which I've always done. My hair messy. I need it cutting. Yes, they do. Kelly says her paint pals stood out on the black paper. Same with craft paper. Certain things. These are craft paper pages, but I also have, you know, these are craft paper as well. Certain things stick out. Yeah, they're all. Everything is go. Everything is up for grabs in your art journal, which is why I'm going to stick this ornament on the front of this one. And it's the same with this. If you saw this go on in the first part of this in the monthly challenge group, which you can go, I'll put it in the description, you can go look at the video. That was an ornament I made years ago, I think, with one of those Tim Holtz, you remember those from years ago, those clear like pendant things that he had, and it's got a Swarovski crystal on it up top. Well, I'm never going to wear that as a pendant, but it's from like 10 years ago when I was making anything and everything without much thought to why I was just making them. And they all come around. You can use anything. I've got I was given some stuff like pendants and things, which obviously you guys know are better to be used as craft items. Than worn on your neck. Although I have got some pretty pendants now. I'm getting into necklaces a bit more. Okay, not when I'm wearing like my big snuggly hoodies though, but when I'm wearing something pretty, yeah. Okay, that looks quite sweet. Oh, that looks sweet. I don't know what I'm going to do, how I'm going to decorate the rest of this journal. It may just stay like that now because that is super cute. But that's it, guys. I just wanted to do this creative edges so that it was done, because it's been bugging me all month that I haven't done it. And as I say, time was just getting on and on and on. And I'm like, I'm never going to get around to that before the next monthly challenge comes around, because it's about the time in a couple of days when I start thinking about the next monthly challenge. So I didn't want to have the old one still half done. So get creating your creative edges if you are part of the monthly challenge group. Sorry, my comments have jammed. It's telling me there's a new comment, but I can't see it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, if you're part of the monthly challenge group, I hope you've been jazzing up your journals and getting onto. Look, you look so sweet. They do look. Come on, they do look better. Journals do look better when they have this stuff on them, when they are used, when they are clearly having some time spent in them. They are. So get doing your creative edges as well, and I will see you guys for the monthly challenge, the next monthly challenge. Don't know what it will be yet for Marches, but get over to Journal Workshops for that, and for the Sketchy Day group and everything else on there. Hello, little feather or something. Much love, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye. Hi, Linda.
Hi Karen, hi Holly. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that and hope that I shared it. I assume I did. Okay, so while I wait for you guys to start coming on, I'm just going to share a story of why I decided I'm going to get my drink first. Share a story of why I decided to come on. Ooh, I'm getting the faces. Hello. Today. So, over the last couple of days, I've sent out some emails that have caused quite a stir. Hi, Linda. In my inbox. And it's my own fault for using certain subject titles and things like that. Hold on, my computer's trying to do some spyware scanning stuff. And yeah, it's because in the titles and things, it was about some retirement classes or classes that were retiring, the 21 Secrets classes. And so I used the words like retiring and they're going, so goodbye sort of thing. And people thought that it was me. So I had quite an active inbox from people, lovely people, just saying, where are you going? Don't go, etc. And when I cleared this up and I responded to the ladies that had messaged me, I still got some responses back saying, oh, good, but I wish you'd come back. Or I know you're on sabbatical, or what this particular lady called it was sabbatical, and but I wish you'd hurry up back to journal workshops, or I wish you'd hurry up back. And this is quite a common thing. And that lady that said that did say, but I know that's not how sabbaticals work, so you know, go do what you need to do sort of thing. But I'm not really on sabbatical. What is happening is my creativity is changing, and it's changing quite rapidly. So I thought I'd do a Facebook Live about that. Maybe share with you guys a little bit of what's happening with me, but maybe talk to you about the changing values that we have and the power of our creativity when we allow the change. So that's what I thought I would do a quick Facebook Live on. I don't expect it to be a long one. I'm trying to go to this other screen to see if I've done it right. I'm not sure I have. We'll just... We'll just assume I have. I have done it right. I don't know. I don't know. Let's not try to make it too long. So leave me any comments you want, guys. Like I see, there's a few of you on in relation to this topic, and then the topic can go where you guys want it to go rather than me just say, otherwise it will be a very short live stream, I think. But I've come here because into my little indoor garden-y bit that you can see plants all around here, because that's one direction my creativity has taken lately, which I never thought it would, which is cultivating plants and house plants and just being really into learning and propagating plants. I've got like a propagating station up here with loads of different plants. I just potted this one up this morning. So these have all rooted, and it's this string of beads that you can see behind me here that I've created a second little plant out of, which I never thought I would do. I've never been interested in gardening. I've never been interested in planting or indoor plants, let's say. So put that back. Even though it's in my family, it's in my blood. My mother's a gardener, my grandmother's a gardener, my great-grandmother was a gardener. I've never been interested in it. But this summer, for some reason, I just want plants all around me. So I'll show you some. Hold on. Let me move the camera. Whoa. Jennibellie trying something different here. So here we've got ZZ plants. This is a prayer plant. That's the one I cultivated. String of hearts. And over here, this is why I know I'm now a plant mama. Because in this snake plant, there's a baby! There's a baby growing. That's how I feel like I know. Sorry if I'm making you sick. Sorry if I made you sick. That's how I know I'm now becoming a plant mama is I'm not only keeping them alive, because I can never keep plants alive before, so that's why I wasn't much bothered about you know, doing this stuff. So I've got another string of hearts growing. I've populated it from this plant, and I've got another set of this plant now growing. So that's one way my creativity has changed. So I thought I would bring you into this space. Thank you, Sharon. So I thought I'd bring you into this space just to show you. And I've got some jade plants here that I planted myself, you know, and trying to propagate them as well, make some babies. So I've just allowed that process, and as well as like creating these spaces, particularly outside, where I really enjoyed being. That's kind of where my creativity is gone. So I've allowed that to happen, and things like that just have been happening. I've been making bracelets, and I've been creative, but not in my usual ways. You can see I've got some workout stuff here. I do workouts as well. This is one of my yoga spaces where I do yoga. So I've been creative there, like just switching up my workouts, just doing different things, different classes, stuff like that. And that feels very creative to me, particularly dance, you know, in my body and things like that. It's very creative, but in a very different way. And in our community, I've found this before, that it can feel like if we aren't sitting down or standing up, whatever, but if we aren't like doing mixed media, we aren't being creative. Now, creativity is a way of life. It's not just what we do at our desks. And I've just been exploring more the different ways I can be creative in my everyday life. And yeah, it takes quite a while, actually. Like, I didn't realize how long it took to, oh, let me show you my avocado. No, I won't bother. You've had enough plants now. But I've got so many plants on here, so they will take me time, because when I do something, as my best friend says, I go all in. When I do something, I learn how to do it properly. And I spend a long time doing it. So that's what happens with my creativity, is I go down the rabbit hole, and I go down hard. Does anybody else do that? You want to see my bracelets? Okay. Shelley, is that right? Is that how you say your name, love? So just obsidians and selenites and, you know, things with dangles on. That one was bought, actually. I didn't make that one. So they're just generally just crystal bracelets, because that's what I, thank you for the thumbs up, because that's what I wear. So I'm just, my creativity has been very much more, I wouldn't say practical, because how practical are bracelets, but very much more rooted in everyday life. I haven't just been creating for the sake of creating, which for years I've advocated. What I'm doing is incorporating it into the regular. So my clothing, although this is getting a bit of a booby shot, sorry guys, I'm just playing around with styles and things like that as well a lot, particularly seeing as I've been working out and I've been losing weight. My whole, not just body shape has changed, but how I view style as well has changed, and I didn't realize it had changed over the years. So now it's kind of backpedaled to the things that I used to enjoy wearing in my early 20s. But that's how I want to go, and I'm thinking, do it and enjoy it. Enjoy the little denim leather jackets, or fake leather jackets, not real leather, fake leather jackets, and, you know, things that are a little bit youthful while I still can. That's another thing. Cooking, that takes too long. Cooking is the way that I've been creative in my everyday life. Again, if you know me, if you've ever heard me talk about this subject before, you'll know I never cooked. Now, last year I went vegan, and hi Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. Love you too. Oh, I love my videos, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, so because I went vegan, and you really need to cook, unfortunately, unless you just want to eat like bad foods. It's not just vegan. I went very healthy. So in order to have the food that I wanted without paying an absolute fortune, which is not necessarily true, because I still do spend an absolute fortune on food, because I eat more than I ever did before. That's something else. I love food now. I love food now. Before it was an inconvenience. Now I just, it's tastier, it's
also just something I can't. Hi Patty, the future is vegan. I'm not going to ever preach on here about vegan, but you are right, it is the future. So that's it for me personally about the stuff I'm willing to share anyway. Jennibellie is changing, and things that I'm doing in the future is changing as well. But there are, for those people that email me saying, where are you going, please come back, I am in the process of making a couple of YouTube videos for you guys. I am also whole food plant-based. That's it, Patty, that's exactly what I'm on. So I'm doing a couple of YouTube videos, and I'm also working on a new class which will be an altered book class. The focus of it isn't an altered book class, it's actually a style of making art journal pages. It's absolutely nothing to do particularly with the altered books, but the altered books is kind of like a 2-for-1 class sort of thing. So that's what I'm working on for Jennibellie. So I am doing stuff for Jennibellie, but I'm doing a lot of other stuff as well. My creativity is shifting. And for you guys, I just wanted to sort of mention that we can be we can get into a certain way of thinking with our creativity where we don't let it evolve. And the problem with that is that's what causes blocks. That's what causes resistance. And that's what causes you to do absolutely nothing at all. Now, I'm an expert on this subject because I do it to myself all the time. I've even done it to myself this year for the majority of 2019, where my creativity is concerned. And I'm talking particularly not about this sort of stuff in creativity, but I'm talking particularly about big projects I want to do. I've created resistance for myself because I've been attached to the old way of thinking. My creativity had to be a certain way. Hey, Jane. And so even though I'm here telling you about this, and I know on a conscious level to go down the rabbit hole, and I advocate again to go down the rabbit hole when something catches you, because that's where your true creativity will come out, is when you follow your own inspiration rather than looking to external sources to give you that inspiration. When you think or feel for a certain, it could be a certain modality, a certain way of creating, a certain media even, it can be anything like that. When you follow that flow, that's where true inspiration resides. Hi, Kelly. Yes. I'll talk about that in a moment, Kelly. And that's where blocks cannot occur. So if you are in any way stopping yourself from, in your everyday life even, just allowing that creativity in a little, or you are just thinking, I can't be creative because I don't have time to sit down at my desk and do an art journal page or something like that. These are ways of thinking. Or this is a very common one I hear. I have this project I need to get done for XYZ, and I can't do what I want to do, create what I want to create until this is done. Anybody else hear me on that one? That's something else. Hi, Shannon. Hi, Bernie. Hi, guys. That's a very common one that you hear a lot, that you've got this to do, or you've got that to finish, or you've just got a whole stack of projects in process. And they are causing a restriction. Literally, you can feel it in your body. Like you walk into your studio and you see all this stuff you've got to do, and it causes a contraction rather than the expansion that creativity, true creativity is. So Lorna says, I needed to hear this so much today. Besana, is that right? I hope I said your name right. Hi, Shannon is hearing me too. Yes, brilliant. So there is a certain what am I trying to say? There is a certain amount. I'm going to leave that point because I don't know where I was going with it. But that was it, basically. Expansion is where your creativity is, what your creativity is supposed to feel like, not contraction. And you cannot get into a state of flow if you're in that contraction, and flow is where we ultimately all want to be. So this is how I'm doing it in my everyday. This kind of stuff: cooking, cultivating plants, style, making things, and they're all very much more pedestrian, or making areas as well, interior design and stuff like that. It's all very much more pedestrian, I think, than what we are used to hearing creativity be in our community. We are used to hearing it be about sitting in the studio, actually making something. So I just wanted to add that. Sharon, yes, it does cause overwhelm. I just wanted to add that as a different way to think about creativity, and maybe to open you up to seeing that there are different ways of creativity. But I'm going a little bit off the point, because as Kelly said, I had to look back then, sorry. As Kelly said, the only constant in life is change. And that's what I wanted to talk about in this Facebook Live, is this is how my creativity has changed. So I've given you the examples, but it is the only constant in life. And it also happens within our creativity. And what happens is, as we change, our thinking can take a while to catch up with your path, new paths that are being created for you. So you're paving putting new stones down, creating new paths for yourself. But neurologically, you've still got the old paths working. And you can think that you've got to do this, or that's the way to be creative, or etc. And we can be resistant to change. Thank you, Kelly. Yes, the word I was wanting was functional. Hi, Tracy. So Tracy says she loves that I'm allowing my creativity to shift. And this is what I'm trying to hopefully pass on, is because I've stopped it for the last few years. Not necessarily completely, I haven't shut it down, but as I say, the big projects I want to do, I haven't allowed myself to fully open up into those. And that's because as you're paving these new paving slabs, your inner critics are coming up in your brain, and they can, be stopping you from taking these new paths, because they are completely new and they are trying to keep you safe. Our inner critics, they have a backwards way of loving ourselves, and they're trying to stop us from doing new things, or from shifting, as Tracy says, So change is a constant, but as humans, we can be a little bit or a lot resistant to change. We just don't want it to happen. It's almost like it's a threatening, we feel threatened by it, when it's actually the foundation of our lives. You think about it, and I was thinking about just the different change in values and things like that I've had over the years. Who I was, I've said this before, who I even was a few years ago is a completely different person to who I am now. And in some areas, we allow ourselves to change completely, and it's easy as anything. We let things go, and it's just ease. There are other things we hold on to, or we stop ourselves and have inner critics about. There was a big point here that I wanted to mention about the changing faces of creativity when I started. And I've talked around, but I haven't hit the point. I'm trying to remember what it was I wanted to say. I think it's gone. Kelly asks, your art is transitioning from a predominantly entertainment for you to a more therapeutic role. Yes, it is. It is deeper. It is deeper. And actually, I've got some things that I'll talk about this first, and then hopefully the point that I was trying to make might come back to me, but it's gone. Zena asks, what ways or things have you done that created a shift in your creativity? Now, Zena, this is something that I need to express. Your creativity is not, and this is exactly the opposite in a way of what I'm trying to say. Your creativity is not something that you have to do things to make shift. Your creativity is a life force in itself, okay? Your creativity has its own breath. It has its own desires. It has its own dreams. It wants to do its own thing. You do not need to do any things or do any ways that you said. You need to get out of the way. We need to get out of the way and allow the change to occur, okay? And be supportive of our creativity, not be like, imagine it like a child. You want to encourage, you don't want to silence it, you don't want to, you know, because like a child, it will be wounded then. You will have more things to heal if you do that. And this is you, remember, so this is stuff you really are going to have to heal in terms of more. Sharon says about overwhelm. Overwhelm happens when things snowball and become bigger and bigger and bigger than what the actual thing in the first place was, okay? So the thing in the first place was very small, but it just becomes quite big in terms of overwhelm, or the things when you look at them, or if a friend, say, looked at the things that were causing you overwhelm, they could see maybe 3 or 4 projects and be like, yeah, so what? That's 3 or 4 projects, so, you know. But when we are in that role ourselves with those 3 or 4 projects, we feel that contraction every time we see them. It adds a little bit more to the snowball. We think about them and feel like, oh God, that resistance adds a little bit more to the snowball, you know. So the more you can get out of the way and allow your creativity to tell you what it wants you to do, to tell you where it wants you to go, and you follow, the less of a snowball you will create for yourself to have to break down in terms of dealing with your inner critic, things that are being said, etc. You know, you will create less in that terms of resistance when you listen, and that's a lot to do with intuition, Zena. So listening, rather than trying to make something happen, you listen. And this is if you want to work with your creativity in this way, in that you want, as Kelly asked me, to create things that are deeper to you, that's more of a connection with your creativity, less just doing things because, you know, they look pretty or it's a nice way to spend half an hour, but actually have a conversation with yourself, or to explore some things that might mean something to you. Yeah. So Kelly says, I transitioned into creating more personal connections and community rather than artistic project. Yes, that is creativity, and that is how it wants to be expressed through you right now. But in our community particularly, we can see that as not being creative because it isn't doing artistic projects. Jan says, thank you for all the creative work you've done the past few years. It's a brave, wonderful gift that you've given us. You are welcome. And I'm not going anywhere. I just might not be as active as previously. And I can feel it with certain people in my community wanting me to do things that I did many years ago. You know, like just stick to the beads, or, you know, paper beads, or make, you know, DIY embellishments, or make a journal, or, you know, 5 years ago, you could not stop me from bookbinding. 5 years ago, I made a journal a day. You know, there was literally days when that was what I was just making journals. A couple of years after that, you couldn't stop me doing, I don't know, well, a couple of years ago now, you couldn't stop me making organites, which were resin pieces, which were these here. You couldn't stop me making these. And it was about that time when my creativity started shifting. That I kind of felt that people saying, oh, go back to doing the DIY embellishments and things like that. And it wasn't anybody particularly saying, do that. Do you know what I mean? That was the feeling that I felt when somebody asked me, are you going to do another tutorial on XYZ on making beads or whatever, you know? And I'm already over here feeling like I'm in a different realm of creativity. And that's I think that might be the point I've forgot about, is the changing faces of creativity. You can feel like they are completely different, not just paths, but you're in a completely different world. So I've talked before about the seasons of creativity. You know, spring is when things are just flourishing, you're getting ideas. Summer is when you're in full creation mode. Autumn is when you need to step back. Things are falling away a little bit and you just need to stop and observe. And winter is when you need to cocoon. Winter is when you need to go into creative hibernation and just allow things to happen so that spring can come out again, so that the roots and the flowers can blossom again. Okay, so I've talked about that before. Kelly says, all part of your spiritual awakening. That is where probably I will be going in the future, is into more spiritual teachings, rather than, because that's what I've been doing for years, and it's sort of crept into Jennibellie in little areas, but it isn't right for Jennibellie. And that's what also caused some resistance in me, is trying to merge these aspects of myself into, or trying to allow where they're going to sit with one another. Jan says, I have a hard time dealing on one project because there's so many other ideas calling me. How do you deal with that? Whew, that's a big topic. That is a huge topic, and I might have to do another video on that. As a short answer, go where the flow is that day. So if one day you want to make a hat, the hat is calling you, that's what you've got to create. If the next day it's some shoes, go with the shoes, you know. Another way to do it, so that you feel, if you want to focus on one thing at a time, then you pick the one that is most on your brain, whether that be in ways that it's calling you inspirationally or it's niggling you. The inner critics are saying, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Focus on that one to get it out of the way and to remove that space, you know, clear space in your brain. We've only got so much we can think about in a day, and the majority of what we think about are reoccurring. So if what you are thinking about is going over and over and over in your brain, get that project done first and just streamline it, just focus it. A way you could give yourself a little treat is to say to yourself, I'm going to focus on this project for an hour. Or say you've got 2 hours to be creative. I'm going to focus on this project for an hour and a half, and then I'm going to allow myself half an hour to work on my other projects. You know, that can kind of sometimes quell that irritation as to. The other thing with that, Jam, that's pretty important, and we are going in a completely different realm here, but we have a thing in our society where if we think we are picking one thing, we think we're saying no to other things. And that can cause resistance in us because we want to do all the things. Now, the juxtaposition here is that if you don't pick one thing to do, you are saying no to all of them. If you are spinning your wheels because you cannot decide between all of your projects because you want to do them all, and you feel it feels like you're closing doors by picking one, you're actually you're eradicating all doors by doing none. Okay, so that's the contrast in that. The practical side is to schedule it in. The practical side is to decide what you want to do. Decide what you want to do first. If you want to focus on one project first, schedule it in. If you want to do amalgamation of several projects, understand that's how I've worked for years, or that's how I used to work for years on creative projects. Understand that it will take you longer to get any, or to feel like anything is happening in your projects because of that. As part of the process, you can work on one thing and get it done and feel that accomplishment of something's finished, or you can, it's just how it's going to be. If you're stretching your time over 5 projects, you know, it's just going to take you 5 times as long to get anywhere with them, and that can sometimes feel frustrating. particularly when you get to points in the projects where they do feel like they're stuck in the mud, the messy middle, I call them, when they feel like they're not the fun idea, I've got all this enthusiasm for them beginning, and they aren't near the end where you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, you're somewhere in the middle. That's what I call the messy middle, because you can lose your esteem for them, you know. Hi Sarah. Jan says, thank you, you've given me an idea. Brilliant. Okay, so I was talking about the seasons before we went off on that tangent, and that's how things can work in your creativity in particular projects or in your creativity overall. But within that, there is a certain bigger atmosphere. There's sort of a whole universe where there are worlds. Remember how I said you can feel like you're in a completely different world than what you were 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Sometimes your creativity can stay the same, or you can stay interested in the same things for years, you know. So I never thought I would ever get bored of bookbinding. That is just something I never thought would happen. I thought I'd be bookbinding for the rest of my life. And it's not that I don't enjoy bookbinding anymore. It's just that it feels more like a task to get a book than it does my creativity telling me that's what I want to do. Go, 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 go make some journals. Yeah, so that's the change in that creativity. And I'm now, because of that, on a different world. I never thought that would happen in a million bazillion years, like 8, 9 years ago when I started bookbinding. I never thought I'd get bored of it. So, hi Laura, hi Tina. Oh, another firewall thing coming up. So within this universe, there are these different worlds that you will feel like you are on a completely different plane. You're in a completely different realm. And within those worlds are the seasons again. So it can be a lot to navigate. It can be a lot to navigate. So the changing phases of creativity in general could be a lot to navigate. But just what I want to share with you today, my message that I want to share with you today, is just to allow, to get out of the way, as I said in response to Lorna's question, get out of the way and allow your creativity to direct the path. If you want to be in connection with it, because you can't, there is another way where you can also just direct your creativity. I want to do this. I saw this cool thing to make, so I'm going to do that. Rather than asking your creativity if that's what it wants to do, rather than being in, you know, conversation with your because I could look at a bunch of new bookbinding techniques I've not tried before. I don't think there is any, to be honest, by now, but I could, you know, start looking at them. And even sometimes I do, because I've got a lot of books, you know, on stuff like that. And if I look at them, I can think, oh, I can do that. That's just my creativity raising its head, saying, you know, I've got all the feels. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I want to do everything. I want to do all the doors. I want to walk through all the doors. I could do that. I could do this. I could do that. But I know as soon as I got out all my materials, I wouldn't be as interested in it as I would be doing something else that calls me more now. So you can see something and think that's a good idea, or you can hear something, or you know, you could just, for instance, I decided, because as I'm cooking, and I'm cooking a lot, and I found some really nice fresh vegan soups that are ready made, and I don't need to make them. And because to me, I know soups are kind of easy, but I don't need to make them. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to spend 20 minutes, half an hour making them. I could just buy these nice ready-made ones. And even so, even after I logically decided that, I tried this soup, and it was nice, it was lovely, but I thought, oh, it just needs some more lentils. Maybe I'll just go cook some lentils, and I'll put some lentils. Oh, if I put some of that in, I'll put some cumin in, and I'll put some turmeric in. And I had to literally say to myself, no, Stop. That is not how you want to spend the next 20 minutes, half an hour. You know, you've got this perfectly good soup. But it's just your creativity showing itself to be there. I am here and I will respond to everything around that I can do or that you have a slight interest in. But you then have to listen. Do you really want to do it? Because we can. Who was it that asked? Jan. It was Jan, wasn't it? Hi, Deborah. You can do all of these things, Jan, but is it worthwhile you doing all of these things? Because although you need to pick a door, because if you're too busy just looking at all the doors saying, I don't want to pick one because if I go through that one, then I can't go through that one and then end up going through none. You also need to decide which doors are irrelevant. Because we don't have, or we have X amount of hours in the day. We don't have so much time that we, you know, if we do, that's brilliant. But how many of us then would, if we had 4 hours to spare? You know, you'd end up watering the plants, or, you know, ironing your clothes. There's stuff you've got to do you would put into that time. So you really, and also I don't think creativity is a limited resource, because the more creative you are, the more it fuels and the more creativity you have. But if you spend time walking into the wrong doors that aren't your areas to create in, you haven't listened to your creativity properly, you've just seen something, thought, I can make that, so I will make that, rather than having the conversation, do I want to make that though? If you go into those doors, it's also a way of exhausting your creativity, because there's a certain amount of push you've got to do in those projects, because you aren't listening to your creativity, it coming from within, and then you following it, you know, then you're getting out of the way in order to follow what it wants to do. So that can be another way that we can cause blocks within ourselves. So there's a lot of hurdles. Hi, Angela. Surprised it took you this long to get on, Angela. So you normally like the pens. So there's a lot of hurdles around the changing faces of our creativity. I just wanted to share them with you today and let you know where I'm at, particularly you ladies who emailed me. I might send this out in an email, so those ladies that particularly emailed me will hopefully get this. Jan says, must open all the doors. No. Open them all, have a peek, then step back and go, that one. You know, listen, which one is the right one? That one. So that was my message for today, to let you know where I'm at, my changing faces of creativity, how I've kind of blocked myself as well. And you'll know when these big projects come out. You'll know, because I will let you guys know. It might not be on Jennibellie that I do these big things, but you'll see it, you know. But that's me having to step up and stepping into that and working with my resistance around those things and allowing, getting out of the way and allowing my creativity to come through in that way. Okay. So something I did this morning, this is a way I listen to my creativity every morning, is I pick oracle cards. Okay, so that's an intuitive thing that we can do, but it's also, I feel, opening up my creativity, because there's just some gorgeous artwork on them. Okay, and this is one that I picked this morning, rose quartz from this deck, Universal Wisdom, and there was just something in it. Literally, this is when I decided I'm going to do a Facebook Live today, when I read this, just this little bit. And it has nothing to do with creativity, but I wanted to apply it to creativity because I think it's worthwhile to do that, okay? So, beautiful rose quartz image. And it says, I'm only going to read you this tiny little bit, 2 lines from it. And it says,
As we weave the tapestry of life, allow each stitch to be sewn with love. Ooh. As we weave the tapestry of life, allow each stitch to be sewn with love. Now that really spoke to me in terms of creativity. You could take that out and say life, you could say creativity with love. Follow the love, you know. That's your creativity is part of you. And all of you guys, you are just pure love. Hi, Kirsten. So allow the love, and that's your intuition, and that's whatever you love. I'm loving my plants. I'm loving my plants. But I love my crystals, so my plants get crystals. You know, just random stuff. Follow it. Follow it and weave it into your life. Weave it into your creativity. Look, here's some of the ones that I pulled that I just thought I'd show you. Just as a way that I bring in creativity and just tap into my intuition. This is more digital art, but those are the ones that I pulled today. This is first thing, before I get out of bed. That's what I do. I connect. But that's just my way of doing it. Okay. As I say, my creativity is more in my everyday, rooted in my everyday stuff now. So that's it. I've spoke longer than I expected to. But I hope you guys have enjoyed, and there's been something. I mean, I know I came on to talk about the changing races of creativity, and I've spoken about a few things. Hi, Phyllis. Thank you for this. Needed the direction. So yeah, I'm going to go and work on, I think what it's calling me is the Altar Book Workshop. That's what I'm going to go and work on now. So it's been kind of in there in the back of my brain all day as I'm potting up things and doing things. It's there niggling at the back of my brain. So I think that's what I'm going to go do. And what was my last point? Oh yeah, there's something else. I decided what we was going to do in journal workshops. Thank you, Patty says it's so nice to see you. It's so nice to see you guys too. That's it. I just decided this morning as I read that I'm going to do a Facebook Live, and then I did a Facebook Live. I'm going to pop my plant, and then I pop my plant. I'm going to work on this class, and then I'm going to work on this class. That's how my creativity works now. But it's just all about listening. You're welcome, Sharon. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, before I go, is the art swap group on journal workshops. I just decided what I want the art swap for this month to be, and I thought I would mention it here because it doesn't go with this, but it's quite good for this. I'm going to do prompt cards. I'm going to get you guys, and I also just wanted to say so you guys can say yes to go in to join the art swap group. Once I've done this Facebook Live, if you're watching in the future, I will stick a comment and pin it to the top below to the art swap group on journal workshops, where every month we just, between us, we exchange art goodies or our own art or ephemera or things, embellishments or whatever, you know. So this month I thought prompt cards would be a good thing for us to do, and we will create prompt cards for each other. And why I think this is a really good thing is that if you get prompt cards from somebody else, you haven't seen them before. So it's a change for you. It's a change for your creativity. So if you guys join the art swap this month, I'm going to challenge you not to look at the prompt cards until you use them. So they're going to be prompt cards for like making an art journal page or a piece of art, you know. Because if you we can make them ourselves, but then you know you've written, let's say, use green or add ephemera. You know what you've written. And it's also within the scope of your creativity. It's also within the scope of what you know. So using prompt cards from somebody else is a really good way to challenge your creativity. And just to do something different. That's what I've always found with prompt cards is I love
using cards from somebody else. So because we're in a group where we are physically already going to swap things between us, I thought it would be cool to swap that. So let me know what you guys think, if that sounds cool. The art swap, hey Helga, the art swap group is free to join, so if you want to do that, and it's the 14th. Oh, so it's today, it's later today. We'll post the art swap group in the art swap group for you guys to join up. Okay, so that's that. So I'm still here, even though you don't see me as much. You know, there's still the monthly challenge in the arts, in the journal workshops community. There is still, every Tuesday we post the page for the sketch a day group, and there's also the art swap, you know, so there's stuff still going on, even if I'm not posting, you know, on Facebook and on YouTube and things like that. Although I am got a couple of YouTube videos coming up. Okay, so much love everybody, thank you for joining me. I said this wasn't going to be long, but you know, when we get chatting when we get chatting. Sharon says she loves the prompt card idea. Brilliant. So come and join in later today, Sharon, okay? We'll go get the video sorted now to let you guys know the how it's going to work, okay? Much love, everybody. Have an awesome rest of your days. And, yeah, make sure you listen to your intuition, listen to your creativity. Hi, Mindy. I'm about to go, but thank you for joining. Much love, everybody. Bye. Thank you for the hearts. Bye. Ah! An unplanned Facebook Live. I decided 5 minutes ago to go live, so I don't expect any of you to be here who might normally be here. I'm sorry I didn't let you know, but I didn't know I was going to do a Facebook Live. I literally just got my things that I've just baked out of the oven. Angela, hello. And that's one way I've started being creative this year, is I'm cooking. So this is my first Facebook Live of 2019. Hi guys, I'm just wanting to do a quick chat. Hello. I'm just wanting to do a quick chat and talk about basically getting into the creative rhythm of 2019, because I've had a whale of a time so far in 2000. Hi Shirley. Hi Carly. Kaylee? Not Carly, maybe Kaylee. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. I have to apologize every time. Hello, Mary. So I'm going to eat this because they're warm, and they're best when they're warm. So, yeah, this is not planned, and I'm thinking I might do a video on this on YouTube, guys. I'm getting my YouTube video vibe back. I'm thinking I'm going to start making videos again. Different. I'm feeling a different kind of way of doing it. Did I say your name right, love? Hello, Yamina. So yeah, I'm feeling that vibe coming back. So I think I'm going to do a more comprehensive, a proper video, edited, with proper points in it, not just me turning the camera on going howdy with my cup of tea and my kind of oat banana cake things that I make. But there's a couple of processes I've got here that I want to share with you about just how I've been creative in 2019. One thing I did today in my journal, which I thought was really quite useful into getting into the vibes of being creative in 2019. Hi Shirley. So yeah, that's what this Facebook Live is about, and I'm sorry I didn't post it, but if you guys are watching the replay, still post your comments and let me know. I want to know, this is kind of like just a chat, I want to know how you've been creative so far this year. So the number one thing that I've done, which a lot of you will know, and I know some of you that are in the chat are already doing this with me, it's the sketch a day. So I thought I'd show you my sketch a day process. If you don't know what it is, it's a group that I created much like this Facebook Live, like I'm doing it, and just created a group about doing a sketch a day every day in 2019. And it's really got my creative juices going, guys, because I've started, I'll show you in here, I've started doing just like journaling and stuff again, like proper. This is my everyday journal, and you'll see at the beginning it's just like, well, there's a bit of like things stuck in it, but at the beginning it's just, oh, there's a bit of art, but it's mainly writing, and that's what I've been doing. Yeah, there's a tiny bit of art in it, and these I know I remember these pages when I did them they were forced. I mean, some of them, this is sometimes what I got, next to nothing, because I wasn't even in the process of writing. And that's why the class that I talk about, and I keep saying, that I think may come out, I'm going to roll the comments down. Hi, Annette. Hi, Deb. Yes, watch the replay, Annette. Damn those other halves. They're so annoying. So, oh, yeah, give me the emoji, love. Give me the emojis. I love it when you guys do that. Send them swirling across the screen. It's changed. They now go up. Anyway, so those pages that I did were forced. Thank you. Were forced, and they were few and far between. You know, they weren't very often. And now it's all the time. So my journal's suddenly gone from writing, or just not even all the time because I couldn't be bothered. But oh yeah, I was talking about the daily rituals class, wasn't I? Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the by the comments. This is my everyday journaling, which I call my daily rituals, which is a free class which I am working on and have been working on for years. But because the past few months I've not really been doing it, I thought, well, I can't do a class about something I'm not doing anymore. But 2019 hits and I'm suddenly creative energies going mental again. So I am back into my daily rituals practice. Thank you. Kaylee's asking, gonna tell me if I'm saying your name right, Kaylee. Hi, Rena. Is asking, do I generally sketch at the same time every day? No. I think the process would be much easier if I did. My sketchbook, which I'm going to show you in a minute, I think it would be a lot easier if I did. I don't, because I am not, I'm a very flowy kind of person. I'm not very structured. And I'm trying to be, and I'm doing certain things every day, but they aren't the same time every day. They just aren't. I wish. That's Kaylee. Yes, got it. So I wish I could, but maybe this is all a learning process. And guys, life is an experimentation. It is not perfection. We are living an experiment. So don't feel like you have to be. I do it every day. I think to myself, oh, I could have done better, or I could have done more, or I could have done this. Every single day I have to remind myself, we are just in this experimenting thing, this video game that we are living, that's life. And we can't do everything all the time because our brains can think a lot faster than what we can do anyway. I'm going off tangent. This is what happens when I click the live button. I'll just start going off on a Jennibellie preach. So anyway, I've started doing the art as well. And this is come back from, but the daily rituals class, I'll go back to that because I'll finish that thought. I'm going everywhere, aren't I? The daily rituals class, I think, will be something that will be out in 2019. So give me the emoji love for that if you're ready for that free class. I've been talking about forever. So the process of doing these sketches has gotten me back into that process of being creative every day, in terms of writing and creating art. Look, it's getting paint on it again. Oh, I love it. I've so missed this. And there's a lot of things I do every day, Kaylee, which actually I'm not going to go into here. I think I'll create the YouTube video on it, but it's a lot to do with the approach of it as well. And as soon as you get the bug again, it's a lot easier. So I'm hoping that you guys, this process will help you get the bug again, if that makes sense, to just begin flowing again with your creativity. So I'll give you a little quick look. These aren't done. There's things I've still got to do on all of these pages. Like, so here, as you can see, and I'll talk you a little bit through my process of doing it as well. So I do, you'll know this if you're in the SAG group. If you are not in the SAG group, which means Sketch Day, if you're not in the SAG group, you can join for free. I've just put a link to journal workshops in this Facebook Live description thing, which will basically be, if I talk about anything, just go there and you'll get it. So the SAG group is a free group where you can join. The new page for, we share every week what we're drawing, and the new one for this week has just gone up, week 4. We're in week 4, guys, of 2019 already. That's 4 weeks out of our 52 already. So what I do, which you'll see from the intro video in the SAG group, is I like to do my sketches. This one is one of this pen here took me forever. It was the dots. You know, when you just draw with dots. And I'm thinking at 11 o'clock at night, why did I start this? This was when I was out and I took my little pad that I showed you in that video. I took that pad and I sketched on that. Here, so what I do is I draw, rather than on one page in a journal, one page per sketch, I like to do a few and then do what I've done here and just put watercolor in between. So at the end of the week, I kind of sit down with the spread and then do something that kind of draws it together. It can be very quick, doesn't have to be very long, and that's the point of Sketch a Day. It doesn't have to be very long. It can literally, this was at a table while I was in a restaurant, literally like while I was waiting for the food, 5 minutes maximum. Here you can't see it because it isn't drawn in yet. This is one of my tricks, or it might not be a very good trick, I don't know yet. Oh, the comments are going. Hey Tracy, hey Gay, hey Dorothy, hey Kerry, hey Christy, woo, hey Linda, woo. Hi guys. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work yet, because again, this is an experimentation, not perfection, and this process is not about perfection. But what I've done, I don't know if you can see, is I've just done the outline of something that may stay there like that, or like this other page here, over leaf. Those are already on here, these things, but over this side, I'm getting back to front, this side, I just lightly sketched in something. I didn't, and this is yesterday's, it's just fallen out, butterfly. So yeah, I have things that I haven't stuck in yet. I have sketches that I haven't finished yet, but my rule is I have to sketch something every day. So even if I get to 12 o'clock and I'm like, hi Marcy, I've forgotten to do my sketch a day, I force myself to do just a simple sketch, and then if I want to, I can come back in and do. So this, for this one, I had this side, I had an idea of doing a big full page spread, and the trouble was I didn't have the energy to draw it. So although I really loved the idea of doing a big, because at that point I'd just done individual ones every day, you know, and then I wanted to do a big spread, but I didn't, when I got around to it, I don't want to do it. So I did the outline for me to do at another time, when the creative energy, because what I'm also finding is I'm really enjoying, I have done some other bigger sketches, I'll show you here, and when I get into them, I really enjoyed them, so they're something for me to go back to. But as long as I've done something that day, okay, as long as I've put pencil or pen to paper that day, it can be just a 2-minute sketch, and that's okay. And that's one of the, there is no rules in the SAD group, and I say this in the group itself, there's no rules other than you have to sketch every day. So if all you do is 1 minute of sketching, that is, you've abided by the rule. Hi Carol, hi Trish. Yeah, you're putting in where you're from. You guys know I love that, because I love coming back and looking at the comments, because I can't always read them while I'm on, and I love that San Francisco, we've got Florida, Canada, Hawaii, woo. So let us know where you guys are from. Yes, Kaylee says it's a good idea about the outlining. It takes the pressure off when you are not in that space to do it, when people are all around you, or craziness is going on, or you're just not mentally there, you know, and you know anything you draw would just be rubbish, and you wouldn't want it in your journal. And I'm being really honest here, because you guys know what I would say is every sketch is valuable, and there are some rubbish ones in here, let me show you. But if you know that you're in that space where you just don't want to do it, and you just won't like the results, then do an outline and come back to it. So here's another spread. I've yet to put the background color in, because I'm wondering, this is an emoji of a dance thing, because I go to dance every week, and I'm wondering whether to color her in or not, and that would then depend on this. But the thing is, the shoes are pink and the banana's yellow, so I'm wondering whether to make it a really colourful spread or keep it neutral or what. I don't know yet. I'll do that when I want to do something at my desk that's a little bit, but not, you know, taxing, or not a brand new sketch or something I have to think about. So these are ones that I spent a little bit more time on. That's Leonardo da Vinci kind of copy. And guys, when I sketch, let me be brutally honest here, I do not have the patience. I do not have the patience to go with scale, to do you know, to do anything properly, let's say, you know, to map out a face or anything like that. I just don't have the attention span. Like, my creativity just wants to get on with it. It doesn't want to sit there and do the stuff that most professional artists will tell you is the things that make your art good. It's the things that make your art look realistic. It's the things that make your art is what professional artists will tell you. But hi Tracy, let's have a look. Who else is here? Okay, we're someone in Scotland, Alabama, Florida, Canada, Ohio, Portland. Oh, Maine. That's on my go-to list, Maine. So yeah, so I was doing the Leonardo da Vinci, and you put that next to the original Leonardo da Vinci sketch, and yeah, it's not going to be anything like it because I can't be bothered. I just can't be bothered. So I allow my creativity to do what it wants to, which is like with this wolf. Can't see what I'm doing, is to scribble. Can you see? It's just scribbles. It's just scribbles. It wasn't mapped out. I didn't, you know. So here's the next page. Here's one of the ones I was mentioning that's really rubbish. This one, and I even wrote, it is terrible. Like, you see? Perspectives off, and you know, shading's not good, and just none of it. And I've just written down it's a midnight quickie. La, la, la. Let's just go over that without mentioning it. And it says I can't be bothered to do it, basically. So I'm being honest in that, and that's again showing the experimentation. Where this one at the top, where I did my mala beads, I really like that one. And then I did this really simple caveman sketch on another day when I couldn't be bothered to do much. So I went with art that doesn't require much. So that's what I've been doing. Ooh, I will come visit. Angela, don't be naughty, because you know where we'll end up going with that line of thought. So yeah, and then this one was yesterday's, so I'm yet to do today's. This one was late last night, and like today, I'll show you what I did today in my regular journal. What I was initially doing at the beginning of January is making sure I did my sketch first, because then at least I'd done the sketch. And now what I'm doing is I'm doing other art first, because I know I will do the sketch. Does that make sense? So I know that my creativity isn't going to run out doing the sketch, which at the beginning of the year I was worried it would, so I just made sure that I just did that. Whereas now I do what I want to first, and then I do the sketch, because then I know I'm going to get some extra art in. And this is what this is about for me this year, is getting the creative juices, creative energy up. And at the end, I think I'm going to give you a challenge for you guys to do it as well, with a few like tools and stuff, or not tools, you know, things that I've done that you can go to or whatever. So this is what I did today, and what this came from was, it's an egg. Yay, give me the emojis. It's, and I keep doing this. It's an egg, which I did this like meditation thing this morning. It wasn't quite a meditation, but what the woman had us do is imagine an egg in front of you and just fill it with everything that you want in 2019. And I wasn't really paying attention to the meditation thing, and I wasn't really into it, and I wasn't, you know, it was just on in the background, let's say, while I was getting ready this morning. But I'd clocked onto this idea, and I thought it was a really good idea. So this is a project for you guys to do if you want to. Yamina, how we're doing it in the group, Yamina's asking how to pick something to sketch. How we're doing it in the group is we're doing it a day behind. So we are going to do something yesterday that was important to you. Now that's just how it's set up in the group. You can do it however you want to. And the reason why I did that was because I started the group on January the 2nd, so I was drawing something from January the 1st that was important to me. But also the reason why I like doing it this way is because you don't know what's going to be like, what you want your sketch to be during the day as you're going through your day. You're kind of distracted by things and etc. And if you draw something earlier on in the day as a representation of your day, it might not be the thing that really represents the day, but you don't know that yet because you haven't lived the day. So by going to sleep and then drawing something from the day before that was important to you, what you'll do by the end of the year, and this is just a suggestion I've given the group and what I'm doing, is you will have a journal filled at the end of the year that is a visual representation of your year. Okay, so it's not just random stuff that you've drawn, although some of it can be, absolutely some of it can be, but overall it's going to show, you know, in 10 years when you look back at it, what your days were like through your sketches. Okay, Chris is asking, have you ever done any art journaling in a smaller journal? I'm working a couple of hardbound books with vinyl and fabrics. I'm wondering if you've done something like that. Those are just a fraction of my journal. Those are the journals that have got pages free in them. I've done all kinds of journals. I've got several journal trunks. At one point I might take you through my journal trunks just to show you what's in there, because you guys, you've got no idea how many journals I actually have. So, hi Sandra, hi Sylvia, hi Carrie. I think I've said hello to everybody on now. Yes. Okay, so what this is a project I'm just going to offer you guys to do today, and I just enjoyed doing. I just collaged, then I painted, and I just kind of had a rough outline of the collage, and then put some gesso over, and then over that I used some gelatos just to, you know, give a nice kind of watercolor effect on certain areas. And I just filled the egg with what I want out of this year. So just putting my intentions out into this year, the rest of this year. And the reason why I really loved the egg, is because an egg is a natural incubator. Yeah, an egg is a support system for life. It's a support system for birth. You know, it's basically a womb. So hi Pippa. Yes, give me the thumbs up and stuff if you want to see my old journals. Christy's saying she's watched my videos for years and I'm the one who sparked your interest in it. Mwah. Lovely, love it. So the egg is just a really nice idea for a place to put something, and you don't have to. The thing is, we get so distracted with everything we're doing and things like that, that this sort of stuff gets forgotten. And Brenda Burchard, I think it was, that says something really I found really interesting, and it was your priorities. You can say your priorities are one thing, but what you do during the day kind of displays what your priorities really are. So you can say that you are a family person, but if you, when you come home, you know, are not paying attention to the kids, you know, watching the telly or you know, on the computer or whatever, you can say you're a family person or whatever, but what you're doing isn't in alignment with your priorities. So have a think about what you think your priorities are for this year, and think then, are you living in alignment with them? Because we can be a little bit disillusioned as to what we think we're about and what we are about. Does that make sense to you guys? So this egg is a space to put kind of your priorities, but what you want. Put your seeds out, put your intentions out. So it can just be simple words. I've got radiance, I've got ease, I've got flow, I've got a fabulous fit body. that is something that's in there that I'm pretty much there, but I want the abs to come in and that kind of stuff. And I'm getting the muscle. Oh, you're not going to see my muscles, but I'm getting the muscles from all of the exercises. They're coming in. So I want that. So it can be something physical like that, like an actual thing. It can be money, it can be whatever, you know, it could be something physically you can touch and whatever. Or it can be more things like flow, joy, expansion. I've got on there, I've got movement on there, I've got love in there, I've got receiving, because I have an issue sometimes with receiving things. So, and I mean good things, obviously. Yeah. Let me scroll down the comments. Oh, I'm having trouble. Okay. Hi, Aunt Judy D. Okay, she wants me to hold up the page more clearly. There's one thing I want to put out there, because that's, can you see that? Sylvia loves the idea of the egg. Hi, Kimberly. So it's just you don't have to do it how I've done the egg. That's not, you know, that's neither here nor there. I've just told you what I did as an idea. Collage, then some gesso and paint, and then some gelato pens, and then I black painted over it. And I put Vibe Tribe down there because I also want, you know, people that are my same vibe. I want to have people. Hi, Kimberly, good to see you too. I can't see you, but hello. Hi, Terry. So it is just a very simple process, but the reason why I'm mentioning it is because we get distracted. You're going to forget this kind of stuff in a month, in 2 months. So having a space for it, first of all, you put your sparkly antennas out there as to this is the stuff that you want, but also if you've got this, you can come back to it, you can remind yourself of it in those times when you might be out of alignment. Like I can't be in ease and I can't be in flow if I'm stressed to the eyeballs. I just can't. That's my doing, you know. So that is me reminding myself in the future, hopefully, fingers crossed, you know, you've got to remember to come back to it, but the stress is not going to be congruent. I am not living how I want to be living for ease and flow to come in. Yes, so that's just a quick project for you guys to do as well. Hi, Yoki. Hi, Sandra. Well, Sandra says she needs to get back to her art journal and all of your painting. You love the mess and fun. Well, I'm going to issue you guys with a challenge, because I'm going to go now, because my oat things, they're barely warm. And they're so yummy. So I'm going to have that with my tea. The challenge is very simple, is to what could you do today, right now, if you jump off right now, to be creative. Simple. It could be your sketch a day. It could be going to join the sketch a day group on journal workshops. It could be, there is another way that I set my intentions out for this year, and that was doing the prompt journal that I made for you guys this year as a free gift at the start of the year. You can go to journal workshops and find it there. I posted it there, or you can go somewhere on this Facebook page and look for it. There'll be a picture somewhere that says free gift. There is a journal for you to go through to basically focus your creative intentions for the year. Okay, so that's a good thing that you could do right now. Do your sketch, do that. I think that's pretty much it for you guys. Angela, they are banana, oats, agave syrup, raisins, vanilla. You can put anything in them, they're nice. Healthy version of a cake. They're not a cake, they're nothing like a cake, they're never going to be a cake. But I got tea. I'm trying to drink herb. I'm off the coffee. I'm trying to get into the herbal teas. Guys, it's taken me a lot of new healthy habits this year are coming up, and I've got to say creativity is helping with it, because it's just boosting my energy in all areas, to be honest, to see this kind of stuff through. So Kaylee asked, do I do the same things every day? But no, I do certain things every day, like move my body, like drink herbal teas, like drink green juices and stuff like that. Not every day, that one, but the herbal teas, yeah, I've always hated tea. I've always hated tea, and for years I've tried to drink teas. The trouble is, because I'm a coffee drinker and I like to put a lot of sugar in my coffee, it's all thick and syrupy. So if you have got a cappuccino that's got some body already, and then you add a lot of sugar, it's very, like, you know, thick and frothy and stuff. So tea is just like, it's water. Oh, I don't like it. It's just more water. Yes, I've got Pippa. I'm on the pucker. 3 mint is my favorite with the pucker. You ought to see the amount of teas I've got. Because when I do something, my friend said this to me the other day, when you do something, you go all in. I must have about 25-30 boxes of tea. A non-tea drinker has got 25 to 30 boxes of tea, but I had to find what worked, and doing it all, it has made me a tea drinker. So now I'm drinking healthy herbal teas, no sugar, and I'm off of the coffee except for special occasions when I, you know, go to a coffee shop or something like that. So I think that's everything. I can't remember now. I've gone off on the tea tangent, haven't I? Yeah, Chrissy, I don't like that tea. I can't. It's too strong for me. Thai tea, no. I've got a couple of them. But I'm there. I'm getting there. This is chamomile and spearmint. And once upon a time, chamomile didn't like it at all. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And I had celery. This is my second day straight of celery juice, guys. Never done that before. I used to put like 1 stick of celery in my green juices, and I hated it because it made the whole thing taste disgusting. And now I'm just drinking celery juice. And I'm like, who is this person? Who is this person? Who are you that's invaded my body? But I'm doing what's good for me. I'm not always doing, yeah, Angela, I did. You've got to get, I think it's 6 times. You've got to have things 6 times before your taste buds begin to get used to it and go into it. So yeah, I'm into the herbal teas now. The only other thing I've got to mention is at Journal Workshops, there is on my Creative Endeavours classes a sale. It's the biggest sale I've ever done on them. And by Creative Endeavours classes, I mean classes that are going to help your creative dreams come into being. Okay, so my Creative Goal Journaling class, which is all about journaling your way through your goals. My Rock Your Online Shop class, yes, I know, Pippa, it's disgusting. I have a shot of... It's an innocent smoothie that's really tasty after it. So I down the celery juice and then I'm chugging this to try and take the taste away. But I'm about being balanced this year. Previously, I've always been bad with health, incredibly bad. And, you know, eating the chocolate and the cakes and the stuff that's bad for me and all of that. And this year, well, not even this year, it was last year, you know, I've made those changes so that now it's not really about the celery juice, it's about sticking to a habit in order to get the outcome. Sound familiar? Sticking to the habit. So how can you be creative today to grow? And, you know, God, guys, I'm reading a book called Atomic Habits at the minute, which is all, and I've only literally started like on the first couple of pages, but it's all about the small changes that you make to build new habits. And just imagine if you did a sketch a day, what your journal would look like by the end of the year. Just imagine if you did a little bit of writing, a little bit of art in your journal every day, what you would have by the end of the year. Imagine how much you would grow. Imagine how much better you would be at sketching. I might have more patience, who knows, at sketching by the end of the year. We don't know where this journey is going to take us, but this is me just giving you a little bit of a shove, a little bit of a boost, hopefully, to think, yeah, I can do that. I can do just a little bit of creativity. I can do a 2-minute sketch a day, because you can. I don't know how many, I mean, hundreds of 5-minute slots we have in a day. But guys, I'm on 32 minutes now. I've been sat here. I could have done that 6 sketches, isn't it? 6 5-minute sketches by now. There is hundreds of 5-minute sections of your day. So take one of them for your creativity. Okay. I've gone off again. I've gone off onto another thing when I was talking about something else. I was talking about the Rock Your Online Shop class, which is about creating an online shop for your arts and crafts and everything you need to do for that. And then the other one is Creative Resistance Remedy, which is about busting through your blocks, which hopefully you don't have any. Hi Stacey. like me right now, you're on a roll. Join the SAD group. If you're not blocked, if you are blocked, have a look at that class and just get rolling. Just do something. Just do a little something. Hi, Crystal. I'm about to go, guys, and you joining up. Yes, Sandra, 10 minutes is better, but I'm saying 5. So it's not overwhelming for people. So you have less excuses, because there are 144 10 minutes in a day. I think that's right. Don't quote me, but I think that's right. So that would make 288 5-minute sections in a day. So you guys have got a lot of 5 or 10-minute sections to use during the day. So let's put them to our creativity. That sale, guys, that I've got on journal workshops on those Creative Dreams classes are 60% off, and are not going to be at that for very long. I don't know how much longer, but I think as soon as January is gone, they're going to be gone, maybe sooner. So get those if you want those. Join the SAD group as well, and come and post as well. Post the pictures, because those are about being accountable. And you see, I'm posting a couple more pictures than I normally do of my sketchy days. I'm going to be doing that through the year as well, as a way for me to be accountable. You know, so I'm not only just doing it, I'm also showing up to show you guys, and it just reinforces that practice, you know, that space that you've got for that. It's a container, I suppose, for that practice that you've got. Okay, so there's a few things for you to do. The egg, get the journal, my prompt journal, if you haven't already, do that. Or if you've downloaded it and just looked at it, I'm watching you do it. These things that come out of my journal, guys, when I create you things like that, it isn't just fluff. It's stuff that I do and stuff that I see results with. Okay, so thank you, Sandra. I think that might be me. I don't know if you're talking about somebody else looking pretty, but I think I'm the only one on camera. Hi, Angela. So that's everything, I think. Yeah, I've gone off again. The 4 things. Let me recap on the 4 things prompts you to do. The egg page, the journal, get the prompt journal, do the prompt journal, join the SAD group, and get the classes if you want one of the, if you've got a bigger creative goal to do and you're overwhelmed by it, then get one of those classes before they go up, because they're a fraction of the price of what they really should be right now. Come on, comments, come down. Okay. Miss my videos of junk to art, would love to see new ones. Well, Crystal, I do have new videos coming. I've just said to the guys when I started this, I'm feeling that vibe again. I want to do videos again. They won't be the same though, because we change, and as we change, I think everything around us has got to change as well. So they probably will be different, but hopefully they'll be better. Uh-oh, I've got a name I'm never going to be able to pronounce. Jennibellie. I hope. I'm sorry, love, if I've got that wrong, but hi. Yes, the changing, it will happen, but hopefully the videos will be inspired. That's the point of them. That's what I want to do, is to be inspirational. So hopefully they will be inspiring. Their production will be higher than what my old videos were, and things like that. You know, I'm feeling different space to go into. Probably a lot of it will be filmed from my city studio, which I haven't used for a couple of years. I've not been there hardly at all, so you'll see more of that place as well, probably, and just bigger art that I'm going to be creating there that I don't have the space to do in my small spaces. So that will be fun as well. I'm going to say bye to you guys now. Change is growth. Change is inevitable. Change is the only constant in life. It's inevitable. So and that's what I've struggled with the past couple of years, is trying not to, in certain areas, change, and it doesn't work. So now my creative juices, vibe, flow is back, and I'm on the path, and I'm doing things. I'm following that guidance, and that is the best way, in my opinion, guys, for you guys to all to be creative, is to follow your flow. You know, that sounds so wrong, but you know what I mean. Hi, Rosa. It's to follow. Hi, Michaela from Romania. Oh, I'm hoping it's Michaela. I'm terrible, aren't I? Okay, so that is just today's thing, just to say, how's your creative start to the year? Let me know if you aren't here live. There's a lot of you here live. I'm so happy. I just hit live and there's you guys here. Ah, that's brilliant. So let me know what you think about. Hi, Cindy. I'm about to go, love. I've said that 5 minutes ago, but I am about to go now. Let me know how your creative start has been, or get going on one of the challenges, the things that I've given you to do. Go do it now. That's the main challenge I've given you, is go do something today. Make sure you are creative today. How you live your days is how you live your life. A lot of people are thinking that they'll do things in the future. You know, there's always tomorrow for the gym, there's always tomorrow for this, there's always tomorrow for that, but there might not be. The only thing you've really got is today. So don't focus on that. Make sure every day you're doing something creative for you. Okay, guys? Yes, go do it. Go do it now. Much love, everybody. I'll give love to Sweet. I'm going to go give him something to eat now. He's probably there going, Mama, stop talking. Give me some food. So I'm going to go feed him. Much love, everybody. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Awful hair. That's what I get for not blow drying it and styling it and stuff. Hi, guys. So this is an impromptu live stream for 3 things. One is to test my new fancy dancy live streaming camera, see how it does. Don't have to wait for you guys to come on, because I told no one. Oh, I've got someone. I told nobody I was coming on here because I didn't know myself. So number 1, I'm testing out my new fancy dancy live streaming camera. So if you guys that have just clicked on could let me know that you can hear me and that the camera is working. Hi, Dorothy. Can you let me know that this camera works and that you can hear me? And number 2, which is what I'm really here to talk about, is about art, doing it the right way, because there is actually a right way to do art, apparently. So I'm going to talk about that, and that's really the reason why I'm doing this live stream, and the reason why I'll probably be doing more impromptu live streams whenever I get inspired, like I was inspired by this topic, and so wanted to come on. Hi, Cindy. Can someone let me know that you can hear me, just so I'm not prattling on to myself? And then finally, I've got a really awesome announcement. So I'll wait to hear from you guys. Although last time I did a Facebook Live, I got no comments the first time I tried it. Oh, thank you, Cindy. I got a comment, so I'm good. I can carry on now. Woo! Yeah, last time it was a bit of a disaster. Yeah, give me some likes. Yes, please. Thank you. Hi, Irina. So, doing art the right way. So I got a message on Etsy a couple of days ago from a lady who had brought, thank you. I love it when you send all the stuff down the bottom of the screen. From a lady who had, I think that's hi Kirsten, not hid, bought my zine about drawing girls' faces. It's just like a little e-zine I made years ago in my real zine-ster, which just means I used to make self-publications a lot. I used to love doing it. Hello, Thelma. And so that was what one of my zines was about, and so it's still available in my Etsy shop. So there's a link to the things I think I'm going to talk about today in the description of this video, so it's in there. And she got that, and she's sending me pictures of the faces she's drawing, and she's still saying, oh, I'm still not doing it the right way. So I want to kind of address that, because I think some of you are going to know what my opinion is of that. I'm looking down, guys, because that's where the chat is here. You know, I've got my new fancy dancy camera up there and my computer down here, so I'm going to be looking up and down just to check your comments and stuff.
And yeah, you guys are going to know my opinion on this subject, but there is a right way and a wrong way to do art. If you go to art school, they will literally tell you this is art and this isn't art. And what makes that up is their decisions. So I'm undecided about my opinion really of going to art school, except the fact that it's creating some great artists, but they are creating according to rules that they've been taught, rules that they've been given, and to me that's going to be limiting your creativity if you're creating within a box, within a structure. Yes, according to them it might be the right way to do something, but how much then are they blocking or stopping what their creativity could do because they have learned a certain system, and that's how you do it. So it just reminds me of the old Salon system, you know, thank you for the thumbs. I think I'm still getting really slow comments, so sorry if you commented and I haven't said something. For whatever reason, my comments on Facebook Live isn't great. I'm always far behind you. So yeah, it reminds me of the old Salon system where it was, you know, like Monet was classically trained, and you see the beautiful, huge, enormous paintings that he painted of his wife in the style he'd been taught. But what really filled his heart is painting water lilies, and, you know, but according to the system, the Impressionists, all of them weren't creating art because it wasn't the classical kind of, a lot of it portraiture that they've been taught around ancient Greek civilizations and things like that. It was very structured in this is art and this isn't art, and that's why the Impressionist movement was such a big thing, you know, because it was not what was considered art at the time. But in my opinion, that is where the creativity is at that time. You look at the other works of art that have come out of the Salon system, and they are amazing pieces of artwork, but they're a system, they're a taught structure of how to paint, and you don't always know which was the master and which was, you know, the amateur doing it that was learning his master's trade. So anyway, that was that, and it just reminded me of something that I thought about earlier this week from my university days, which I don't know if any of you guys who went to uni felt this, but I wasn't who I was back then, or I wasn't who I am back then. I was someone else, and because I didn't know who I was. I didn't know my place in the world, and I just remember being dragged in to my history professor's office because I'd failed at an essay, and I was so shocked because, thank you for all the loves and stuff. There's a sad face there. I really hope that isn't because you can't hear me or something's gone wrong with the live stream. Hi Molly, hi Marique. I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names if I've said your name wrong. So yeah, he told me I'd failed, and pretty badly. Like, he really went to town, and the essay was about these two guys, and I wrote about, in my introduction, about these two guys having a conversation, and he was like, this has got nothing to do with it, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, isn't it? It's their interaction. So maybe I'm looking at it from more of a psychology point of view, you know, of how they... Hi Cindy, send her a message on journal workshops. I'll tell her that you've got in touch. Hi Michaela from Romania. So yeah, obviously that was that, and he just, I was shocked, I've got to admit, because in his tiny little cramped office we were like this far away from each other, and he was like that about my essay, and I remember just at that time, I hadn't really come into somebody kind of basically saying you're a failure or whatever, that up close and that, you know, personally. So I remember not knowing how to handle it because I didn't know who I was. Now I would know how to handle that. Now I would know exactly what my reaction would be. But back then I was like, okay, all right, you know, and I was just stuttering because I didn't know how to respond to it. So anyway, I don't know how long from that, this next thing I'm going to tell you was, but it wasn't long. It was like 2 weeks or something. I got called into, hi Joanne, I got called into my drama professor's office because those were my two main subjects at university, history and drama. And she said to me, I need you to sit down. Okay, what? What? You know, dread. You got the best scores, I think she said, not just in this particular lesson here, of another essay this is, but of the year. You know, I think that's what she said. It's basically, if it wasn't the year, it was of the what we'd all done so far, or something like that. She's pretty, hi Gloria, she's pretty like excited about it. And she was really excited. She loved what I'd done. And she said, I'm so glad you got this, because we did, I was in a group of like 4 of us and we did a performance and it didn't go too well. So she was like, I'm so happy that you got this because all of your grades, I think through the whole group, you know, not just us 4, but the whole group wasn't that great. So I'm really glad that you got this. And any of you that have gone to university know that it's kind of, or if yours was scored like mine, it's out of 100 and it was in the 90s or something. And, you know, 70 is like an A, or what we say is a first at university. So she was really excited about it because it took my whole score right up, you know, included my practical work and everything that didn't go so well. It took it all up. And what I realized was it's just opinions, because I didn't think I did any different in my approach to my history essay as what I did to my drama essay. I feel like I put in the same amount of work, same amount of time, same amount of original thought. And it failed me in one lesson and it gave me the best score of anybody in another. And I didn't think about this literally until like this week. I haven't thought about it in this context at all. This happened to me like 10 years ago, 12, 13 years ago. You know, it happened to me a long time ago. And I have never thought about it in that way until I thought about art school and how it's people's opinions that decide what's the right way and the wrong way. So this history professor was this old man, this fuddy-duddy professor that probably wore tweed, I can't remember, but this old guy who clearly wasn't really bothered about teaching. He just was a professor because that's what paid the bills, but he was into the academia, just wanted to publish, and stuck in this system that there is in history of arguing with one another. That's what history more is. It's opinions. It's this historian versus this historian. Mainly, not all of it. But, you know, I can remember my professors like him really hating like the historians that are on television. Like, really hating them because they're focused on, you know, guys that make documentaries and things, because they're focused on the actual history and bringing it to life for people, and doing some dramatization of it to make people want to watch it. And but they were like, they're sellouts, they're into popular culture, they're not what history is about. And he was very much in that kind of vein, whereas this drama teacher, she was a young woman. She must have been about my age now or a bit older, long blonde hair, kind of classy, but casual, but really quite fancy casual clothing, and just not hip, but, you know, hip. She was really quite original, I suppose, and she was an original thinker. And that was the difference, is she accepted my way of wanting to approach my essay, because she accepted that not everybody has to do things the same way, whereas this old man was like, no, this is the system and you can't go out from it. I'm getting more, yay! I love it because I'm just getting silence and then I suddenly get a few things in, so it lets me know that you're still there. So, and he wasn't, it's not to say anything bad about my history professors, because I had some really good ones. And when I went off and do my masters, it was one of my old male history professors that I went to get my review from. So long ago, I can't even remember what you call it. You know, you need one of your old lecturers, what's the word? And I'm not going to get any responses from you because I'm not getting the comments through. Review, you know, just giving me, she's a brilliant student or whatever. And he absolutely loved me because I was interested in the subject, and he was just happy for me to be interested in the subject, and he gave me like A's through the class. And it was actually about Agincourt, which is like a time that I'm not really interested in history, but he made it more interesting. Whereas this other old guy, he was just dull as dishwater. So he didn't kind of like me spicing anything up, whereas that's my opinion on it. You know, he's probably got a completely different opinion on it. But that's the point. That's the whole point, is it's about opinions, that there is a right way and a wrong way to do things. And that's what it's about with art. This is art and this isn't art. Well, that's down to opinion. But there is still a system in place, you know, with art school, where it's, hi Val, where it's like that, and where they will say, yeah, you're doing it a wrong way. My opinion, I want to spread as far and wide as I can, and which I'm going to respond to this lady who emailed me to spark this conversation off in the first place, and why I wanted to connect with you guys and spread this out, is that there is no right way. There is your way. But I think because before we've done anything, we don't know what our way is. We feel like our way isn't qualified, or isn't right, isn't how it should be, it isn't good enough, because we haven't created a way of doing it ourselves yet. So our way doesn't feel like it's valid enough. So you can do every single thing you do, you do it your way. Everything you do, you can't not. So why would it not be good enough in your artwork? You know, just because this lady has got my zine, it's just a guideline. It's not even that, to be honest, it's not even that deep. It's just the price of a coffee. You know, it's not like an expensive class or anything like that, because I didn't want to go into all of the, this is how you draw an anatomical face. I just wanted to, you guys know me if you've watched me for a while now. I like to do my art quickly because I just want to get expression out. I don't want to sit there and be really precise and pristine. And at some point, yes, I might want to, you know, in the future, I might want to be like, spend, you know, half a year on one portrait. That's not where I'm at now, though. Where I'm at now is I just want to get moving. Val says, I try to do all kinds of things. I believe if you did it, it's yours and it's good, it's art. Val, you're the only comment that's come through for me in ages, so I'm going to read it out. So that is what I'll say to this lady. We have a way, and don't feel like just because you don't yet know how to do it, your way sucks. Because you will find your own way, and that is good enough. It isn't wrong because it isn't how somebody else does it. How somebody else does it is just their opinion on how it should be done, and you can have your own opinion. You can take what I'm saying and completely throw it in the trash and be like, I'm not of the opinion of Jennibellie. That is what it's all supposed to be about. It is not supposed to, this is an opinion again, but it's not supposed to be about sticking you in a box and saying, this is art, this isn't art. and blocking off your creativity. If how the lady that has the zine, I don't know if she'll ever see this, I'll send her the link, but the lady that has the zine doesn't want to draw faces how I show her. Do it your own way. It really, yeah. There will be teachers out there that say you have to do it this particular way. And to get certain results, you do. But to get results that only you could get requires that you don't, really, doesn't it? It requires you to, hi Jessica, it requires you to kind of just put an arm out of the box. You don't have to put your whole body out, but just put your head and your arm out of the box. Learn what you need to learn to actually do what it is you need or want to do. But then allow. Molly says can't stay but love the message. Thank you, Molly. It's your art to perceive the way you want to too, says Val. You don't have to do everything differently, but just doing something and bringing yourself to it versus painting by numbers is going to mean it's creative, because painting by numbers is creative in a sense that you make it, but it's not creative in the sense that it doesn't come from you. It doesn't come from you. It comes from somebody else's system for you. So that is, I did have something else to say about how to do it the right way, but it's completely gone out of my head now. It was a good point. It was my wrap-up point, but I can't think of it. So that's my message, basically, on that. And I do have a link to a video that I did about Art and Life, Do It Your Way, which is not the same topic as this, but it is supportive of this topic. So I have put it in the description for you. And my announcement is I have just opened a brand new class. Literally just opened it now, not told a soul about it. And you can see what it is behind me here. It's called the Wisdom Journal class, and we are going to make this journal. There's two here. We're going to make this journal. But if you guys know me, it's not just a bookbinding class. It's actually it's a survival book of your own wisdoms. So we are going to imagine it how I say it. In the promo video, I've got a link on the thing if you want to see the promo video. It's quite funny. How I say it is, it's like your survival guide. Like, imagine if you're in apocalypse, it's your canned food. Okay, so this is where you store your wisdoms, which are basically your life lessons and everything that you need to gather for the apocalypse. For those times when you need that information but you can't get that information. That is what the class is about. So we're going to make the journal first of all, so it is a bookbinding class, but then it's also we're going to then detect your wisdoms. So I've got 5 wisdom detectors in there, and there's going to be loads more stuff in there. I'm going to detect your wisdoms, and then we're going to art journal, because that's what this is about. It's about a book of your art wisdoms. And then we are going to apply your wisdoms. How do you then actually use your wisdoms in your life? So I've literally just opened it just now, not told a sausage about it. Although I told one of my clients that I was working on a new class earlier just now, my creative clients. Hello, my baby, sweetie boy. No, he's not interested in saying hello to you. Hello, darling. Oh, there we go. There we go. My boy's made an appearance. Hello. Hello. You had enough outside? Hey, you had enough? Yeah. Okay. You're going to distract me. Go away. Let mama finish this, then she'll come play with you. Go on. Go on. Where's your ragger? There we go. So, I forgot where I was. This is available now. At an early bird price, shameless plug, available now. a ridiculous price. Early bird is £40 for this class, and there is, as I've just said, several parts to it. It's not just about art journaling, it's not just about bookbinding, it's about actually doing something that is more important than all of that. It is really quite profound, and I love this class. And it's early bird registration open now. Class starts 1st of September, but you can get that really low price right now up until then, and you get lifetime access to it. So I can see there's more comments, but now I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I can't see anymore. Oh, I can see Christine's here. And Irina says, thank you. I spent years and years feeling frustrated for not being allowed to go to art college after finishing school. I feel I've had a lucky escape because I can produce what I want and not feel it's done wrongly. Oh, thank you, Christina. Christine, thank you. I love you too. For that personal zombie apocalypse. Exactly, Jessica. Ooh, Wisdom's books. Ooh, yes. So this is now available. I'm going to go let my journal workshops members know that there is a new class available, because that's obviously where it's hosted, on my community journal workshops. And I love this class. I've got so much more to do for it because I'm just putting loads in to the class because it's just juicy, and there's so much that I can always do and share, and you guys that are in my classes know that I stuff them. So I'm going to go off now, and the final thing I want to say along with that announcement is I will be doing a Facebook giveaway of a place on the Wisdom Journal class sometime this weekish, sometime, I don't know when, but when that happens, you're all welcome to join it. Yes, Jessica, go and splurge and buy you this class. It is, if I do say so much, it is a really low price for everything I'm doing in it. I have spent so much time and energy on this class, and I'm still spending a lot of time and energy on this class, but I decided that this class was going to be capped at £60, even though I'm just spending a lot longer than I should be on it for a class of that price, and now I've just whacked it down to 40 for you guys for early bird special. So it's the time to splurge because you're getting it super low. Jessica, I want and I need to take a good class. Yes, we all do. We all need to splurge. I've splurged so much this week. Those of you on my personal Facebook page would have seen me mention that. I have splurged so much, and I was trying to feel bad, but I couldn't. I just couldn't feel bad. I can't feel bad for it. We deserve to splurge and treat ourselves, but that's another topic for another Jennibellie Live, because it's now quite lengthy. So I'm going to disappear off and play with my doggle and see you guys all sometime this week. I got videos coming out and this new class, obviously, and the art swap. There's a new art swap for you guys on journal workshops, opened yesterday, for you guys to go and create some art and get a pen pal letter too. So go over to journal workshops to sign up to that art swap group. All the art swap groups are free. We do the pairing and stuff, so go and take advantage and get a new art buddy. So I'll see you all at a later date. Thank you guys for those of you that have joined me and stuck around. Love you all. Mwah. Bye. I'm doing my journaling. I'll wait for someone to hopefully come on this Sunday fun day. Well, I hope it's a fun day anyway for you. It's an impromptu Facebook Live, so I haven't said I'm doing a Facebook Live because I've not even been around for the whole of September. I've been on sabbatical. I didn't even decide. I just needed a break, and I am just that in tune with my creative flow that it just kind of happened naturally, and I let it happen. And maybe it went on a little bit longer than I intended. Hi, Angie. La. No, you don't like being called Angie. Hello. Can you hear me, love? So I've been on sabbatical, just enjoying replenishing the well. Oh, thank you. So you can hear me then. Awesome. So I'm just sat here journaling, and I decided to come out of my cave, to actually come out and start being alive and stuff again. I do have something to share with you that I've discovered during my little what do you call it, my little retreat, time away, I don't know what you call it, I don't know what to call it, but cocoon is what I called it in my recent newsletter, my creative kind of cocoon, where I wasn't actually physically creating anything, I was just replenishing, ready to create. My comments have stopped again, so if anyone else is there, hello. I don't think I can trust my comments on Facebook Live. I've just got to keep rolling. So the technique that I've got for you is from a book from Anne Lamott called Bird by Bird. It's actually a writing book, and I've read a lot of different things on writing, because I've started creative writing again during September, because I've realized that it is a natural creative instinct that I have that I've often tried to squash or think that it isn't very productive, you know, because I'll probably never publish a novel, so why am I busy wasting my time in it? We all know those inner critics, and I've had those for years, and I've just realized I'm much more of a well-rounded, happy person. Hi, Linda. When I write, and it's not for anybody else, it's not for no reason, it's not for any purpose other than the action. When I'm in writing, I feel like I'm me, like I'm being more of me, like I'm allowing my wholeness, I'm not cutting off a limb. So I've started writing, and I've just gone into just enjoying different aspects of writing, including getting to know some of my favourite writers, reading writing books and things like that. Thank you for the love hearts. more. So I wanted to share with you this technique that I found in this book, because it's really good for anyone, not just writers, artists, or anyone. I was going to share it in my creative resistance remedy class. Thank you for the hearts, yay. But I decided to do it here instead. So hi, Mega. So it is going to be probably a short and sweet Facebook Live, because I just wanted to come out of my cave a little bit, step out of my comfort zone, practice what I preach, particularly in the Creative Resistance Remedy workshop, to get over your creative blocks, just into your action, get into your creative flow. And I just feel like I'm now ready to start coming out of my cocoon a little bit more, and you'll see that you probably haven't, unless you're on journal workshops, you probably haven't seen me at all in September. I've still done the Makers Meetup in journal workshops, and I've still done other things in journal workshops like the monthly challenge and things, but I've done nothing really. But I've have in this time created a couple of videos that will be coming out and things like that, so I'll be coming out soon. What's the angry faces about? Thank you for all the other ones though. And so I just decided to do what I tell other people to do, and just to hit the button in this case, and just, even when you're not ready, because I don't feel ready to come out yet, I'm just getting there. So sometimes you need a jolt or a push, so what the whole thing of leap and the net will appear comes up, because you'll never feel fully 100% ready. And I have to keep telling, particularly my creative clients that I have, I'm creative coaching a couple of clients, and I have to remind them that you're never going to feel like everything is really ready, that you're really ready, that whatever it is you're doing, such as a website or whatever, is going to be polished. You know, you can tweak and tweak and tweak something like that till the end of time, and you're still not going to feel ready. So there's a certain time when you just got to push yourself and just come out of your comfort zone and do whatever that thing is, and then tweak afterwards, or tweak as you go. But it's a case of you're not going to know where to tweak unless you actually step out and do that thing. So this is me doing that thing and kind of proving to particularly one of my creative coaching clients to just hit the button, just get into action, just do that thing. And everybody in Creative Resistance Remedy, which I was going to share this technique with, to just actually do it. There's a technique in the Making the Beast Purr section, which is this step that I'm doing now. It's this step about putting on your big girly pants. It's not called that. It's called my courageous secret taking action now. That is what I'm doing literally right now. And so this is unplanned, other than this little book I've got in my pocket, as to what I'm sharing with you. Okay, so this book is by Anne Lamott, and if you want a book on writing, I wouldn't necessarily recommend this one, because it's kind of a memoir. She, as a writer anyway, she's very much into her experiences and sharing her stuff and her life and all of that kind of stuff. If any of you've left comments, I'm sorry guys, I'm not ignoring you. The last one I've got is from Linda. I don't get comments through on Facebook Live, sorry. And so there's other ones. There's Writing Down the Bones, which I think is a quite good one. I can't remember the author off the top of my head, and it's not in here, so I can't tell you what the author's name is. But Writing Down the Bones is quite a good one. And Stephen King's got one called On Writing, and there's a few. But this one is kind of, I enjoyed it because I kind of like the personal aspect to it, but it is not for those of you that want a book about writing. It's kind of like a story thing mixed in with some writing tips. Okay, so this one's in a section called Shitty First Drafts because basically what she's saying, and what I think most, I think I just went off. I'm sorry if I paused, guys. No comments to let me know if that happened or not, but I just got a message up, so I think I might have gone off for a minute. I'm going to carry on, pretend like that didn't happen. I'm hoping my internet is strong enough, actually. Might not be out here. I went to this gorgeous coffee place yesterday, and I was going to do a Facebook Live there, but I could not get on the internet. So you guys are saved probably from that. Thank you, Angela. I will hang in there. So yeah, it's basically the all of your first drafts. So it doesn't have to be a first draft. It can be when you start painting something, when you start doing some art journaling. Thank you, Linda. Thanks, guys. It is part of the process, and not to feel like that's the end of the road, or like it's that thing about failure. You can't possibly be failing at something if you're still trying. It's kind of an oxymoron. It can't exist together, because if you're not at the end so none of us are ever really at the end of our journey, and we can tweak and tweak and tweak till, you know, till we die pretty much. But the fact is, you need to get that first draft down, or you need to get that first layer on the canvas, or you need to do 100 faces before you feel like you are getting the technique. Yeah, and that's just part of the process, and not to be deflated by that, or to see yourself as a failure, or like you're doing it wrong, or any of the other nonsense that our little inner critics tell us, because it's just part of the process. Okay, so in this section she actually says that quieting the voices is at least half the battle that she faces every day, and she's got a technique here to do with mousies or mice to help quiet that chatter. Okay, so I'm going to share it with you, and it says, close your eyes and get quiet for a minute until the chatter starts up. So it's not about quieting the chatter, it's about listening to it. Okay, then isolate one of the voices and imagine that person speaking as a mouse. So she's obviously thinking more about people here. For me, I don't see people, I just hear the noise. Okay, so if that's you, just hear the noise, don't worry about it being a person. Pick it up by the tail and drop it into a mason jar. Then isolate another voice, pick it up by the tail, drop it in the jar, and so on. Drop in any high maintenance parental units, drop in any contractors, lawyers, colleagues, children, anyone who is whining in your head. Then put the lid on and watch all these mice. She put mice. Is that the right plural? I don't know. See my writer's head going on. People clawing at the glass, gibbering away, trying to make you feel like shit because you won't do what they want. Won't give them more money, won't be more successful, won't see them more often. Then imagine that there is a volume control button on the bottle. Turn it all the way up for a minute and listen to the stream of angry, neglected, guilt-mongering voices. Then turn it all the way down and watch the frantic mice lunge at the glass, trying to get at you. Leave it down and get back to your shitty first draft. Oh, thank you, Linda. So I've tried this, and I'm going to give you something that my one of my coaches also gave to do with inner critic voices, because I think it kind of can work quite well with this. I've tried it and I find it difficult, I've got to admit, imagining them as mice, because when you get quiet and you actually listen to the voices, you isolate the voices. For me, they're kind of they're inanimate, they're ethereal, you can't grasp them, I have pushed myself to turn them into a mouse. Linda, one mouse. I have tried to turn them into a mouse, but I have to really push myself to do that. So what I find is that just being quiet and actually listening to the voices, isolating them so that they are each speaking individually and focusing, honing in on one, it kind of makes them evaporate. Hi, Isabella. So you don't really need to turn them into a mouse and put them in a mason jar, because for me, they kind of lose their power when you actually just get quiet and listen to them in the first place. They kind of just, they become insubstantial. So that worked for me without requiring the mice and the mason jar. That's a nice actual way to title this live stream, the mice and the mason jar. What my coach does is she names the critics. Okay, so I think I've shared this as well somewhere. I don't think it was in the Creative Resistance Remedy class, but it was somewhere at some point. I've mentioned something like this, so some of you may get it. Angela, you may have already we may have already spoke about this. I don't know, can't remember. But you label them. So give me an inner critic, guys, and not see the comments, even if you do like. Ola Overwhelm. So you give them a name and you attach kind of a personality onto whatever that individual feeling was. And again, what it's about is about isolating and honing it down. Because when you kind of can name something, put a label on it, you can identify it very quickly, very easily, and it does diminish its power. Wendy Weiner, says Angela. Exactly. You can just go, oh, it's this person again. Oh, it's this thing again. And you will realize as well, if you do identify them and kind of make them into something, because they're there anyway. Let's face it, they're there anyway. So if you create something around them that to you makes them identifiable. I forgot the thread I was going down. It was listening to Wendy Weiner in my head, that took me somewhere else. But yeah, it just reduces their power, and you can see a pattern reoccurring when they come up again and again, because you're saying to yourself, Wendy Weiner, Wendy Weiner, Wendy Weiner, Wendy Weiner, rather than listening to this little chatter that might be going on. And often a lot of it, yes, it does happen all the time to me as well, actually. Brain goes in a million directions at once, and I just try to follow that path. And that is the same with the inner critics. You've got a million little voices going on in your head, and if you don't drill them down, pull them apart, pull all these threads that's in like a Turkish rug apart to figure out which one's being the most active. Wishy-washy Wilma, that's a good one. We have spoke about this, haven't we, Angela? Because I think I remember Wishy-washy Wilma before. We have spoke about this when you was doing my creative coaching, I think. So yeah, it's it does help. It really helps when you can isolate them. Yes, we did. Yes, thank you. I was sure I'd done this somewhere. I knew I had. I just couldn't think where. And you can see the pattern and which ones are the strongest ones and which ones are the ones that are the most prolific or predominant in your life that you maybe didn't know about. The number of people watching your video is increasing. I have a whole 10 people watching this video right now. Yes, awesome. So yeah, that's the technique I wanted to share with you guys. I'll read it out again if you want, but I suppose you can just go past the Facebook Live and listen to that section again. Yeah, I'll do that rather than making the video super long. But if you mix it with woohoo! got to shout out for your little celebratory things. I'm always telling you that, aren't I, Angela? Got to celebrate everything that good that happens in your life. You've got to celebrate it. So, and not give the inner critics so much leeway. And this is one of the ways too, particularly the naming and the shaming kind of thing. It helps a lot. Chandra, hello. The ones that matter are here. Exactly. So I've not been around, and I just wanted to. Yes, Linda, we're all our own worst critic. All of us are our own worst critic. And this is not a way necessarily, you say you have to quiet yourself a lot. This is a way to listen to them so you know what they are. If you just try to dampen them all the time, you won't identify which critic is your most predominant, the one that is constantly, the one that you are constantly battling with. And you don't really realize that that is the one that is most required for you to soften or even nurture sometimes, or even talk to, even say, look, I know you're a bit scared, but we're going to do this. So I've made friends with Wilma so I can get her on my side, says Angela. Wishy-washy Wilma. It does help, doesn't it, Angela? I'm going to go through, because it's been a while. I did it in my daily journaling like a year ago. And named them, the ones that were there, but they do change as well, so keep it relevant to now, because no matter and particularly if you're growing in your creativity, you're going to be facing new things that you haven't done before. You're going to be trying new techniques, going to be going down new paths and things that you've never done before, and then that just opens the floodgates for a whole new range of critics to come up, and not the same old ones if you're doing the same old thing. There's something in the internet industry, which I think I probably shared with Angela before, that says new level, new devil. So it's never, ever that you will be without these critics. It's not going to happen. We are all our own worst inner critics. We've got them all chattering in our heads. So we have to figure out as artists how to manage them. And it's not about killing them. I've told Angela off about this. It's not about killing them. Got to kill that thing, got to get rid of that, got to do it, because in a way it creates more stress, more critics, more problems, in whatever it is you're in, more work for yourself, more work than just maybe sitting down for 2 minutes and going, okay, this is the voice that's most active for me now. But I got a choice here. Because don't forget, just because you've got voices, it don't mean anything. It doesn't mean you've got to act on what they're saying. It doesn't mean you've got to be derailed by what they're saying. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a voice. There may not even be very much truth in what the voice is saying. So when you actually pinpoint it and listen to it and sit with it, you can then choose what your next action is. And I think what I'm actually going to do to stop myself from choosing what I don't want to do, i.e. getting a bowl of popcorn and watching a movie, or something, chickening out basically from doing that thing because I don't want to face my fear of that thing, I'm going to call out that character as well. So chicken, what Charlie Chicken, don't really identify with Charlie. Charlotte, Carol. Oh, I'll have to think about that, give a different name for her. That chicken part of me that might chicken out of doing something, and give her a label as well. So it's not just your inner critics, it's also different aspects of your personality. Anything that is going to stop you from doing whatever it is you want to be doing, but you aren't doing because of resistance, because of fear, because of inner critics. So yeah, I'm going to go off and relabel all of my inner critics and chicken something. I've just run from a whole load. It doesn't rhyme with anything, so it's not very good, but I'm going to go and relabel them all because I think I do have some new ones since last year. But try the mason jar one and just see, because it's very easy to come across these techniques and listen and then ignore them and never do them, and then battle with your resistance and battle with your inner critics again and again and again. And there's so many people that do that, versus just trying something that's a little bit out of the box, that's a little bit, that feels a bit uncomfortable to do that. There's a huge thing in each of us that if we feel uncomfortable, you know, we just won't do it. It's a big thing in our society as a whole. But if you just sit in that discomfort for a minute or two, you might not need to do the whole technique, because I didn't need to do the whole technique. I just heard the voices, isolated them, and they evaporated. Just try something because it works, or something will work for you. If you allow yourself to sit in that discomfort for a little while, for 2 minutes, then you may have 2, 3, 4 hours of uninterrupted creative time where your inner critics cannot encroach, because you've given them that time and you've allowed them to have their little say, and now they're not interested anymore, and your creative flow has its time. Okay, so much love, everybody. I hope you're having a really cool Sunday fun day. I'm going to go off and finish my journaling session and maybe have a poor man's pancake, or poor man's waffle. Shall I tell you what that is? I'll show you what I had earlier, and you'll see, sweet people. See that? It's a pancake. Bye, Angela. I'm not going yet. It's me and my best friend, we have created a poor man's waffle, which is toast with a little bit of butter and sugar, brown sugar on it, and cinnamon, and it tastes like a fake waffle. And then we've added all kinds of different stuff on it, including maple syrup and nutmeg, and she's added salt, which I wasn't too fussed about. But if you get a big pancake, it's gorgeous. So I'm going to go and have one of those. Big giant pancake that's thick and fluffy, and just a little bit of cinnamon and sugar. Oh, hi KD, I'm off now. Bye Linda, bye Isabella, bye Angela, who else is here? Bye Chandra, bye, thank you guys for everybody that turned up. Mwah, love you, bye. Yeah, there we go. All right, hi guys, how are we all doing? Angela's cold in Tennessee.
from No USA. April, where's No USA? Hello, Tabitha. No USA. I can't think. NO is a state. I don't know. Okay, so today I thought it'd be cool to do a Facebook Live around something that I mentioned in the last Facebook Live I did, and I've got a couple of comments or questions about it, emails sent to me on Facebook asking me what am I talking about. So I thought I'd tell you what I'm talking about, and that is Creative Sabbaticals. And then I'm going to mix it in with the Makers Meetup creative assignment that I usually do for you guys that turn up to the Makers Meetup group, because I usually give you guys a little bit of an assignment. And so I'm going to mix those together. And I haven't really got anything planned, so this can go any which way it wants to go, which I think is kind of like the fun of Facebook Lives anyway. So yeah, I've not got a plan for it, but I kind of do know about this topic. It has been something that Tabby, Angie, Michigan, April, yay. It's something that goes on a lot in the Makers Meetup group, and it's not something that I intended that way, but it's kind of like a mini version of my creative coaching. It's about the topics that we talk about with clients who I do private creative coaching with, not like at that level, obviously, but it's just ways to kind of elevate your creative practice and think about things that we maybe don't think about on an everyday that we don't. We just go through our lives and we go through our routines and we don't think about this kind of stuff that is self-care, creative self-care. So if you want more of this kind of topic, because I don't know where it's going to go, so I might not go as deep as what I might do in the Makers Meetup group. There is, even if you don't want to follow along with the Makers Meetup in terms of we are there to discuss what we're creating, that's what it's about. It's a meetup of creative minds to talk about what we're making, what we're enjoying, what's causing us challenges right now, what we're stuck on, etc. If you don't want to do that bit, you can just go into the Makers Meetup and watch the videos and kind of pick up the creative assignments that I give as little nuggets, and you can journal on them, or you can, you know, do whatever. So this might not go into that level of stuff that and I'm not going to repeat, hopefully, what I've done in the Makers Meetup, and every week it's a different topic. So if you want more of this kind of stuff, then join the Makers Meetup group. It's free, and even if you don't want to participate in the chats that we have, then you can just, you know, follow along with the videos and creatively care for yourself. Okay, let me just check the comments because I need to go back to this other page to see that. Okay, nothing totally new. How are we all? I want some comments, I want some chats going on. This is a live Makers Meetup. So this is what we used to do on the Makers Meetup group ages ago, when we first started it, before the chat on the journal workshop site became too much to handle the data for the running of the site. So we used to have people joining up and chatting between each other, and it was really fun, but I couldn't keep it going. So carry on in the chat. Hello, Dorothy. So what I realized before I started this about Creative Sabbaticals is, when I mentioned that last time in October, thank you for all of the things going across the screen now. They seem to come in batches for me. I just get them all in one go and then nothing. So when I talked about this in the last Facebook Live, I was actually talking about a creative sabbatical in terms of a break from my creativity, because I've been so heavily working on a project. And what I just realized before I started this Facebook Live is that it can be, a creative sabbatical can be a couple of things that are actually complete opposites. So it can be a break from your creativity and creative pressures that you've got, or projects and things like that, or it can be an escape from life and all of that responsibility in life into creativity. So it can be a break from, or it can be escape into, depending on what you need at this moment in time. Okay, so creative sabbatical is either, And I realized that things that you might not consider to be creative, so things that I did in October as a break from creativity, was I spent a whole day on a pile of cushions, a whole day, which is longer than you think when you're doing nothing else, a whole day on a pile of cushions looking at interior design books, because I love interior design, and just like looking at different designs, palettes, styles. And the very next day, what I did for the whole day was I went from one restaurant to another restaurant to another restaurant to another restaurant, just eating all of my favorite dishes from the restaurants. And so these are things that you wouldn't typically think are creative, but of course they are. And it's about understanding that our everyday lives, there's creative things in our everyday lives. So even when you're taking a break from it, you're really not. I mean, looking at interior design books, choosing palettes. When I was going around the restaurants, I was kind of discussing my I can see things flying. I was discussing my projects, my plans, what I wanted to do, etc., getting my head straight. So a creative sabbatical, whether it's in creativity or it's out of creativity, what it's actually doing is, this is the surmise, if there is one, is just filling the creative well back up. And sometimes that does require not to do any creativity, which for many years I used to think was my resistance coming up. And you know, and I would try and bash it down and say, no, you've got to create something, you've got to do this, you've got to get back in it, this is resistance, without realizing it wasn't resistance. It was just how I needed to recuperate, fill the well back up. And sometimes it does require not doing any creativity, and sometimes it requires doing the creativity. And what you'll find is when you actually give in to think, oh, I don't need to do anything, I don't need to do anything, it's creative sabbatical is a break from responsibilities. So whether it's into creativity or it's out of creativity, it's a break from whatever you've got to do. It's a distraction, it's topping the well back up. So even if you think, I lost that trail of thought, which is going to happen because I haven't planned anything, but that is what it is by definition. So in October, I was kind of thinking that September, sorry, I was thinking that I was out of my creativity by doing these different kind of things, reading a lot, watching lots of television of my favorite shows. And those are things, not when you think about watching television as being creative, you can think, oh, you can be creative watching television, but you've got to do some doodling, or you've got to do this, or you've got to do that. And it's not the case. You can watch television and be creative in terms of watching what other people are doing, listening to the language. If you are like me, or a writer, which I'll talk about in a second, as being what I've done creatively in October as my creative sabbatical. And, you know, just looking at anything that you're interested in. What I'm interested in at the moment is documentaries on regular people in different parts of the world that you don't hear about on the news. You hear about, you know, the news is just trash, really, isn't it? And you just hear about the people in power, or the people that are currently in trouble, or etc. You know, you don't hear about the everyday regular person, the everyday farmer in Russia, or the everyday factory worker in China, or the everyday family in a slum in India, or whatever. So I like to kind of watch those documentaries of everyday people that are just living their lives, not, you know, distracted or in contact with the powers that be that we hear about on the news. You know, that's all the news, or destruction that's happening over here, or whatever. All the stuff that we hear about on the news, just the regular everyday people that get forgotten and don't seem to have a voice. And I really enjoy that, and it helps. I suppose it's not creative, but for my writing, it just helps expand your mind of other cultures and other things that are out there, and remind you as well. It helps me creatively remind me of it gives me a huge amount of gratitude to what I've got, living in this country, living in this day and age, all the opportunities I have, and it gives me a kick up the arse basically to not waste my creative potential because I've got the opportunity to use it. So that's what it really does for me. So in a way it does help my creativity, and that's the point, is everything you do, whether you think it's got creative connotations to it or not, it will somehow filter in because you take in everything, and they form a jigsaw puzzle, you know, of your life and your consciousness and what you think about and how you act and all of that kind of stuff. And if you're a creative person, you can't help but eke out what you've taken in. That's the creative process. So all these things that I've been doing that aren't creative, they really are, and they haven't produced things in terms of, in September I made a few like Etsy shop things and stuff like that, but I didn't I don't think I did any YouTube videos or anything like that after the last Jennibellie TV I did, which I'm thinking I'm about to do another one because I really enjoy doing that. But what happens when you do give yourself permission to just stop being creative or stop the responsibilities or whatever, what you do want to do comes up, it comes through. And you can listen to that voice inside that we in everyday day-to-day lives forget to listen to. Oh, I've got quite a few of you on now. I'll have a look, see if there's any. Hey Jane, hey Vicky. Oh, I can only see the current few comments. We do live in an amazing, gorgeous universe, Jane, you are right, and we don't hear about it. If you look, documentaries on the universe, yes, Vicky. Oh, you're talking about space particularly, Jane, but yes, not outside of this ozone layer here, we have a wonderful world inside it, and we don't hear about the majority of it, which is really, really sad. And we forget that not everybody lives like us, and it really gives me a real huge amount of gratitude and drive to continue with my creativity. So whether you're taking in documentaries or you're taking in YouTube tutorials that are creative, because I hear this a lot from people and they say, oh, I'm just watching YouTube videos and I'm not doing anything and it makes me feel really bad. Well, you are doing something creative, you are learning, you are filling up that well, you're filling up that knowledge, and you're taking in these things that you will probably use in the future. Sometimes I have said in the past, sitting there looking at something, it isn't being creative because it isn't actioning. And that's true to a certain extent. You're not doing the physical aspects of creativity if you're watching a YouTube video. But you are paving the foundation. You are doing something that is as important to your kind of creative health as what the actual doing of something is. And sometimes I do think it is better. I'll use my writing as an example for this. It is better to actually create something in your mind, or kind of allow it to amalgamate or come into being before you actually make it, before you do the physical action, because it becomes more, it's more of a project, but it becomes more important in a way that important isn't the right word. If you can think of the word, let me know. It becomes more important is the only word I can get. Important to you as something that is really wanting to come out, something that is really important for you to make, versus just something that you could knock out 100 of and not really have any emotional attachment to. Okay, so in October, what I have done for my creative sabbatical is last weekend I went to this really old hall, and I stayed there from Friday to Monday, and it's a really beautiful place, and I've been there before, and it's, you know, it's got beautiful food, it's got beautiful grounds, it's got activities, it's got a pool and a spa, and I had a massage and I had a pedicure, you know, and it has all this kind of stuff. It's a luxury place. And on the Saturday morning, I've been, and I wrote about this in a newsletter that I did in September, or about September, about the cocoon, as I called it, my creative sabbatical, called it the cocoon. And I mentioned that I wanted to start, or I was starting creative writing, and I was kind of letting it amalgamate. And then on Saturday, I started to write, and I have been writing kind of like draft things before, and I thought that this was just another little draft scene that might be thrown away like the others have been. And yesterday, I haven't written every single day, but pretty much yesterday I finished my first chapter of my first draft. So that turned into that writing that I started on Saturday in this place, and I was in this beautiful old hotel, and I was imagining other writers that go to hotels that because that's one of my creative sabbatical things, is reading about other creative people. And if you want more on that I've got something called the immersion technique, which I know I have spoken about in the Makers Meetup group. So if you want to look back previously, I have spoken about the immersion technique, and that's where I do a lot of that. And a creative sabbatical is kind of like a bigger, more broader version of that, and an immersion technique is kind of like drilled down and really focused in, going down the rabbit hole kind of thing. So I was kind of wanting to just feel that feeling of being in a luxury place and getting up early to do this writing, and just kind of feeling the energy of those other authors that I know have done that. And yesterday I finished that first chapter, which I had no intention of doing, and it just flowed and it was easy. And it's probably because I've done all the amalgamation of I know exactly what this story is about and I know exactly where it's going. But I tried to write the opening scene so many times, and they were just like fingernails on a corkboard. It was just teeth grittingly bad and painful to get out. And this was completely the opposite. And I'm mentioning it because for years now I've been like, you can't spend your time on this writing because probably nothing's going to come of it, and it takes a long time, and it's an extremely grueling process. You face your demons every day as you do in art, and it's very tricky. There are loads of loopholes in a story like this, and etc, etc, etc. So many excuses as to why I wasn't doing it. Now for me, when I write, I feel complete is the only word I can say. I feel like me. I feel whole. I feel like I am using my creative potential. Even when it's hard, I'm using that which I've been given, which is quite an imagination and ability to tell a story. Okay, whether or not I do anything with these stories is another matter. It's not about that. And that was the reason, is because it doesn't produce anything at the end of it. I was like, you can't waste your time doing this. You've got other more important things to be doing. So for years I haven't allowed myself to do it. And I have written stories over years, but the past couple I've not let myself kind of give into that, because there's too many everyday things I should be doing instead, etc, etc. We all know the story. So a creative sabbatical is saying stuff what the shoulds are, stuff what I've got to do, stuff all that responsibility. What do I need? Nothing requires a purpose. There's no, you have to look at interior design books in order to decorate and whatever. It's about just being in that creative process, being in that moment, and allowing yourself to refill that well and feel complete. That's totally what it is about. And then from that comes out things like writing the first chapter of the first draft in flow, not feeling like I was working at all, completely absorbed in what I was doing, and enjoying the process of I've got creative client writers who I always say, consider the editor and the writer as two different people, because our editor comes in as you're writing and tries to rewrite what you're doing as you're doing it. It doesn't let it get down almost. They were at one with one another, and they were together. So it's, in an artist term, it's kind of like you're complete creative self is there, but your inner critic is there telling you what to do at the same time and what you're doing wrong and all of that. It's the same sort of thing, the editor. But he was happily on board with what we were doing, and I was enjoying him kind of coming in and chopping things up and making things better. And it was all just one, and that came out of allowing myself to say stuff to all of the shoulds and everything else and go into this creative sabbatical. I did have another point which was really good that I've now lost. Let me check your comments. Oh, what do I write, April? I'm writing, which is going to sound extremely overwhelming when I tell you this, 4 novels. It's a story, a series in 4 novels, but it's not about the end result. It's not about the novels. It's about this thing that has been in my head for years. And I had a series in my head from when I was out of university to literally, I think I let it go about 2 years ago, maybe, not even that. And it was so intricate, and it was like a fantasy novel, so it was in another world, and it was completely, there was so many like twists and turns and character relationships and all kinds of stuff going on. And because I kind of didn't write it, it died. And this was 13, 14 years of my life, and it is incredibly sad. And I could pick it up again, but the muse is kind of gone with that one, and it's in this story now, which isn't really a fantasy story, but I did write other things during that time because I was overwhelmed by this other series that I thought was going to be a load of books, because I couldn't I did map out the stories and or outlines they call them, but it was just so, I'd spent almost too long, I think, in thinking about how things were going to go and not actually doing the writing. When the inspiration came, I kind of said no to it because I was just too overwhelmed by the sheer volume of what I had created in my head. But that's the thing, that creative potential then died. And if you have read Elizabeth Gilbert's book Big Magic, she talks about this, about she had a story in her head of a novel that she was wanting to write, and I can't remember who the lady was, but she kissed another lady on the cheek who was a writer, and she said that she met her a year or so later or whatever, and this other lady was writing a novel, and when she asked her what the story was, it was this story that Elizabeth Gilbert had and hadn't used. And she said that that kiss that they shared, she thought that the idea literally was transferred, because ideas are alive, and if you don't use them, they will go where they need to go to become, to be. So whether you believe that or not, your creative potential can die if you don't allow yourself to be full, to immerse yourself. If you're constantly saying, well, what's this getting me, you know, and I know many people that just create things that they have to create. They don't allow themselves just to spend a whole afternoon making a mess. You know, the journal page has to have this beginning, middle and end, and it has to be this finished thing for them to feel achievement, or like it was meaningful. They won't spend the afternoon just sploshing crap around, you know, and making a mess and then throwing the stuff away, which we never do because we can use everything. But it's that Buddhist kind of mentality of making a mandala and not being attached to it and just letting it go. If you can get into that space, which is what I'm doing with the novels, who cares if I bother publishing them or anything like that? It's not about that. It's about being complete in myself. And I have to say, yesterday, when I finished that chapter and I wrote the last line, which I was really quite proud of, I felt so proud of myself. I felt so, and it's the kind of pride that I haven't felt in years, because it wasn't about, again, it wasn't about the chapter. It was about knowing that I hadn't wasted this potential. It was about knowing that I hadn't wasted this idea that's come into me that wants to come out. It was about knowing I had sat down pretty much every day, faced my inner demons, and just done it, and allowed myself, when I went into it, to really enjoy it and go with the flow, and allow it to be easy. I was really proud of myself for allowing it to be easy. So, ooh, I'm getting loads of stuff flashing by. You're welcome, Dorothy. Dorothy says, very good talk. Thank you so much. What you were saying about letting ideas and projects die. Yes, it seems impossible to pick back up and go forward, little fish. Exactly. Exactly, little fish. I've had that so many times. I have had so many ideas for videos and classes and all kinds of, even art journal pages that I haven't done. And I have seen other people, creative peers, etc., do the exact same thing. I kid you not. And I know that you'll say, oh, there's nothing new under the sun, which is kind of true, but down to a T, I have gone, I didn't use that idea, and so it's gone off and somebody else has done it, which I don't mind, because it was my decision not to pursue that idea. But I've literally seen that in action. I've literally seen that in action. And the thing is, when you do consume all of the same things as well, people then do create the same art. We've all seen that. So if you allow yourself a creative sabbatical to do whatever the hell you like, including, you know, eating yummy food, going off to spa retreats, going and to your favorite restaurants, just doing whatever, whether it be creative or not creative, but as I've said, you know, it all amalgamates and becomes creative. If you allow yourself, what you will end up creating will be you know, more you. It will be more unique, and you won't know what your potential actually is until you allow yourself to go with that, because you cannot see something, and that's what I find many people want to know is the full steps of a journey. But that's the thing about life and about our creative paths, and they're all journeys, so you can't know where you're going to end up. You just got to take them, and when you do, that's when you look back. And I can look back 5 years and go, oh my god, I never thought I was going to do that. I never thought I was going to create a really wonderful artist community of so many amazing, caring, talented, creative souls, where I see people caring for one another and helping one another along, and even, you know, with really small acts to really quite big acts. Really, you know, I didn't know that I was capable of pulling together so many amazing people. And other things that you don't see are on your journey for you to do until you've done it. You look back afterwards. So, you know, a journey and where you can go is a hindsight thing. It isn't a foresight thing. So what my creative assignment for you today is, let's bring it back around to the Makers Meetup, and the creative assignment I want to give for you is, what would your ideal creative sabbatical be right now? And I'm talking about pie in the sky kind of stuff. So I've got a magic wand here, something I nicked out of a bunch of flowers from a family member. I got it before the kiddies did. But they've got other things on sticks to play with there. So, ding, I grant you, ding, 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 anything you wish as a creative sabbatical. Now, my ideal creative sabbatical, to give you some ideas, I've spoken about this before, is to be able to take a month or however long I want, off, away, whatever you want to call it, and go to somewhere like Venice and stay in a really expensive hotel, kind of like The Tourist with Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp in that movie called The Tourist, where they stay in a really luxurious hotel and just spend the whole month kind of living there and doing whatever I wanted, not having any plans, not having any to-dos. And this is a must. Your creative sabbatical must be away from responsibilities and those people that drain you. So before this little break I had last weekend at this old hall, a couple of months back I had a different break at a different place. It was similar though, and someone that I was with completely drained me. Okay, so you guys know who I'm talking about. People call these kind of people emotional vampires and that kind of stuff. People that just kind of drain your battery down to nothing. They cannot be present at your creative sabbatical. So even if they're your husband, even if they're your kids, whoever they are, they got to go. It can't be part of your creative sabbatical. Only people who fill up the well can be a part of it. Okay, so after that break a couple of months ago, I had to take a break. I literally, and that's probably the start of my creative sabbatical kind of period, to be honest, is having some kind of rest to rejuvenate after this, because I was shattered. And I remember saying, I'm not physically tired, there's nothing physically wrong with me, but I am so exhausted. I cannot tell you how exhausted I was. And the trouble with that kind of exhaustion is nothing but time will heal it. Like, you know, physical tiredness, you can go and have a good night's sleep, and that will kind of recuperate you somewhat. You know, any other tiredness, but emotional and mental exhaustion at that level, you just don't know what to do with yourself. You are just completely, it's like that when you're that physically tired that you have actually gone over being able to sleep, and your brain, you know, it's like insomnia kind of feeling. Your brain doesn't know what to do. So anything like that, any responsibilities, any people, anything has to go. Okay, and it completely crazy kind of stuff that you can't afford, stuff that you can't physically do because you can't take the time away, whatever it is. What is your, and I want you to write this down, guys, in the comments, what is your idealist creative sabbatical? Yes, Cherie. I'll talk about yeah, that's selfishness in a minute, because some people, so Cherie says, a quote from Jen Hatmaker, you are not required to save the world, or anyone for that matter, with your art. It isn't valuable only if it rescues or raises money or makes an enormous impact. It can simply be for the love of it. That is not frivolous or selfish in the slightest. If the only person it saves is you, that's enough. Yes, Cherie. So we can. How do you cut yourself off from an evil daughter-in-law who controls your grandchildren? Stephanie. You do it by literally cutting yourself off, even for a little time. Switching this off and things you cannot control right now, and allowing yourself to be topped up. And when you have your grandchildren, to allow yourself to enjoy that time together without letting your evil daughter-in-law kind of overshadow it, you know. So this is all the realms that we're going into now. But that is, and I know it's hard, Stephanie, but that's a mental kind of action, you know. And I'll just say briefly, the person that drained me that much is not someone I can cut out of my life. They're part of my life, and they're someone that I love. but I have spent time with them since, and I kind of put up a barrier, not in terms of I was blocking them out, I was keeping them away, I was just protecting myself. And what I was doing was loving on them and allowing them to be who they are, but not try to control them and not try to fix them and not try to give anything from my well that they think they needed, because they won't take it from their own. Okay, does that make sense, Stephanie? You're welcome, love, you're welcome. So it's about, unfortunately, it's you, about you controlling what you can and not kind of trying to change the other person. So yes, Cindy says, being a person living in chronic pain, I've found that when I have pain management days, I use it to refresh my creativity. I have found that it helps instead of beating myself up. Yes, love. So I've spoken about this before. I have extremely bad times of the month every month, which many women will relate to, and I'm talking, it's genetically incredibly bad. And I allow myself for 3 days just to have a creative sabbatical. And it's the old red tent thing, if you know about the red tent, where the women will kind of gather and go into the red tent. And I call it my red tent days, where, like you, Cindy, I allow myself to do whatever the hell I want in those times to replenish the well. So I'll watch television, I'll read a lot, I'll do whatever I want to do during that time, and not beat up on myself, because you know that you'll be better after those few days to then be able to do the stuff you need to do. And that's what the creative sabbatical is really about overall, because then you can tackle anything when you have taken care of yourself. So to bring it round to this thing about the quote that Sherry gave about selfishness, because I did say, if your children are the ones that drain you, leave them at home. And in our society, that can be like, oh, that is the worst thing in the world you can do as a mother. How, you know, we've got this idea that you have to sacrifice, which I absolutely hate. Particularly as a woman, you have to sacrifice yourself for the benefit of others. And the trouble is with that is a backwards philosophy, and anybody that says taking care of yourself is selfish is really the selfish one, because what they are saying is you can't be selfish doing what you want to do, you've got to do what I want you to do. And how that isn't a selfish thing is incredible. But all of the women that I know that are the best mums are the ones that give themselves what they need, because you are teaching your children to do that as well as kind of be independent a little bit as well, you know, in terms of mummy might not always be there to wipe your nose. You'll have your daddy do it, or your grandma, or whatever, because mummy needs to do this whatever right now. It isn't selfish, it isn't. The thing is, when you are topped up as well, how can sacrificing be the best way of doing anything if you do have your creative sabbatical and top yourself up, and then you can be that mom that is full of energy and full of care and full of love and full of joy? And how is it right to sacrifice yourself to the point where you're depleted and, you know, shouting at your kids in the frozen food aisle? As we all know, those mums that are worn out. So yes, creative sabbaticals, I want to know, what would your... Oh, Debbie, I'm late to the conversation, but a great creative sabbatical for me will be traveling to take live classes from Jennibellie and some of my other favourite YouTube teachers. Yes, Debbie. So I want to know what your creative sabbaticals will be. Number one, this will let you do anything creative sabbatical. Ding, 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 ding. You could do anything you want. What I would also like you to do is actually ground this and actually do this somehow. And that is, when you've decided what your ideal creative sabbatical, pie in the sky kind of sabbatical will be, is figure out what you can actually do this weekend. What part of it could you really do this weekend? How could you adapt it, twist it, take a little bit of it and give yourself that this weekend? So for me, for the Venice example, it could be going to a favorite Italian restaurant. It could be, which was included in that restaurant list where I just jumped around from restaurant to restaurant, by the way. Lots of nationality, lots of different national dishes were in that mix. Yes, Angela. You spent two years ago, she spent a week alone in a camper for my birthday week, just listening to podcasts and doing art and shopping for crystals. It was amazing. It was amazing because you also had a Skype session with me. Haha. Shelley says, mine would be taking time off work and spending time in nature. Erica is doing this next year for her birthday to celebrate 50 years of her life. She's having a hotel, a massage, and I'm going to tell my people zilch about it. I love that bit. Dorothy says to travel to posh hotels and be waited on. So yes, you could do, or if like another one for the Venice example is to just go away to a posh hotel for one night. Might not be able to afford it for a whole month. And Venice is, again, you don't have to drill this down to be exact, you know. Venice is an example, and other places that I might want to do it is San Francisco. Portland, I've been to San Francisco. I would long since want to go to Portland. I'd love to go to Florence. I would love to do it in, I think I would like to go to Australia and New Zealand. And chilling in Egypt at the moment. Tennessee. I've been to Tennessee actually. I went to the whiskey place. What's the whiskey place? Jack Daniels, isn't it? It's very lush and very green when I traveled through Tennessee. Oh, Little Fish says, sometimes I take a creative sabbatical by getting in a car, driving out to the back roads with my painting drawing supplies. A space finds me. I park, turn on the music or not, and work away. It is the most wonderful time alone with self. A little studio on wheels, winter or summer. Yes, Cherie, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Cherie says, I'm taking a creative sabbatical daily by scheduling daily crafting time and not feel guilty about it, about locking myself in my art room for 2 hours. Jane says, I love to spend time in a very cool tree house in the woods, beach, jungle, no books, of course. Jack Daniels, it is Debbie, not far from you. Ooh. Yes, I've trodden those boards, as they say, walked that road. So Cherie says about the daily creative sabbatical. That is the next level if you want one. So the first one is, I want to know your real ideal pie in the sky, and I want this to be even more pie in the sky kind of stuff, guys. Go crazy. And then second is, what could you do from that this weekend? And then the third kind of piece of that is, what could you do to have little creative sabbaticals every day? So what I've done recently is, yesterday in fact, is I downloaded an app, and there's loads of this kind of stuff. Unfortunately it's crashed at the moment, but it's called Habitical. Let me have a look at, oh yeah, you can see it. Okay, so that's the app, and it's about, basically it's like a game, your life chores kind of thing as a game, but there's different parts. There's chores, there's health and exercise, there's work, there's creativity, and there's self-care. So you can put in tasks for all these little things, and then you get like gold and stuff for the tasks that you complete. So it's basically, I just put in there stuff I do every day, or I want to do every day, your ideal day. And included in there for me is making art, doing my daily rituals, journaling, which is my everyday journaling, writing on the book I was telling you about, and other stuff in there, which is kind of like little self-care things, which is nothing to do with creativity, such as body brushing and you know, just other stuff like that. So what could you do to make yourself have little creative sabbaticals every day? What would your ideal day look like? And I'm pretty sure all of you on here would have, if you had ideal days, it would have a little creative sabbatical in there some way or shape. And how, like Cherie's doing, could you hold yourself accountable to that and not feel guilty about it? So I've got that little app. To be honest, I don't really need it, I'm playing, but yesterday I think it did help me at about like 11 o'clock, when I had like 4 things on there still not done. 4 o'clock at night, sorry, 11 o'clock at night, I went through and got them ticked off because I didn't want to see them not green. So things like that can help. Oh, hey Bex, you'll have to watch the replay, love. So there's those 3 levels to it. How could you every day treat yourself? So speaking of treats, I'm going to leave you now because I've been on this. How long have I been on this? Wow, nearly 50 minutes of Jennibellie chat. Hi, Suze. So yes, I told you I didn't know where it was going. Thank you for all the stuff, loves. So speaking of treats, I'm going to leave you. I've put in, wherever you're looking, I've put into the comments my biggest treat I've ever put together of stuff if you would like a creative sabbatical with Jennibellie. The biggest bundle I've ever put together at the cheapest price, with classes, embellishments, journals, kits, all kinds of stuff in it. And it's about, I think it's about £200 worth of stuff, maybe $250, $270, something like that, of stuff for £39. I don't know what that would be in dollars, but it's basically a whole load of stuff for less than the price of one. And I put that bundle together as a thank you for you guys that have followed me for any amount of time, haven't been able to get some Jennibellie stuff, or don't know and don't know what to get, because I have got quite a library of stuff now. Now you can have a whole library of stuff for one, but it is limited. That deal is limited because obviously all that stuff in there I do sell it at that proper price. You know, it's not a pretend deal. All that stuff gets sold at that price every day. So it's limited to I think it was 100, but several of them have gone. So have a look at that if you would like a creative sabbatical with me. But whatever it is that you do for your creative sabbatical, let us know below those 3 levels. Mainly I want to know what you would do as a creative sabbatical if it was like anything was possible, crazy stuff. That's what I would really like to know, because I think that'll give us each ideas, and then we can do the second step and drill it down as to what we could do here and now this weekend. And then on a daily basis, on an even smaller scale. And that's been something that I've said for a long time, you know, is just do 5 minutes of art every day. If it's nothing else, it's that kind of smaller, easier level. So I'm going to leave you with those things. Leave us in the comments below, and also on the Makers Meetup group, and look through the previous videos that contains this kind of talk if you want more of it, if you want little creative assignments, if you want ways to kind of think consciously about your creativity and kind of level it up, you know, and direct it how you want it to be directed, rather than letting life kind of direct you, which is something that we can all fall into. But I'm a big I'm a big resistor of that now, with such things as like creative resistance remedy, my daily ritualing, my creative goal journaling classes, all the stuff I've done recently, that's all, or in the last year, is about that. It's about you deciding how everything is going to go. And with your creativity, that's a big thing, because we each do have this amazing amount of creative potential within us, and we can either light it up, give it the fire that it needs, or we can let it die out, let it fizzle away. So we can either light the kindling or not. So head over there if you want more on that. I'm loving seeing the new ones that are coming through, the Creative Sabbaticals. So keep them going, and I hope you guys all have a brilliant weekend. I will see you very soon. Bye guys. Ding ding.
Brilliant. Thank you, Vicky. Hi Gretel. Hi Holly. Woo, you're coming through. Hi Zyla. Hi Amanda. If you can see a share button, hit the share button. Hi Charity, because that'll enter you in the giveaway. So you can do that with anything regarding the birthday bash. Do you know how many times I've said that over the last week? The birthday bash on this page, it will enter you into the giveaway. So if you want to hit share, please do so while we're waiting for people to come on. Oh, numbers are ticking up. And if anybody's still on the chat on journal workshops, just let people know that we're over here now if people are asking. Because I've taken it off because I think I need all of my bandwidth. Hi Bridget. Okay. I didn't come on too early, so I'm not going to leave it too long, but have you all got your supplies ready? Hi Erica. Hi Catherine. Has everybody got their supplies? There's a supply list in the description for you guys in case you haven't seen it yet. Me too. Ooh, Australia. That must be night time. I tried to do this midday so that you guys that are just waking up can partake in it as well as you guys that are going to bed. Okay, I'll give it a couple of more minutes and then we'll get going. So make sure you've got a space for journaling. Make sure you've got your supplies from the supply list and your journal. 31, we're ticking up. Yay. You're going to be knackered, Debbie. Hi, Jacqueline. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Phoebe. So, okay, let me just tell Phoebe to refresh. Oops. I nearly pressed finish on the recording. That wouldn't have been good, would it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. My birthday is on Wednesday, but this is Journal Workshops' birthday. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Okay, so the numbers stayed at 36 for a little while, so we're going to go, hi, Kat. We're going to get going, or at least I'm going to start telling you what this is about. Oh, we've gone up again. Okay. Maybe I should wait a little longer. But I'm going to tell you what it's about before we start. So this idea for journaling I had a few years ago with regards to an audio journaling session or series. Okay, so we as artists are very visual, so I normally show you obviously through videos how to create or whatever it is I'm creating. I'm trying to show you via visual means usually, and I thought Facebook Live would work quite well for this, like an audio where I'm going to take you through it's going to be like a guided journal page, but I'm not going to show you what I'm doing. I'm going to do it with you guys, and I'm going to tell you what to use and where to use it and for how long, but what you then do is entirely up to you. So, and each section is only going to be about 2 minutes maximum in length, so it's a very short journaling session. All in all, we're only going to be doing 9 minutes, but it's obviously going to be longer because I'm going to be giving instructions as well. But the point of it is being a very fast, very freeing journaling technique where you are all going to create entirely different pages Will somebody please... Oh, I don't know what to do with that. If someone can't hear something, I think someone needs to update. Hold on, guys, sorry. Okay, so it's going to be basically just a journaling session where we're all creating together. I don't know what you mean by that, Adele. Is this the same as on your site? But yeah, so we're going to be going through it, and it sounds more complicated than what it is. I think I've made it a lot more complicated. Thank you, Sharon. I'm not very techie, so all I can say is very basic stuff. Hi, Jill. Right, so get your journals ready, and I think the best way to do it is just to really do it, is just to get going, because I'm going to waffle otherwise telling you something that is very simple. I'm just going to give you an instruction and time it on my phone, and we're all going to do it for that time, and then stop, and then go on to the next prompt. Okay, so it's very easy. There's no being picky with what you're doing here. It's just about creativity. Like the whole of the birthday bash, it's just about creating. It's not about being fastidious with what you're doing. It's just about getting that creative mojo going. Okay, everybody, are we ready to get going? Whatever size journal you want, it doesn't matter. It's not, I've got a line journal here. It's not an art journal at all. Yes, Adele, this is the place to be for this. The rest of it is in the link at the top that I put in the description. Awesome. Cool. We're working on a page, Alex. We're working on one journal page using the materials that I've listed above. Okay, looks like you're all ready. So, first of all, get your watercolour supply. So I've got all mine in this little basket here. And I've just got a watercolour set. So get your watercolour supply out, or your water soluble, whatever you've got, and your brush and your water. Awesome. Yeah, let's do this. Right. Okay, watercolours at the ready. I'm going to set my timer off. You've got 2 minutes for this, and we're going to go on your journal page in your top to top left. Okay, for 2 minutes, just do your watercolour in any way you want. Okay, I'm going to start now. So I'm not telling you in what way to put your watercolour down, whether you do it in blocks, whether you do it in shapes, what colours to use. Just get painting your watercolour. Top to top left. You've had 40 seconds. $50 seconds left. Not to make you feel rushed, but it's not about perfection, this. 30 seconds, and as soon, this is actually quite a long section, this is one of the longest, it makes you realise how much you can do. In just a couple of minutes. And I'm actually going on to the other page as well because I've got so long. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Stop what you're doing. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, now grab your blue media. I know, Jennifer. But that's the point, is just to be loose and free with what you're doing, not precious with it. Okay, blue media. I've got a paint marker, and you are only getting 1 minute for this. But again, you'll realise that you don't need... Okay, are we ready? 3, 2, 1. 1 minute. Now. And you put in this, middle to the bottom left. You can put it anywhere. Blue media, quince, anything you want, anything, just a blue media. It doesn't matter if it's not dry, just keep going. Mine's not dry either. It's not going to be dry this time. It's just about creating. That alarm sound gets, I mean, I'm talking to you as I'm doing it, guys. I'm not like really focusing on what I'm doing here. But that alarm sound, Jackie, gets Sweep going mental. I'm sure the shaving foam smelled lovely. Done. Let's put the blue media down. It's really quick. I told you it's only going to be 9 minutes, and it's going to be longer because I'm talking a lot more than is necessary. But now we want the collage. So I said pattern paper and your glue. I've got a glue stick because it's the quickest. Now, because it can take a little bit of while to stick things down, you're getting 2 minutes for this, and this is the top right. Suze. We aren't writing anything, we're doing the journaling, and you can begin from the beginning or take it from here if you want to. With the collage, with the pattern paper, I want you to add it in a way that you wouldn't normally, okay? So you're getting 2 minutes, starting now. And I'm going quick, and I'm not pausing, because if I pause, I know some of you are going to get fussy with your pages if I give you time in between and make something prettier, and it's completely not about that. I'll show you my page at the end of this, and obviously share your pages on journal workshops. There'll be a section for this journaling session in there. But it's just about getting the flow and realising you don't need a lot of time to do an art journal page. What's the R for, Holly? Oh, really? Missed it. I don't know if you can go back to the beginning of these ones or not, but we're in the middle of the... Okay, you've got a minute left, just under. So get sticking, top right. If you are not able to press to go back to the beginning while I'm live, I don't know if you can or not, but then you will be able to watch this entirely back, so you can save it to another time if you want to. 28 seconds, 28 minutes. 28 seconds, guys. I want to put more on, I want to put more on. Come on. 15. I know I'm going to be driving some of you mad watching the time. put it away, done. As soon as it starts chirping away, we have to stop. Okay, so the next one, you might freak out for some of you, is drawing. 2 minutes. Now, you can do this with a pen or a pencil, but I've said both on the list so that you can go over with pencil. Yeah, kind of. I'm just giving you direction so your brain isn't... Gretel's asking, we're working in quadrants. We kind of are, so that I've taken that away from you. So it's kind of where I'm giving you the prompt, so my creativity and your creativity are meeting. You then just have a direction just to go off and do without thinking about where to place things and things, okay? So, pencil, you can go directly in with a pen if you are confident enough in your drawing. If you are not, do it with a pencil. We've only got 2 more sections. No, 3 more, sorry. But this is the last one at 2 minutes. So, drawing means anything. It doesn't have to look professional, doesn't have to look like anything you're trying to aim for or, you know, realistic. Just get going, drawing something. It can be completely random, okay? So you've got 2 minutes for this and you'll go in the bottom left, okay? Let's go. Start. 2 minutes. I'm going to flip over to the pen. No. Feel like a sergeant or some minute. 1 minute blue media, middle to bottom left. Debbie has wrote in. I'm a strict journaling sergeant. The last one, Alex, is drawing. For 2 minutes, you now have under 1 minute. I've finished ages ago, so what else shall I draw? If you finish early, carry on as much as you can, using the time. Don't worry what you're creating, you don't know what's going to come together. You don't know if it's going to look a complete mess. It does not matter. 25 seconds. This is loads more time than I thought for drawing something. Oh, done. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, now, if you didn't feel like you was able to finish whatever it was you were drawing, we are now going to do 1 minute doodling. So this is why I also said with the pen, and this is everywhere across the page, okay? So wherever you want some doodles, and this is the second to last section, okay? So I'm going to press the start now. You've got 1 minute. No one's stressing about what they're doing, are they? Because that's completely the opposite of intention of this. "20 seconds. So random. Mine is turning out very random. Okay. Right, last thing. Last minute. No stress, it's only paper. Good, Holly. Last minute is anything you want. So if you want to go back to your watercolours or your whatever blue media you had, let's just get going, and whatever you feel like you want to do on the page, get going with that. Good. Getting the creative rabbit out of the rabbit hole, Vicky. Good. Let's get going. 1 minute. It's amazing how much you can do in this small time, isn't it? It really is. Okay. And I'm using really bad paper for watercolour here, but it is completely doesn't matter. Oh, Gretel, it's not stressful, it's not. It's because I'm doing the time, isn't it? But I feel like I need to let you guys know, otherwise it would be a shock when it comes to the end of it. Oh, done. Paintbrushes up. No, I'll be strict. Okay. Awesome. Right, we are done. Everybody promised me they've stopped. You've stopped. Yeah. Yes, it is fun. Not stressful. It is fun. Now we're at the end. You may have to play this back. We've just done our journaling session. Okay, you guys want to see mine. I'll show you if you... Alright, Charity. You're right there. Okay, here's mine. Can you see? Oh, is it running? Yeah, it's still wet. Okay. See, does it... Yeah, Mel, I think you will need to watch the replay. Okay. I want to see all of your pages that you made, guys. I want to see them in there'll be on the birthday bash page, there will be, like all the other sections, like the art techniques and all the other sections, there will be a Facebook Live journaling section. And in there, I want to see your 9-minute pages, okay? So, there's mine again. Alright, bit of a mess. Who the hell cares? It's on lined paper, it's crinkling like mad because I've wet it, look. Who cares? Exactly. Nothing like yours, exactly. Because I'm not showing you what I'm doing. You guys, I'm just saying, like, who was it said quadrants? Sorry, I've forgotten. Was it Gretel that asked that? I just send you off and let you loose, so I've got no idea what your pages are going to look like. Jane, you are close to done. But I'm glad you like your page. Woohoo! Yes, who the hell cares? Okay, so I want to see all of your pages. Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I was worried at the beginning that I got all tongue twisted and figured that I wasn't actually explaining what it was we were doing at all well, but I'm glad you guys got it. Oh, okay, it's quite freeing, wasn't it, guys? Yeah, mine's a mess. Who cares? I like it. I do like it. Background, just straight on. Okay. Awesome, guys. Right, so now I'm going to go off and have some tapas. That's my afternoon treat. But I'm going to, before I go, I'm going to post the community challenge in the birthday bash. So you guys are now going to get the big project, okay? Which I love. And it is, again, something for your studio, like the last couple of years. Alex, crazier the better. Yes, Cynthia, yes, very freeing. So I want to see all of your pages because my brain works very differently to your guys' brains. So what you would have created, I can't imagine. So I want to see it. Okay, so post them for us in the group. Remember, the more you share, the more you'll get entered into the giveaways. Those different bundles of prizes that I've got for you guys for the birthday bash. But now I'm going to go off and post you guys the community project. Get your cardboard boxes ready. Okay? Guys, I'm going to go off and do that now. I'm glad you had fun, and don't forget that the chat is still on Journal Workshops, so you can go carry on the chatting over there, okay? See you guys later. Bye. You're welcome, guys. Bye.